This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 1126, Patient 101-2-1. The male visitor from Xin Hai kept his head lowered as he quietly moved his palm around the surroundings, as if he was letting the eyeball hidden deep inside the wound of his palm observe the set pieces around him. The black fog with the curse drifted freely, and the blood rain filled with malice and hatred slid down the ceiling. Everywhere, one could see haunted faces that pleaded for mercy as they desperately tried to escape. This was a perfect scene lifted right out from the apocalypse. If it is as you guys predicted, and all the specters are staying at the haunted house willingly, then why are all the lingering spirits in the black fog crying and shouting for release from this place? I suspect this haunted house is using the red specters to enslave the other lingering spirits and baleful specters. He's using part of the visitors' souls as bargaining chips to trade with the red specters. After the red specters consumed the fear and feelings of the visitors, and they were sated, the man used these red specters to stabilize the weaker ghosts through brute force. This kind of brusque and underhanded method is even worse than ours. The eyeball in the wound on the man's palm turned several times. The eye appeared to have seen everything it wanted to, and it silently sank deep into the man's flesh. Then the wound slowly recovered on its own, leaving behind only a bloody, thin scar. Why would the doctor think that people have the capability of reforming red specters? How could these monsters that feed solely on negative emotions and were formed from hatred, pain, and despair be reformed? They hate everything that is good and valuable in this world, and their favorite pastime is destroying everything that is bright and positive. Lifting his head up, there was a trace of excitement that crossed the man's eyes. Looking at the ghost fetus, scenario that had sunk into chaos, his thin lips slowly curled into a malicious smile. This is what a haunted location should look like. The boy that once was has probably been drawn way too deep into the abyss of darkness. He is unable to separate himself from enjoying the sin on this side of humanity anymore. The man grabbed his girlfriend's hand. The latter was like a puppet without a soul. They stood at the back of the group, and the man used a kind of gaze that was filled with pity to look at the other visitors who were still trying their best. Ticket price of 40 RMB is honestly not that expensive, but the real cost of visiting this haunted house is not the money but your own life. When they leave this place, perhaps something else will have possessed their bodies, and then they will die from some kind of accident. No one will even think of linking their misfortune to this visit to the haunted house, and no one will even help them report their deaths to the police. These are things that the hospital has done in the past. Ha ha ha. The dragon slayer has eventually been corrupted to become a dragon. It is only inevitable. The male visitor from Xin Hai appeared to have obtained the information that he needed already, so he prepared to leave. This place made him feel incredibly uncomfortable, so the plan was for him to quietly sneak away before he was exposed. The doctor should have continued my medication after I have risked so much to enter the tiger's den to provide for them such valuable information, right? At that moment, the male visitor was only thinking of himself. He had no intention of warning the other visitors of the supposed dangers inside Chen Ji's haunted house. The distance between this couple and the larger group of visitors gradually widened. When Ma Feng and the rest's attention was placed on Zio-san, the two of them turned and walked away directly. A black fog thickened by the second. The man's eyes swept over the flickering human faces that appeared on the wall. He seemed to have been reminded of his former self, but there was no sign of pity in his eyes. If anything, they were filled with deep-seated disgust and condescension. Hurrying his foots, when the couple walked past the white orphanage and came to the haunted avenue, they slowly noticed that something was not right. The screaming human faces in the black fog had disappeared, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. It felt like something scarier than the ghosts was hiding inside the black fog, and the presence of this threat prevented the cursed human faces from daring to cry out loud for mercy. They were too scared to do so. Have I been exposed? The man yanked his girlfriend before him. He used his fingernail to scratch open the wound on his palm as if trying to communicate with that eyeball. But before he could summon and awaken that eyeball, a figure slowly appeared from the black fog. He was wearing a uniform that was tattered and covered in blood stains, and his face was covered in very light makeup. The makeup was expertly applied so that it enhanced the handsomeness of the man's facial features. But as the man looked longer, he realized that it was a face of a dead man that was staring back at him. A very bad feeling arose in the man's heart. He hid one of his hands behind his back and adjusted his expression so that he looked no different from the other normal visitors. Honey, be careful. He acted like he was trying to protect his girlfriend, but in reality he was using the woman as a human shield. Away from view, strands of black threads were crawling on his arms to travel into the woman's body like worms. The man in the fog finally walked to stand before them. When the face could be discerned clearly, the man's nervousness only hiked up further. To cover up his anxiety, he volunteered to speak first. It is so rare to see the boss entering the scenario himself. Your haunted house is so famous, but the number of employees is so low. The number of employees here is not low, but I would not mind someone lending me a hand. Chenji stood before the couple. The woman's expression was no longer as spaced out as before. As if a puppet coming back to hug, she hugged the man's arm with clear apprehension on her face. Looks like the two of you have worked out the argument. Inside the haunted house, you can experience fear that you will not have the chance to experience outside of this place. When facing the danger together, you will be able to tell for sure whether a person is truly reliable or not. Therefore, if you want to tell whether your partner really cares about you or not, bring them on a trip to the haunted house, Chenji said with a smile, revealing his white, shiny teeth. He flipped through the comic in his hand as he casually walked past the couple. The man's heart kept on racing until Chenji walked past him. His heart practically dropped down to his stomach, and his eyes became as wicked as before. He had no idea why he was so afraid of Chenji, but he did not dare to show it in person. He only dared to silently curse the man in his heart. He lifted his feet. Just as he was about to move away, his palms suddenly started to leak with blood. The eyeball that was hidden inside the wound was spinning wildly out of control, as if urging him to leave as soon as possible. The man still did not notice that anything was wrong. Chenji, who had just brushed past him, suddenly stopped moving. He turned around and stared at the male visitor with a smile. As I mentioned earlier, when facing danger together, you will be able to tell for sure whether a person is truly reliable or not. So, have you faced any real danger today? The maddening tone, the horrifying smile. After Chenji finished that sentence, one baleful specter and red specter after another walked out from the black fog. Only then did the man realize that Chenji had kept all of the specters inside the comic. When he walked past him earlier, he had been casually dropping one specter after another along the way, and the male visitor found himself surrounded by multiple baleful specters and red specters. The man had focused all of his attention on Chenji, so he did not realize that he had fallen into a trap until this very last moment. This man is too vicious and cunning. The man lowered his head to look at his palm. Urgency and desperation were plain in his eyes, but to his consternation, just as he turned his focus to his palm, the eyeball in his palm imploded on its own. The blood slid down his wound. The man stood stunned for quite some time on the spot. Only moments later did he realize that he had already been abandoned. The hospital had already obtained all the information that they wanted. To prevent the man from exposing more secrets about the hospital, they actively shattered the eyeball and cut off all the possible clues that might lead back to them. The decision was surprisingly cruel and resolute. Everything was probably planned before the man was sent into Chenji's haunted house. Now that eyeball had shattered, the man had lost all his backup. His support had been cut off. Cold sweat kept pouring out from his forehead. What do I do now? Surrounded by multiple baleful specters and red specters, he was not used to this kind of special treatment. Since the eyeball had abandoned the man, all he could do was find a way to save himself. Fighting Chenji head-on was a way to death because he knew Chenji was being protected by a demon god, so the only chance of survival that he had was his identity as a normal visitor. Many witnesses had seen him walk into the haunted house. The image was captured by the cameras, and the other visitors of the same group all knew of his presence. If he suddenly disappeared without a trace, the other visitors would notice. All he could bet on now was that Chenji did not dare commit a murder directly inside his haunted house. He had transformed part of his consciousness inside the curse and hidden it deep inside his brain. This way, even if Chenji had another specter take over his body, he still had a chance of survival. These things were taught to him by the cursed hospital, but it was a Hail Mary solution. It was something that he would not use until he was sure there was no other solution. Boss Chen, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly call over so many employees to come after me and my girlfriend? Have we done something to anger you? The man pulled out the phone from his pocket and switched on the video recording function. He aimed the camera at the man and Ghost around him. I will have video evidence if you dare lay a finger on us. The man was entering the haunted house as a normal visitor. He had no idea how he was exposed, but the only thing he could do now was continue to act in his role as a normal visitor. He could only hope that Chenji merely suspected him, but did not have any actual evidence that he was a spy sent over by the cursed hospital. If it was only a suspicion, no sane person would go so far as to kill someone to protect their business secret, right? Seeing the man raise the camera to take a video of them, Chen Ji smiled even brighter. He really did not expect someone from the cursed hospital to resort to something as ridiculous as this. If I really touch you, do you plan to pretend to get injured? Chen Ji had Tong sneak into the man's phone. After making sure that the man was not connected to the internet and live streaming, Chen Ji's expression softened slightly. I hope that this is only a misunderstanding. Please move out of my way. We do not wish to continue this tour anymore. The man's hand that was holding the camera was shaking. He was trying desperately to keep his composure, but being surrounded by so many baleful specters and red specters, he found that it was almost impossible to do so. You have purchased a ticket, but you've decided to stop the tour just like that, huh? Is it because you think my haunted house is not scary enough? Chen Ji used yin-yang vision to scan the couple up and down. He wished to find more things related to the cursed hospital on them. The man was temporarily stumped. He thought for a long time before he said, "It is because it is too scary that we do not want to continue the tour anymore. Even a ghost thinks that a haunted house is scary." I have no idea what you are talking about at all. What nonsense is that? The man's tone became desperate. He realized that the baleful specters and red specters were slowly approaching, and they had systematically surrounded him and his girlfriend. If you do not let us pass, I will call the police. Sure, go ahead. I will give you the chance to call the police now. Chen Ji wanted to apply as much pressure as he possibly could to see what the cursed hospital would do. But the man had only taken out the video camera to take evidence and now threatened to call the police on him. These actions had made Chen Ji quite speechless. A ghost that was cruel and heartless that had hurt who knew how many people was now playing the victim. That was truly a joke. Cold sweat slid down the man's forehead and his eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth. In the end, his finger moved swiftly on the screen and he called the emergency number. You really made the call. The dial tone only rang twice before it was picked up. Before the person on the other line could say anything, the man shouted, Sir, hurry to New Century Park's haunted house in western Jiujiang. I am being held against my will by the haunted house's boss. He is physically threatening his visitors inside his haunted house. This man is a veritable villain. He completely ignores the authority of the police and he is proud about it. My name is Cha Wen. You must come and save me. Please remember that my name is Cha Wen. The man listed the crime scenes and the culprit within a few sentences. He even repeated his name multiple times, probably hoping that would put a stop to Chen Ji's dark intentions. This time, not just Chen Ji, but even the surrounding baleful specters and red specters' expression had turned confused. They all stared at this man who called himself Cha Wen. I have already called the police. The police will be here in a minute. If you let me go now, we will call this even, but if you insist on continuing with this bullying, there will be hell to pay. I will have the police shut this place down. Don't you regret it then? The man waved the phone in his hand like it was some kind of protective talisman. At the same time, he did not forget to guard the girlfriend behind him. After all, he was playing the role of a loving boyfriend. He had to make the acting convincing. Are you sure you have dialed the correct number? Chen Ji's chilling voice drifted into the man's ears. How could I get just 3 digits wrong? The man was about to argue back when he realized that something was wrong. There was no reply at all from the other side of the line. Hello, hello, hello. Several seconds later, a child's young voice came from the phone. I am sorry, the number that you are calling is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry. Hearing the child's voice, an epiphany instantly struck the man. He quickly dropped the phone from his hand. The phone landed with a thud on the ground. The boy's voice was still coming out from it. Looks like you are nothing more than a chess piece who has already been sacrificed. You are not that valuable to the hospital. Chen Ji waved his hand and had the red specters around him move together to apprehend both Cha Wen and his girlfriend. He then sent Zhang Yi right into their bodies. With Zhang Yi's help, many things that would require much persuasion and energy to complete could be done with a much easier method. Several minutes later, Zhang Yi crawled out from the man's head. He had brought some very important information for Chen Ji. This man and woman were truly a couple from Xinhai. The man's name was Cha Wen and the woman's name was Hua Meimei. They were common citizens. There was nothing wrong about them, but due to some unknown reason, Cha Wen was possessed by patient 101 from the cursed hospital. Patient 101 was being told to do these things by his attending doctor. Zhang Yi looked through the memory of patient 101, and he realized that this patient had a very deep understanding of the cursed hospital. He had stayed at that hospital for almost 20 years. To protect himself from being sacrificed or eaten by others, one could say that the man had no bottom line. The patient knew many hidden secrets at the hospital, and he was smart enough to use that knowledge as protection for himself. Many other patients and doctors were related to him. Patient 101 was a veritable treasure trove for Chen Ji, but unfortunately, someone had already tampered with patient 101's memory. When the eyeball in his palm exploded, the memory of patient 101 had started to disperse at a rapid pace. The man himself probably did not realize it. Before the cursed hospital sent patient 101 over to Chen Ji's haunted house, they had already prepared to abandon him. That was why they had set up so many things. Even though he only got pieces of the patient's memory, it was already quite valuable for Chen Ji. The hospital was far scarier than he expected. Patient 101 had stayed at the hospital for 2 decades already, so the hospital itself might have existed much longer than that. No one knew when the hospital was first built, and no one knew what it began as. Too much time had passed since then. Patient 101 only remembered at the time the hospital director wanted to build a place without pain and despair. He treated the doctors and the patients as family, but one day the hospital director changed. He tore off the faces of his own children and gave them the name non-smilers. He then proceeded to trap his other family members behind the door and made all those who had comments about his ideology into medicine. Chapter 11:27, The Birth of an Actor 2 in 1. Chapter 11:27, The Birth of an Actor 2 in 1. Before the memory of patient 101 was wiped away, Zhang Yi still managed to scour some things. For example, the workers at the cursed hospital could be delineated as day shift doctors and night shift doctors. The day shift doctors were people who were not normal, while the night shift doctors were ghosts that treated the patients. The cursed hospital had a lot of day shift doctors, but only 10 night shift doctors. This number had not changed in a very long time, until a few days ago. The most experienced night shift doctor had disappeared in Jiujiang. According to rumors, that specific doctor had accompanied the hospital director when he came to Jiujiang 20 years ago. He was one of the hospital director's most trusted confidants. To investigate the reason behind that doctor's disappearance, the cursed hospital had stopped at nothing. They had infiltrated Jiujiang through many different methods. Most of the people from the cursed hospital who had been spotted in Jiujiang were there to search for the missing night shift doctor. But there was also a very small portion of patients who had unique powers who were given other missions, like this patient 101. His unique power was his ability to keep his presence hidden. Even a red specter would not be able to tell that he had taken possession of a normal person. Other than that, he could tell whether a person was lying or not based on that person's presence, and through the same presence, he could triangulate the target's location. In other words, he was a walking lie detector and GPS tracker. Due to his unique power, he was given this heavy task by his attending doctor. The doctor had him disguise as a visitor to come visit Chen Ji's haunted house and infiltrate the deepest part of the haunted house to see the real situation in Chen Ji's haunted house. Actually, the cursed hospital was already as careful as they could be. This could be seen from the steps that they had taken just in case things went wrong. The moment the eyeball exploded, all of patient 101's memories had started to silently disappear. If not for the fact that Chen Ji possessed Zhang Yi, this half-red specter who could read and delete people's memories, he probably would not have gotten any information related to the cursed hospital. Overall, it is not a complete loss. Even though patient 101 has collected some information for the hospital, he has also exposed the information about the cursed hospital to me. It is an even trade. Chen Ji was about to have his employee yank patient 101 out of Cha Wen's body when Zhang Yi revealed yet another important nugget of information to Chen Ji. The patient's garb and the items that he carried with him when he left the cursed hospital were hidden at Cha Wen's rented apartment in Jiujiang. He had a feeling those things would perhaps be helpful to Chen Ji. The moment, Chen Ji could not draw himself away from the haunted house. He was worried that the cursed hospital might send other people after him, so he had to stay guard at the haunted house. Otherwise, if the red specters really got into a battle with those people, things would only get worse. At the end of the day, he was running a business. He was not going to risk his visitors' lives. He could not leave the haunted house, but it did not mean that he could waste any time in going to get those items. That was because the cursed hospital might react right after patient 101 was exposed, and they would send their own people to retrieve those items. After some brief contemplation, Chen Ji had Zhang Yi give the address of the apartment to buy Keolin, and then Chen Ji had the latter go to the apartment immediately to grab the items left behind by patient 101. Initially, Chen Ji wanted to send Men Nan on this mission, but he failed to find the boy in the scenario. Therefore, due to the time constraint, he had to leave the mission to all buy. With the items from patient 101, and parts of the memories that Zhang Ye managed to coax out from patient 101. Perhaps I could try to remake a new patient 101. Chen Ji's eyes were shining. The cursed hospital prioritized the deletion of the memories that were related to the cursed hospital first, while the everyday habits and little details of patient 101's life were wiped out at the end. By then, Chen Ji had already had a full understanding of patient 101's personality. All the patients at the cursed hospital were only given a number and no name. In other words, this patient 101 could be called Zhang San or even Li Si. Hell, he can even be called Sun Xiaojun. It would be very hard for Sun Xiaojun to take over the role of patient 101 perfectly. First, he had to have superb acting skills and extremely powerful mental acuity. Furthermore, there would not be a script to follow, so he would need to have the ability to react to the changes around him as well. These were skills that Sun Xiaojun did not possess. But coincidentally enough, these were the skills that Chen Ji and the other haunted house actors specialized in. Looks like I will need to give Sun Xiaojun some intense training and try my best to turn this coal into diamond as fast as I can. Chen Ji had great expectations of Sun Xiaojun. After all, Sun Xiaojun was someone who was given approval by both the Black Phone and the Ghost Fetus. Chen Ji himself had also experienced how uniquely talented Sun Xiaojun was. As long as he was placed at the right place, Sun Xiaojun could unleash an effect even larger than a red specter. The memory of the original patient 101 was fading. Chen Ji did not plan to kill him. He temporarily removed him from Cha Wen's body, and then trapped him for now. The rest of you should take Cha Wen and his girlfriend to the red high heels. Tell her to remove the curses that are still inside their bodies. Seeing Cha Wen and his girlfriend as they were carried away, Chen Ji also sighed with lamentation. With just a small payment of 40 RMB, you will be able to be granted the service of a top red specter to have the curse taken out of your body. If that is not a steal, I do not know what is. After Cha Wen and his girlfriend left, Chen Ji immediately resumed his project of finding Sun Xiaojun. All Zhou, Duan Yue, and the other experienced employees followed closely behind him. The professional team had now officially taken over the game. What? Did you guys hear any voices? Zio-sun, who was surrounded in the group of visitors, suddenly turned back to look. There appeared to be a cry for help that came from the darkest part of the black fog. Stop trying to distract us. A moment after Ma Feng warned him, Shang Guan Qinghong pulled lightly on his shirt. CEO Ma, I do not think he was lying. I heard someone cry for help as well. It appeared to come from behind us. After Shang Guan Qinghong said that, the group of visitors realized that something had happened. They turned back to look and realized that 2 more people had disappeared from their entourage. When did the couple disappear? Now Ma Feng was really panicking. Minus the 3 people from Jiujiang Medical University, their group of 12 only had 4 people left. When the others disappeared and how they disappeared, the survivors had no idea at all. We have been keeping our eyes on Sun Xiaojun so much that we forgot to check behind us. Is it possible that the haunted house employees used that opportunity to come after the 2 of them? Shang Guan Qinghong tried to analyze their situation. Ever since he entered this place, he had gotten a very bad feeling about this place. As his teammates started to be plucked off one after another, that bad feeling was slowly turning into reality. The method of disappearance of the couple is different from how Fu Bol and Wei Keiachao disappeared, Sister Snake said with a darkened face. The people that disappeared earlier, be it Liang and Liang San or Fu Bol and Wei Keiachao, they disappeared after they had left our line of sight. But that couple appears to have disappeared into thin air while they should have been steps away from us. It is incredibly difficult to make 2 living adults disappear without a trace at such a close distance to the other visitors, unless of course they chose to voluntarily leave on their own. What do you mean by that? I suspect the couple from Xinhai are actually actors hired by the haunted house. Sister Snake tried to rake her memory and said, Do you still remember this detail that was mentioned in the files of information regarding this haunted house? There was a couple that died horribly inside this place, and their souls are still wandering around the various scenarios inside the haunted house and have been refusing to leave. But according to my memory, the surname of the male victim is Zhou, and he is slightly older. When we entered the scenario, I purposely sneaked a look at the disclaimer forms of that couple from Xinhai. Neither of them have the surname Zhou. The disclaimer forms are meant for the visitors. It could be tempered with by the actors. As an actor at this place, they could fill in any information that they want. Who can tell if they have used a fake name or not? Sister Snake managed to keep a cool head. This went to show how mentally stable this woman was. Then what about Sun Xiaojun? What should we do about him? Now that there are only 4 of us left, of course it is best that we do not stray from each other. Sister Snake stared at Sun Ziogen for a very long time. Her scrutiny caused Sun Ziogen to wilt under it. What we need to do next is find the people from Jiujiang Medical University and try to meet up with them as soon as possible. But didn't Fu Bol say that they are quite possibly actors hired by the haunted house? After they departed, people have continued to go missing in our group, so the people from the university probably have nothing to do with their disappearance. Furthermore, think back to the words that the forensic students and doctor have been trying to tell us from the very beginning. Their intention was to unite the group, but they were sorely misunderstood by Fu Bol and Wei Keiacha. Sister Snake finally got it now, but it was already too late. If we still wish to clear this scenario, we can only make this bet. If the forensic students are actual visitors, then we still have a chance of clearing this scenario. But if they are also actors hired by the haunted house, there is nothing else we can do but to surrender to our fate. When the 9 people entered Chen Ji's haunted house earlier, their pride had practically been palpable, but 20 minutes later, the most prideful among them had already been taken care of. We have not stumbled across any scare points, but the visitors have disappeared one after another. Are we messing around in a haunted house, or is the haunted house messing with us? Ma Feng's brows were tightly knitted together. Ever since the black fog rolled into the street, his brows had not relaxed even an inch. A 4-star scenario is literally the most difficult scenario at this haunted house. Being messed with by it is totally normal. Sister Snake appeared to have accepted their hapless situation. Since we are already in this unfortunate state, there is no point complaining. It is meaningless. Earlier, when I was thinking back to what the forensic students said at the beginning of the game, I realized something very important. What did you discover? Is it related to the exit? Shangguan Qinghong immediately sidled over to her. The student called He-san compared this black fog to poisonous fog in games, and staying in the black fog for too long will cause bad things to happen. Now think about it. The first team to disappear, Liang and Liang San's group, was the first to encounter the black fog. The couple that was originally behind us and the disappearance of Fu Bol and Wei Keiacha probably had to do with the fact that they stayed in the black fog for too long as well. Sister Snake was coming up with her analysis with the little clues that they had. The black fog represents literal misfortune. If we do not wish to end up in the same fate as them, we'd better stay away from the black fog. Then let's not waste time and hurry on to the next scenario, Shangguan Qinghong urged desperately. The black fog is continuing to spread. In the end, the whole scenario will be covered by the fog. There is no escape. Now the only way that we know to proceed in this scenario is to search for the hidden pathways. Liang Liang San, and the woman disappeared in the first building, so they must have found the hidden pathway, but the pathway could only be used one time. Therefore, we need to find a new pathway, Sister Snake sighed. The black fog is just the first challenge. Perhaps the real game will only begin after we enter the hidden pathway. The difficulty of this haunted house is indeed over the top. It is definitely not for normal visitors. Stop grumbling. We should start departing to go look for the hidden pathways and the medical university students now. Ma Feng glanced at Sun Ziogen, who was standing to the side with a blank expression on his face. You should come with us as well. Oh, okay. The remaining 4 visitors hurried to leave the cafeteria because this place was slowly being enveloped by the black fog as well. Thus, they decided to skip exploring the cafeteria and hurried down the street. One had to admit that due to various reasons, these few visitors had made the best decision. Not long after they departed, the cafeteria entrance slammed open with Wei Keiacha and Fu Bol being tossed out and landing on the ground unconscious. Behind them trailed a woman in a red raincoat, a boy in a red shirt, and a fatty wearing a red school uniform and a chef's hat walking out from the cafeteria. The 3 people were harboring a pot of fire in their hearts as they rushed toward the surviving visitors. After about half a minute, Chen Ji and the other experienced employees arrived at the scene. They sent a few people to carry Wei Keiacha and Fu Bol to the underground morgue, while the others chased after the 3 enraged red specters. The black fog was spreading at an incredibly fast rate. To prevent themselves from being consumed by the black fog, the visitors had decided to skip a few scenarios that they encountered along the way and came to the end of the voiceless small town. At the end of the dim street, to the left was a maternal and childcare center that was half buried underground, while an apartment building that was painted fully back was on the right. These 2 sub-scenarios were respectively the scariest building in the world behind Wu Sheng's door and the scariest building behind Ying Tong's door. In comparison to these 2 buildings, the soundless home could only be considered a beginner's tutorial. Which one should we choose? Quick, We need to come up with a decision before the black fog rolls over. Ma Feng turned to look at Shang Guan Qing Hong and Sister Snake. The two could not come to a decision either. Normally, hospitals are places with the most intense yin energy. We'd better pick the apartment building on the right. The three of them soon reached a consensus, and they had Sun Zioajin lead the way. You guys want to reconsider this? We still have something. Zio-sun knew the place that they were heading toward was actually the sub-scenario called the Spire of Darkness. This sub-scenario was very unique. Just like how the soundless home could absorb sound, the Spire of Darkness could absorb light. Once they entered it, they would slowly lose their power of sight, and they would experience despair in the deepest depths of darkness. Even Chen Ji had almost died in this scenario, much less these hapless visitors. It was because he knew this sub-scenario was more dangerous, that the kind and careful boss Chen had purposely filled the Spire of Darkness with an exorbitant number of lingering spirits and baleful specters to protect the safety of the visitors. Most of the baleful specters and lingering spirits that he had obtained during his ghost fetus mission were placed in the Spire of Darkness. That way, even after the visitors lost their sight and could not see anything, they would not trip and fall, accidentally injuring themselves. When they sank into darkness, every visitor would have several lingering spirits following closely behind them. This was your choice. It has nothing to do with me at all. Sun Zioajin grumbled under his breath and was the first to enter the Spire of Darkness sub-scenario. The dark corridor appeared to have no ending. A strange, moldy substance came off from the corners of the walls, and occasionally one could even hear the calls of cats. The voice-activated lights above them flickered on and off, and the entrance behind them blurred out of view. Did you guys notice that the light inside this building is slowly weakening? Sister Snake looked at the light that came out from her own telephone screen, and she noticed something weird about it. Perhaps it is your mind playing tricks on you. Stop wasting time on that. We need to hurry to find the hidden pathways. Ma Feng and Shang Guan Qing Hong opened all the doors that they passed. They put their entire focus into the search for the hidden pathways, such that they did not notice that the calls of the cat beside their ears were getting louder and louder, as if warning them that something extremely dangerous was approaching them. The iron door that led to the staircase was locked without anyone noticing. The voice-controlled lights in the corridor flickered a few times before they suddenly went off completely. Chapter 11:28, Little Game in the Dark 2-in-1. The voice-activated lights went out, and the whole building was plunged into darkness. When Ma Feng walked out from the room with his own phone, he was given quite a fright. He stomped his feet and cried out, but the voice-activated lights above them in the corridor did not light up again. Raising his phone, he aimed the flashlight on his phone at the locations where the lights should be, and he noticed the light that came out from the screen of his phone was slowly turning dark. What is going on here? A figure was approaching him in the dark. Ma Feng lowered his voice and turned back to ask, Sister Snake. No, it is me, Sun Zioajin. The familiar voice rang out beside him, but the appearance of his teammate did not give Ma Feng any sense of safety or consolation. If anything, it only made him even more agitated. Did you notice that the light from your phone is gradually getting dimmer and dimmer as well? Ma Feng reached out one hand to lean against the wall. The darkness amplified the anxiety that he was trying desperately to hide. So that has been happening to your phone as well. The screen is getting dimmer and dimmer too. Looks like there is something wrong with our sight. That spooked me for a second. I thought something has gone wrong with my phone and I would have to go and buy a new one. After hearing what Sun Zioajin had to say, Ma Feng's brows creased even deeper. Among this group of visitors, none appeared normal. Using his own memory, he held his phone and swiped the light around him to look for the figures of Shang Guan Qing Hong and Sister Snake. With every turn of the phone, the light from the screen dimmed a degree further. Brother Ma, Shang Guan Qing Hong, I think we'd better leave this scenario as fast as we can. Sister Snake walked out from the room next to him. I really did not dare imagine that someone would make a completely dark scenario inside a haunted house. This has already gone far over the limits for a normal haunted house visitation. It is more like a test for the visitor's threshold of mental and psychological stress. We have all underestimated the haunted house boss' insanity. Sister Snake warned them as she walked back along the way that they came in. She did not wish to stay in that sub-scenario for even a moment longer. But if we abandon our original plan of finding a hidden pathway in this sub-scenario, it means we will have to go to the maternal and childcare center next door. As mentioned earlier, the hospital is the place with the strongest yin energy because it is the location where most people die. After all, the haunted house boss must have his reasons for placing these two scenarios at the end of the street. It probably means that the terror levels of these two sub-scenarios are roughly equal to each other. Shang Guan Qing Hong also exited from the room behind Ma Feng. He appeared to be looking for something earlier. Furthermore, We have already spent some time inside this scenario. When we reach the other scenario, perhaps the black fog will have already arrived at these two places, and the level of difficulty will only increase further. Horror that you can see and horror that you cannot see cannot be compared at all. You guys had better listen to me. Sister Snake showed the side of her that made her the boss of the second most popular haunted house in the country. No matter what Shang Guan Qing Hong said, she had made up her mind that she was going to leave this place. Even though Shang Guan Qing Hong held a different opinion to Sister Snake, at a time like this, he was more willing to lean toward Sister Snake's experience and instinct. After all, she was more experienced than he was. The three led Sun Ziogen and retraced their steps. The lights from the screens of their phones had slowly weakened to a point where it could only light up about 1 to 2 meters ahead of them. After taking a few steps, it was as if the battery of their 3 phones ran out at the same time and the light died without warning. Darkness fell completely. There was not even a trace of light. The bodies of the 3 visitors appeared to be frozen, and they stood fixed where they were. Do not panic. The 4 of us should hold each other's hands. The exit is not far away from here. I know that for sure. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. At that crucial moment, Sister Snake became the linchpin of the group. Actually, since she entered Chen Ji's haunted house, she had not said much. That was because she had been closely observing Chen Ji's haunted house, and the more she observed, the harder her heart palpitated. Be it the method of the tour or the placement of the scare points, Chen Ji's haunted house was immensely unique from the other haunted houses on the market. In other words, he was walking a path that other people could not replicate even if they tried. Sister Snake also understood why Chen Ji's haunted house had gotten so popular online, but the epiphany had arrived a little bit too late. Do not wander about and do not scare yourself. Everyone reach out and hold on to each other. The human psyche will become weakened and more helpless when surrounded by darkness. The 4 of us must not be separated from each other. Sister Snake was very assertive, and she gave her orders directly. I hope everyone can understand that we are only visiting a haunted house. No danger will occur to us. That is guaranteed. So what we need to do now is not scare ourselves. Even though Ma Feng was not used to getting orders from others, in those circumstances, he still obediently did what he was told. He reached out as Sister Snake had ordered and grabbed the wrist of the person next to him. We have to get used to the darkness. Because our sense of sight has been deprived, the other senses will be heightened in its place. The haunted house's boss might use other methods that are not common on the market to scare us, like the use of voices or touch. Sister Snake had already grabbed the hands of the people next to her. Who is on my left? It is me. Shang Guan Qing Hong's hand was slick with cold sweat. He was rather embarrassed by it, but Sister Snake was not someone who would mind something like that. So who is on my right? That would be me, Sun Ziogen answered softly. The 4 confirmed their locations like that. They stood in a single file. Sun Ziogen was at the far right of the line, and Ma Feng was on the far left. We should stay closer together and walk out of this place in this formation. When we arrived at this place, I purposely looked around the place. The boss probably worried that the visitors might trip and accidentally injure themselves, so the corridors are relatively clean. At least that is something that we do not need to worry about. We only need to firm up our courage and walk forward toward the exit. The few visitors listened to Sister Snake's orders and started to head toward the exit, but they only walked for a few steps when something scary happened. Did you guys hear that shrill calling of what sounds like a cat? The sound appears to have been there since we entered this place, but now it appears to be getting closer and closer to us. The moment Shang Guan Qing Hong said that, he suddenly felt something brush against his feet. The brush of silken hair caused goosebumps to appear all over his body. His body instantly froze to the ground. Someone just touched my leg. The 4 of them were holding each other's hands, so if one of them stopped, the rest of them had to stop as well. Are you sure it was a person? Perhaps you accidentally kicked something. It felt like human hair. It was real. I swear to you. Surrounded by darkness, Shang Guan Qing Hong did not know what had brushed against him at all. Based on the feeling that came from his leg, many scary images instantly started to fill up his mind. Do not stop moving. We need to keep on pushing forward. The exit is not far now. Sister Snake yanked Shang Guan Qing Hong along by his arm. It was just a brush of your leg, so why are you so scared? And stop the senseless screaming. Compared to Sister Snake, Shang Guan Qing Hong was like a newly married daughter-in-law who was being lectured by her new mother-in-law. Even though he felt so wronged, he was not going to pick this moment to argue with Sister Snake because, deep down, he knew that Sister Snake was right. The sound of the cat's calling was getting louder and louder in their ears. Beneath the cat's calls, there were other sounds mixed in, like the sound of the doors creaking open and the sound of someone's nails trailing past the metallic stair banisters. I feel like this cat's call is urging us to run. Perhaps we are currently surrounded by several cats at this moment. Son Zyogen had started his habit of running headfirst into an analysis at the wrong moment. This is the first time I have heard of a haunted house employ cats as actors. Sister Snake shook her head. She could not see anything in the dark. The meowing of the cats was probably recorded before the scenario was released to the public. There are at least 10 surround sound speakers installed in this scenario, and the reason for their placement is to play the seemingly approaching shrieks of the cats to apply pressure to the visitors, creating the illusion that something dangerous is slowly approaching the visitors. The thing that brushed up against Shang Guan Qinghong earlier was probably fake cat fur. The intention behind the boss design is to increase the sense of authenticity. After losing the sense of sight, the world will appear less real, and we visitors can be more easily misled. So at this moment, we need to be as calm as possible. Even though the 4 of them kept telling themselves to calm down, in reality, they had been making very slow progress. In comparison, one could realize how courageous and uneasy it was for Chen Ji when the man challenged the real door himself. How come we have not reached the exit yet? I remember the exit is not that far away from where we were. Shang Guan Qinghong's legs were shaking. At his age, he could not suffer too many surprises anymore. Currently, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he was close to his breaking point. In the darkness, we will slowly lose our sense of distance, time, and direction. All we can do now is firm our resolve and make sure that it is not shaken as we continue our way forward. That is the only thing that we need to do. Sister Snake kept encouraging the others, but in reality, she was also repeating these same encouragements to herself. The refusal for the exit to appear slowly wore down the visitors' hope. Despair began to corrupt the visitors' hearts. The visitors became more and more fragile, and right at that moment, the extremely shrill wail of a cat rang out between the shoulders of Shang Guan Qinghong and Sister Snake. It was like the cat had used the last moment of its life to scream as loud as it could to warn the rest of them before it was dragged away and slaughtered in the worst way possible. The sudden scream caused Shang Guan Qinghong, who was already on the verge of a mental breakdown, to jump up from fear. He screamed along with the cat's wail, and then his body instinct kicked in, and he let go of his teammates' hands so that he could use his hands to cover his own ears. Do not let go of your partner's hands. Sister Snake was given quite a scare as well, but she swiftly collected herself. Then she turned to yell at Shang Guan Qinghong. It felt like the cat died on my shoulder. Shang Guan Qinghong took a deep breath. He waved both of his arms around before he found the arms of the people next to him in the darkness. Stop with the unnecessary commentary. Quick, grab our hands and stay in the arrangement of the group. We need to keep moving forward. Sister Snake's voice was laced by anger, but her fury was more of a way to hide the fear in her heart. But I've already grabbed onto your hand. Once Shang Guan Qinghong said that, everyone was startled, and then an indescribable horror started to envelope every single one of them. You have already grabbed onto my hand. Sister Snake raised her hand right before her eyes. Then she suddenly whipped her body around, but she could not see anything. Be careful, there is a haunted house worker standing next to us. At that moment, the person who was caught in the most difficult position was Shang Guan Qinghong. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. He did not know whether it was correct to let go of the hand or not, and the question that was on his mind, the million-dollar question, was whose hand he was holding. With his Adam's apple trembling, Shang Guan Qinghong asked softly, What should I do now? The air around them seemed to freeze. None of the 4 visitors dared to speak. In the end, it was Sister Snake who was the first to recover. We keep moving forward. Now, only by moving forward did they have a hope of leaving this place. Once they had lost their direction, it would really be all over. You mean you wish for me to hold onto this arm whose owner we do not know and continue to walk like this to the exit? Shang Guan Qinghong's heart was about to jump out from his chest. He could the chills coming from the palm that he was holding. It was not the arm of a living human. It felt more like a frozen piece of meat sold at the supermarket that happened to have the shape of a human arm. That is the only thing we can do now. Just have some patience. You can do it. Ma Feng also opened his mouth to console the man. He had his hand on the wall and slowly nudged his feet forward. The darkness made us lose our sight, but even if we cannot see anything, the location of the exit will not change. So as long as we ensure that we do not get disrupted by external disturbances, we will eventually get out of this place. Once Ma Feng said that, the fingertips that he had been using to trace the wall felt a sudden chill. It felt like he had touched a piece of ice that was embedded into the wall. He bent his fingers and traced the part that was protruding out of the wall. This arc and this sense of touch, it feels like a nose and a mouth. There was a frozen face on the wall. His fingers bounced back like they were shocked by electricity. Ma Feng subconsciously darted away from the wall and sidestepped the unknown horror, but the corridor was only so wide. This meant that he immediately bumped into Shang Guan Qing Hong. At that moment, Shang Guan Qing Hong was like a string pulled taut. He was holding onto a ghost's hand inside a completely dark haunted house. His current fear level needed no description. He trained all his focus on that hand. The slightest movement would cause the man to crumble, much less being suddenly bumped into by Ma Feng. These two men whose combined age added up to more than 80 screamed at the top of their lungs. The sound of tumbling echoed in the darkness. It did not sound like 4 people were walking in a line. It sounded more like 4 blind people were surrounded by a group of people. Among the pushing and jostling, Sister Snake was knocked to the ground. Her heart tightened with apprehension and fear. Sitting on the ground, her hands gripped her clothes tightly as she tried desperately to confirm their location and the direction that they were supposed to be heading in. She did not mind the argument. She did not even care about the fact that a ghost was among them. As long as they knew the correct direction to the exit, they would eventually leave this place. But after the series of knocking around, Sister Snake's only hope was vanquished. Sitting on the ground, she felt like the exit could be on her left, but a moment later, she felt like the exit was actually on her right. It really is all over now. Ma Feng and Shang Guan Qing Hong were also panicking. They were screaming Sister Snake's name loudly, and they reached out to search about them in the dark. "Sister Snake, is that you?" Shang Guan Qing Hong had long released the hand he was holding. He did not dare move too brashly lest he bumped into the possible haunted house workers who might be standing next to him. Hearing Shang Guan Qing Hong's question, Sister Snake could not even bring herself to answer. All she wanted to do now was curl up in the corner and slowly melt into the darkness alone. "There is no light around us at all. We cannot see anything. Theoretically speaking, the haunted house workers should not be able to see anything either. Is it possible that they have night vision goggles on?" At the end of the day, Ma Feng had experienced many big events in his life. Even though he was caught by surprise, he tried his best to use his knowledge to try to find a solution. If we can grab the googles from the haunted house actors, this scenario will be a breeze for us to solve. "Brother Ma, is it really moral to swipe other people's equipment during a haunted house tour?" Sun Xiaojin's flat voice drifted from not far ahead of them. "Of course, when the boss of this haunted house came to our theme park, who knows how many things he stole from us?" Speaking of the past, Ma Feng gritted his teeth in anger, and that diminished quite a lot of the fear that surrounded his heart. "The 4 of us mustn't separate from each other. Come over here and hold my hand." Ma Feng reached out toward Shang Guan Qing Hong and Sister Snake. Moments later, 2 chilly hands grabbed Ma Feng's wrists. Before he could react, there was another cat scream. All the doors in the building were slammed open. Ma Feng felt a powerful force pulling on both of his arms, and before he could resist, he was forcibly dragged behind one of the open doors. "Arg! Brother Ma, Brother Ma!" Shang Guan Qing Hong immediately shouted in the direction that Ma Feng's scream came from. He turned to search at the position where Ma Feng was standing earlier. His fingertip touched some soft skin and something that was sticky like blood. "Brother Ma." His hands reached out horizontally, and Shang Guan Qing Hong realized with a shock that a monster that was impossibly large was standing before him. He did not dare speak anymore. His fingers were shaking. He silently moved one of his hands to under his nose, and he got a whiff of a strong blood smell. "Who is this?" Chapter 11:29, Face-to-Face Encounter 2-in-1. Chapter 11:29, Face-to-Face Encounter 2-in-1. His legs could not stop shaking. Shang Guan Qing Hong knew that the person covered in blood before him was definitely not Ma Feng. It was a monster whose body was much larger than a common person's. As the smell of blood intensified, his body instinctually started to retreat. When the level of mental pressure that he could suffer reached its limit, he screamed at the top of his lungs for Sister Snake to run before he turned around and raced away as fast as he could. At the same time, someone pulled on Sister Snake's arm. Since Shang Guan Qing Hong had just screamed her name, she made the natural connection that it should be Shang Guan Qing Hong who had dragged her to escape together in the darkness. In the darkness, she could not see anything. Sister Snake could only hear the continuous sound of heavy breathing and loud footsteps coming from Shang Guan Qing Hong. She did not have the time to think over the whole situation before she was dragged up from the ground and was half pulled and half shoved, stumbling through the corridor in an unknown direction into the darkness. "Hey, do not just run in any direction. We need to calm down and confirm our location first." Sister Snake also wanted to remind Shang Guan Qing Hong that they still had other teammates that were left behind, but Shang Guan Qing Hong was already scared out of his wits. When a person lost the protection of light, their heart would become extremely fragile, and the sting of fear would be greatly amplified. Shang Guan Qinghong half-crawled and half-rolled down the corridor. Curiously, whenever he was about to ram into the wall or trip on something, a pair of hands appeared to block before him to prevent him from getting injured. Normally, one would easily come to the conclusion that there was someone trying to protect him in the dark, but the current Shang Guan Qinghong did not have the capacity to think anymore. He stumbled into the darkness, and suddenly, a pair of hands materialized out of thin air to try to stop him. The man who did not know the truth only got even more frightened. All he did was change direction and continued to run even faster. Shang Guan Qinghong did not dare to even stop for a moment. It was as if he had told himself, as long as he could run fast enough, the ghosts would not be able to catch up to him. After being blocked, or rather protected, more than 10 times, Shang Guan Qinghong finally felt his hands grab the banister of the staircase, and he stopped moving. There is a staircase in such a dark place? Shang Guan Qinghong did not dare imagine what would have happened if he accidentally tripped on the steps in the darkness. His heart was in total panic mode. His trembling fingertips holding the banister, Shang Guan Qinghong did an action that no one would have imagined the man could have done. He sat down on the ground, reached out with both of his hands, used one hand to grab hold of the edges of the steps, and slid down the steps one by one. The boss of the largest haunted house in Xinhai, Shang Guan Qinghong, who had seen so many big and small incidents in his life, had resorted to this kind of method to move down the stairs. At that moment, even the hands that had been helping him, protecting him, had stopped appearing. When Sister Snake heard the strange noise, which was Shang Guan Qinghong using his butt to shuffle down the steps, she raised her voice to ask, "Shang Guan Qinghong, what are you doing?" "I am going down the stairs." In such a dark environment, going deeper into the building was definitely not a wise choice. Sister Snake was very against this idea, but she had no better one to counter it. Therefore, she grabbed the banister, half-squatted down, and started to nudge downward. During the whole process, someone was kind enough to keep a hold of her arm. Her teammate had been protecting her to stop her from falling. Sister Snake was very slow moving down the stairs. She could not be blamed because she needed to be extra careful due to the sudden loss of her sense of sight. But throughout the whole process, the hand was firmly holding her. "Thank you so much, Qinghong. I had no idea you were such a caring person." Sister Snake was slightly younger than Shang Guan Qinghong. At the beginning, she had a very low opinion of this boss of the haunted house from Xinhai, but who knew, at the most dangerous moment, Shang Guan Qinghong would not abandon her and run away on his own, but stay at her side to protect her and guide her by every single step. That honestly had touched her heart and changed her opinion of the man. "What are you talking about? Why would you suddenly say something like that?" Moments later, Shang Guan Qinghong's voice came up from the lower floor. Shang Guan Qinghong was moving faster than Sister Snake. Using his own unique method, he had already shuffled his way down to the next floor. Hearing the direction from where Shang Guan Qinghong's voice came from, Sister Snake's face turned pale almost instantly. She knew then that the hand that had been holding her did not belong to Shang Guan Qinghong. The shaking arm grabbed hold of the hand that had been holding her. The hand was cold, and the chill traveled up Sister Snake's arm and froze her heart. But her hand continued to move downward. She appeared to have touched some kind of fabric. She believed it was the edge of a skirt. The skirt was sticky with what felt like blood, and among the various sensations was something akin to animal fur. Before Sister Snake's hand moved away from the dress, she felt something tingly next to her ear. It was as if someone's hair had brushed past her ears. With a shiver, Sister Snake was about to reach out to touch her own ear when a cold breath blew past her earlobe. "When I first lost my sight, my best girlfriend also accompanied me down the stairs like this. Once upon a time, I really thought she was my best friend in this world." The bitter and eerie voice drilled into Sister Snake's ears, causing her scalp to go numb and her whole body to freeze. "My best friend cooked for me and took care of me. We were the best of friends who shared everything in the world. There was no topic that was off the table. I even wanted to opt out of my relationship to give her a chance with Ah Ming. I thought she was the most caring and most beautiful girl in the world. I regretted accepting Ah Ming's confession when we were at school. I liked Ah Ming, but I knew that she loved Ah Ming. She deserved him more than I did." The woman's voice echoed in Sister Snake's ears sentence by sentence. The voice got closer and closer to her until it felt like someone was leaning on her back and was talking to her with her lips directly placed next to her ear. "Ah Ming eventually left me because I believed he had found another girlfriend. All I had left was my best friend. She was very nice to me. Even though she had moved on from Ah Ming and found a new boyfriend, she was still willing to come over every day to take care of me. I felt so sorry toward her, but she did not mind all the bad things that I had ever done to her. She even said that she was willing to be my eyes. Our relationship became better than before. I shared every feeling that I had with her, and we even recorded everything that we did inside the diary. We had taken all kinds of pictures. Every time my best friend would help dress me up, putting me in the most beautiful dress and helping me with the latest makeup trend. She said that I was still the most beautiful girl in the school, just like when we were still studying together. I was so thankful to have met such a good friend. Until that day. The woman's voice was pierced through with spine-chilling coldness. That day she came home very late. She appeared to have taken one too many shots. She used the spare key that I'd given her to open the lock to my room and said that she wanted to take me for a walk. I could smell the alcohol coming off from her, so I advised her to please take a rest. It was not wise to go wandering out in her current state, but she cut me off very rudely. She forced me out of the room, dragging me along with a powerful force. I resisted subconsciously, but who could have known that it would only anger her further? She reached out to grab my hair and pressed down against my body. She told me that she had lost her love that day and warned me not to go against her wishes. That scary tone was completely different from the best friend that I knew. It was like I was dealing with a completely different person. After leaving my house, she forced me to go up the stairs. I was very afraid, but she kept a firm hold on my arm, just like how I am holding you now. Sister Snake felt a powerful grip holding her arm, and her body was gradually being pulled forward. She refused to tell what she intended to do until we reached the rooftop. She suddenly yanked on hair and leaned into my ear and told me many different things that I will never forget. She said that she hated me. She'd hated since we went to school together, and even at that moment, standing on the rooftop, she still hated me. I did not know why she hated me that much until the moment she pushed me down the stairs, until I reopened my eyes and saw myself lying there bleeding out on the stairs, until I saw the diary that recorded our lives together. It was not filled with sweet words as I imagined. Every page was filled to the brim with the repetition of die, 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 go to hell and die, you bitch. The dresses that she put me in was the ugliest I had ever seen, and the makeup that she applied to me was more suitable for a clown. Only then did I realize that we were actually not good friends. I was willing to befriend this girl who was ostracized and ugly because I believed she could compliment and highlight my natural beauty even though I had gone blind. On the other hand, she was willing to stay with me because she was planning to slowly transform me into a monster that would become uglier than her. Sister Snake's face was slowly being lifted. At that moment, Sister Snake's body was pulled taut like a string. She could sense that in the darkness there was a face that was coming close to her own. By the way, I forgot to tell you the most important detail. That day, she said she had lost her love because it was Ah Ming's wedding day, but the bride was neither me nor her. Ha ha ha. The shrill and sorrowful laugh boomed beside her ears. Sister Snake felt that there were many hands grabbing at her, attempting to pull her deeper into the abyss of despair. Do not come any closer. Help me, help me. Enveloped in the world of darkness, she could not see anything. The endless fear around her heightened the darkness in her heart that was even darker than the darkness around her. Sister Snake's pleas for help rang out for several times before she slumped to the ground unconscious. Shang Guan Ching Hong, who was downstairs, had no idea what happened. When he heard Sister Snake call for help the first time, he did not move up the stairs to help her but slid faster down the steps. His jeans were torn from friction and his ass was burning, but he did not mind it at all. His heart was completely dominated by fear. He felt like there were arms and dead people everywhere around him. An unconscious yelp escaped from his lips. Shang Guan Ching Hong had never felt such despair before. He crawled aimlessly in the darkness. He could not see anything light, and he had no idea what was around him. There was no hope and no sense of direction. He could not even tell where the hell he was. Just how big is this place? Let me out. I do not want to play anymore. I give up on my tour. Help me. Let me go. Aura toppled Shang Guan Ching Hong over. He collapsed onto the ground and started to cry, but to intensify his despair, all he could hear was the echo of his own voice. No one showed. There was no flickering light signaling help. It was as if he had been thrown into the depths of the ocean and he was slowly sinking. Shang Guan Ching Hong suddenly felt the air being cut into his throat, and there was a huge pressure on his chest. He sobbed and cried like a baby until his voice was hoarse. Eventually, an arm that was as thin as a wooden stick knocked him out. Normal person would not last longer than 3 minutes in this kind of despairing darkness. How did the boss end up rescuing Ying Tong from his world behind the door? Not only did he not crumble under the pressure of the ever-present darkness, he even managed to successfully evade the pursuit of a merciless killer. In fact, I believe he even swung his hammer once at the killer. Mr. Wood tried his best to keep Shang Guan Ching Hong, who had lost his mind, under control. After he triggered Shang Guan Ching Hong's self-protect mechanism, which was fainting, Mr. Wood faded again into the darkness. Sister Snake and Shang Guan Ching Hong's horrible wails came one after another. Ma Feng leaned behind the door and did not dare even move an inch. Compared to the horror inside this haunted house, the haunted house at the futuristic theme park was indeed like child's play. This kind of authenticity was something that was impossible to replicate even with the latest technology. Should I give up? Gripping his fingers, Ma Feng hesitated. Ma Feng was an extremely prideful person. He was never going to willingly admit that someone was better than him. Brother Ma, we can go out now. The ghosts appear to have left already. Sun Xiaojun's voice appeared beside Ma Feng. When the batch of ghosts came earlier, it was actually Sun Xiaojun who had yanked Ma Feng into the closest room. Xiao-sun, how did you know that there would be ghosts coming? I predicted that through the calling of the cats. I have been wondering why there has been a constant repetition of the cats' calls, and the sound was getting closer and closer. It felt like something or someone was chasing after those cats. Sun Xiaojun used his softest voice to give his own analysis. I get it now, Ma Feng sighed in relief. I really did not expect that all the top haunted house designers that I invited with me would be no better than a normal visitor like yourself. Xiao-sun, perhaps we all misunderstood you earlier. How shall I put this? This haunted house is very scary. It is best that you do not target it in the future anymore. Xiao-sun was a kind-hearted person. He believed that if he could persuade Ma Feng to surrender and drop his grudge against New Century Park's haunted house, without the use of violence, and make Ma Feng realize his own mistake, that would be a good thing for the haunted house because it would mean one less enemy to deal with. Listening from your tone, you appear to be very familiar with this haunted house. Are you really an employee here? Ma Feng kept his head lowered. His eyes were hiding the most venomous look, but his voice was warm and kind. I do not work here, but I like to visit this haunted house, so I am quite familiar with this place. If you promise not to purposely target this haunted house in the future, I can help you find the way out of this place. With regards to clearing this scenario, I can tell you, you can give that up now. That is basically impossible at this stage. Xiao-sun was being very honest. This haunted house is too scary. Even if you gave me the courage of 10 men, I would not return again. The boss of this place is a genius. To be able to expand his haunted house to this state, I, Ma Feng, can do nothing but surrender to his superiority. Even though that was what he said, his eyes belied what his real thought was. Ma Feng knew that with the night vision goggles, the haunted house actors might be able to see his expression in the dark, so he purposely kept his head lowered when he spoke. Okay, then I will try my best to bring you out. You have to stay close to me. About 10 seconds later, Xiao-sun opened the room door. The ghosts have already left. Quick, we'll move by keeping our back to the wall. Once we run into any potential danger, we will hide inside the closest room. The two of them moved down the corridor by keeping close to the corridor. Just as they were about to reach the staircase, the calls of the cats returned. So Sun Xiaojun hurriedly grabbed the panicking Ma Feng and rushed into the room next to them. Once the cats' calls disappeared, the two walked out from the room and entered the staircase. This process was repeated several times until they successfully arrived at the second-floor basement. When the cats returned with their meowing, Sun Xiaojun and Ma Feng were already very experienced. The two of them found the nearest room and went hiding inside it. This scenario appears to be difficult, but once you get the theory behind it, it is very simple. When the cats call, it means that the ghosts are coming. At that time, we only need to go hiding inside the nearest room. A derisive smile appeared on the corner of Ma Feng's lips. Now, we only need to wait for the cats to stop calling, and then we will be safe to leave this place. That is correct, Sun Xiaojun nodded, and those ghosts appear to be barred from entering the interior of these rooms. Bang! When Sun Xiaojun said that, the door before them was being pushed open. In the darkness, the two were startled into inactivity, their bodies frozen. Ma Feng did not even dare to breathe. He slowly squatted down and nudged away from the front door down the wall. He did not tell Xiao-sun what he was doing. He then noticed that there appeared to be another door behind him. He entered it silently, leaving Xiao-sun as bait for the ghost that had just entered the room. His palm felt the presence of a bed and dresser. Ma Feng crawled onto the ground and decided to hide under the bed. The sounds of the cats did not weaken, but instead had gotten more urgent. The ghost appeared to have entered the room. Unable to see anything, Ma Feng did not dare call Sun Xiaojun's name either. He stayed under the bed alone. The cat's calls came closer and closer until it felt like they had followed him into the bedroom and were ringing out right before his face. How come I feel like Xiao-sun was wrong? The cats do not appear to warn us that the ghosts are coming close, but are instead helping the ghosts by exposing our location. Several seconds later, the cat's calls suddenly disappeared. Ma Feng was still lying under the bed. He slowly nudged his body and crawled out from under the bed. Suddenly, something scratched his ear like he had brushed against something. He turned his head around and reached his fingers toward it. He found hair twined around his hand. He touched a cold human face. The person was tied under the bed, and Ma Feng was looking face to face at him. Chapter 11:30, Let Me Faint Please, 2 in 1. Chapter 11:30, Let Me Faint Please, 2 in 1. Ma Feng's trembling hands lightly held that cold face. The strands of hair fell on his eyes and lips. The authenticity of the sense of touch made his heart skip a beat. The blood trickled down the strands of hair and fell on his eyelashes. At that moment, he felt like he was not inside a haunted house, but was in an actual horror story. To escape the murderer, he was forced to hide together with the murderer's victim. The coppery smell of blood permeated the air, and the sound of suppressed breathing could be heard echoing in the quietness around him. Ma Feng had no idea where the killer was. Perhaps the monster covered in fresh blood was just squatting beside him, waiting for him to come out from underneath the bed. Nudging his body with difficulty, Ma Feng slowly moved his hands away from the presumed dead body. He was about to leave this place when suddenly someone yanked off the bed board. This caused the ropes that held the body to loosen, and the dead body that was strapped under the bed fell directly on Ma Feng. The limbs of the dead body were twisted into strange angles, and the blood splashed all over Ma Feng's body. The first close and direct contact with a dead body snapped the rationality of Ma Feng's mind. Ma Feng's first instinct was to crawl out, so he pushed his hands against the floor and tried to get up. In the nervousness of the moment, he forgot that the bedboard had been moved earlier. Once he lifted his head rammed directly into the board of the bed. The loud bang caused the whole bed to tremble. Ma Feng's mind was a blur. Just as he was about to collapse again, he felt someone reach out to steady him. "Brother Ma, are you all right?" Zio's son held the edge of the bed with one hand, and his other hand supported Ma Feng. He had been given a fright earlier as well. Holding his head, Ma Feng's lips were trembling. He was silent for a very long time. The fear that was brought on by the darkness was indescribable. He was unable to see anything, and that caused even everyday things to bring him immense terror. "Should I give up now?" Ma Feng gritted his teeth and then yanked heavily on his hair. He then used his eyes to sweep the darkness around him. "Perhaps that Chen fellow is currently hiding inside the surveillance room watching me. I'm sure he is keeping his eyes on me. Seeing how flustered I am, oh, how hard he must be laughing. He is waiting for me to give up, waiting for me to beg him to bring me out of this place." His fingers curled into a fist. Ma Feng was not satisfied with that thought. "Brother Ma, you can do it. Even though the challenge of this haunted house is a bit difficult, trust me, we still have a chance of escaping from this place." Son Zioajin felt rather sorry looking at the bruise on Ma Feng's head. If he did not go and move the bed board earlier, the dead body would not have fallen on the man. "Brother Ma, please do not give up. Life is like a cup of tea. The first few sips might be bitter, but it won't be bitter forever." "Are you trying to console me?" Ma Feng forced his face to squeeze out a smile. "Don't you worry, I will not be defeated so easily." The two of them supported each other and found their way into the living room by walking along the wall. But before they could even get out from the house, the sound of the cat's shrill calls came from the corridor. "Why is it happening again? What is coming this time?" Ma Feng was sweating bullets. He leaned his back against the wall and swiftly found his way to another bedroom. This time, he pushed the bedroom door open silently and slipped right through it before closing the door behind him. "From the beginning, I should not have trusted anyone. I will be much safer inside the room alone." Ma Feng could not care less about the safety of Zio's son. He squatted behind the door and held his hand over his mouth, waiting silently for the cat's cries to disappear. He waited for a whole minute. Cold sweat slid down Ma Feng's forehead and down the tip of his nose before finally reaching his chin. Not only did the cat's calls did not disappear, they started to appear inside the bedroom he was in, and the shrieks only got louder and more varied, as if more than one cat had snuck into the room with him. "Why, how did they get in?" Ma Feng felt like he was being surrounded by cats, and the cats were being cruelly tortured. Their wails were spine-chilling and harrowing. He wanted to go to the corner of the room to hide, but when he moved his feet, he realized that the feeling underneath his shoes was soft and cushiony. This room appeared to be carpeted. A bad feeling arose in his heart. Ma Feng reached out to touch the carpet underneath his feet. The cat's fur was matted together with blood and formed squares of ghastly evidence of what had happened inside this room. The whole room appeared to be filled with the remains of the cats that had been murdered there. Chills crawled up his spine to the top of his head. Ma Feng brushed his hands madly against his body. He desperately wanted to brush away the cat fur and blood that had stuck to his fingertips. His disgust and annoyance appeared to have instigated the angry spirit of these dead cats further. The resentment gathered inside the room. The cat's furs that were placed under his feet suddenly started to move. Cats that should have been dead appeared to crawl out from the sea of fur. Their eyes blinked in the dark. The wounds that were left on their bodies by their torturer were leaking body. Ma Feng felt his body was slowly sinking as the cats jumped on him. He felt like he was about to be swallowed by the bodies of these dead cats. Save me, help, Zio-san, save me. Endless darkness swallowed him. One dead cat after another leaped onto his body. They pressed heavily against him. He screamed loudly for help. Ma Feng had lost all composure. Every cell inside his body was pleading for mercy. Bang! The room door was pushed open, and a pair of hands dragged Ma Feng out from the pile of cats' bodies. Brother Ma, why did you run into that room on your own? Zio-san asked nervously. The Ma Feng before him was like a completely different person from the Ma Feng that first entered the haunted house. The prideful glow in his eyes had disappeared, and only fear and anxiety were left on his face. Ma Feng spat out the cat's fur inside his mouth. He collapsed to the ground. He waved his arm weakly in the direction where Zio-san's voice came from. I was just searching for a random room to hide in. And you were indeed quite lucky. Zio-san knew the secrets of this room. This house should be the house for Ying Chen and his brother, Ying Tong. The first room that Ma Feng hid in was Ying Chen's bedroom, and the second room that he tried was the room where Ying Chen tortured those poor cats. Now Zio-san did not dare let Ma Feng stay in this place anymore, because the third room that was left unexplored should be Ying Tong's bedroom. That room had some very scary dolls inside it. Brother Ma, how about we leave this place first? This house is not that safe. Zio-san was trying to help Ma Feng out of the kindness of his heart. He was hoping that through his show of kindness, he would be able to ameliorate the relationship between the futuristic theme park and New Century Park. How about, actually never mind, we can just stay here. The higher the pedestal one placed one on, the more devastated one would be when the pedestal was knocked down. This was the first time Ma Feng had felt so helpless and lost in his life. It will be more dangerous if we stay here. Zio-san grabbed Ma Feng by his arm. If we stay in one place, nothing will ever change. Only by continuously moving forward will we have a chance at survival. Inspired by the passion and honesty in Zio-san's words, Ma Feng bit on his lips. He was reminded of his former self who would never throw in the towel. Some strength returned to his body, and Ma Feng slowly crawled up from the ground. You are right. A good sword is formed after being sharpened thousands of times. It might be painful now, but once everything is over, looking back, all of this will be valuable lesson. That's the spirit. Zio-san nodded heavily in agreement. The cat's calls have already stopped. Let's use this opportunity and start moving. The two carefully moved out from the room and slowly moved while keeping close to the wall. That room was too dangerous. I hope we never come back to that place. At the end of the day, Ma Feng was now the head of a theme park. Even though he was not looking the part with cat fur all over his clothes, he managed to quickly adjust his attitude and mind. I also do not wish to come back to this place again. Zio-san and Ma Feng soon arrived at the mouth of the staircase. With one on the right and the other on the left, one holding the stair banister and the other touching the wall, they walked adjacent to each other down the stairs. You need to slow down. I cannot keep up with you. Ma Feng walked very slowly because he was afraid of tripping. However, Zio-san ran very fast as if the darkness had no influence on him at all. The staircase is the most dangerous territory. There are no rooms nearby for us to hide in, so we need to pick up our speed lest we are surrounded by goes. Before Zio-san could even finish his sentence, the cats started meowing on the corridor from the upper floor as if this whole thing had been rehearsed before. Have you been jinxed in your previous life? Ma Feng's mind that had just stabilized itself started to crumble again. He grabbed the banister of the stairs. He did not dare move back up the stairs, but the idea of going further down the stairs scared him as well. He felt alone and helpless and grabbed the banister tightly like it was his last lifeline. We must not stay here. We need to leave as soon as possible. Zio-san helped Ma Feng move down the stairs. He originally was not that desperate, but he soon noticed that it appeared to have started raining inside the building. Sticky blood slid down the roof of the building, and a cloud of despair floated up from the lower floor. Sister Raincoat. If he ran into other ghosts, he would at most be given a fright. But Zio-san had no idea what would happen if they ran into the red raincoat. We need to go now, hurry. Even at that moment, Zio-san was a man of his word. He knew it was very unsafe to leave Ma Feng on the staircase alone, so he wanted to bring Ma Feng with him. But the problem was earlier he was dragging Ma Feng down the stairs with him, but now that he sensed the red raincoat was coming up the stairs, he changed his direction and wanted to drag Ma Feng up the stairs. Unable to see anything, Ma Feng had no idea what Zio-sun was up to at all. He felt his body being turned around. His left leg tripped on his right leg, and he fell onto the stairs and rolled down the steps like a sack of potatoes. "Brother Ma," Zio-sun reached out to shield Ma Feng's head from knocking into the corner of the wall. Seeing that the red raincoat was coming, Zio-sun had no choice but to go into hiding. "Wait for me here." With stars floating before his eyes, Ma Feng lay supine on the stairs. He raised his arm and wanted to surrender when an extremely eerie and cold presence overwhelmed his body. The chill soaked into his bones. Ma Feng found himself unable to speak. His face was green and his arms were shaking greatly on their own. Bloody raindrops fell on his body. Ma Feng felt someone step over him. This one step made him feel like his body was about to splinter into pieces. Cowering inside the cold and dark staircase, surrounded by darkness and unknown ghosts, Ma Feng could feel hot tears stinging his face. He could not control his emotions. The feeling arose from the depth of his heart. "I cannot play this game any longer. It does not matter how embarrassing it will be anymore. I need to leave this place." After that extremely cold presence disappeared, Zio-sun's voice appeared again. "Brother Ma, are you all right?" "I do not think I am all right. There is this thought in my mind. I think I want to—" Ma Feng wanted to give up, but he would not voice that intention out loud and ask Chenji to come help him. The man had always been proud and headstrong. He could not cross the threshold in his mind. "Brother Ma, actually, you have done very well." Zio-sun was able to see the current state that Ma Feng was in. After being subjected to so many heavy mental blows, Ma Feng was still able to communicate normally with him. This was out of Zio-sun's expectations. "I once read in a book that you will be able to see how powerful a person really is at the lowest point in their life. Brother Ma, you are one of the staunchest and strongest people I have ever met." Once Zio-sun gave him such praise, Ma Feng found it even more difficult to voice his intention to give up. He could only nod silently. "Brother Ma, believe me, we can escape from this place. At the end of the day, the worst result is nothing more than failure. Some people are waiting for failure, and some look down on failure, but others still cannot escape from failure even though they have given it their all. In this kind of environment, how we see things is the light within every single one of us. If you allow the failure to knock you down, you have no one but yourself to blame, but you need to understand that only you yourself can prevent yourself from being overwhelmed by the failure. Brother Ma, believe in yourself. I know you can do it." On the staircase, there was no nearby room for them to hide in. This was the most dangerous place, so Zio-sun wanted to bring Ma Feng away from this place as soon as possible. In this cold and dark world, Zio-sun's words of inspiration were like a ray of light that shone into Ma Feng's heart. Ma Feng, who was lying on the ground, was reminded of his younger self. The headstrong personality actually hid the sense of self-doubt in his heart. He needed to find a way to use his own weakness. Only then he would be able to fly further and higher. His finger grabbed the iron banister, and Ma Feng slowly crawled up from the ground. "Defeats is the fee that you have to pay in order to achieve success. This is just a small hurdle in the road. There is nothing to worry about." "Brother Ma, I know you can do it." Zio-sun gave Ma Feng a thumbs up even though he knew that Ma Feng would not be able to see it. "The staircase is not safe. We need to go down to the next floor." They reached the next floor successfully. Ma Feng felt like his soul had reached the state of nirvana. When he stepped on firm ground around, he could feel his heart becoming stronger. "There is no difficulty that can knock me down, and there is no hurdle that I cannot overcome. They will only make me stronger." With a bruise on his head, his mind abuzz, and his body almost shattering, Ma Feng held the wall and limped forward. "These few lower floors should be quite safe." "Shush!" When Ma Feng heard Zio-sun say that, he almost jumped out of his skin. "Whenever you say something like that, something bad happens. Refrain from giving your own opinions anymore. Sometimes you need to learn to keep your thoughts to yourself." "All right, fine. Someone used to tell the exact same thing. Looks like it is really my fault." "Someone used to tell you the exact same thing." "Yes, but now I am the only sole survivor of that incident. Everyone else in that building has died." Zio-sun accidentally let slip the truth. When he realized that, he quickly covered it up with a few dry laughs. "That was just a joke. Don't take it too seriously." Zio-sun's words caused Ma Feng's heart to crawl with anxiety. He silently moved away from Zio-sun. Just as the two separated from each other, the shrill cat's calls appeared in the corridor again. "Not this again?" Whenever Ma Feng heard the meowing of cats, he could feel his legs turning into noodles. He pretended that he was strong, but actually his inner defense had been shattered into pieces. "Don't just stand there. Find a place to hide," Zio-sun urged the Ma Feng. The latter sought aimlessly in the darkness when his arm knocked into something that appeared like a closet. He did not consider why something like a closet would appear in a corridor. He directly opened the door and went hiding inside it before the cat's calls came closer. Closing the door, Ma Feng hugged the brooms and mops that he found inside the closet and held his breath. The shrill cat's calls and heavy footsteps appeared at the same time. They were heading toward Ma Feng. They came closer and closer. Ma Feng gritted his teeth to stop himself screaming. His face was twisted due to extreme nervousness. Please don't come here. Please don't come here. Please don't come here. Perhaps God had heard his prayers because the cat's call slowly moved away. Ma Feng's heart fell back down to his stomach, but just as he was about to let go of the breath he was holding, those strange and heavy footsteps did not disappear with the cat's calls. After they had walked away, they turned back before finally stopping before the closet. The sound of falling footsteps had disappeared. Ma Feng held his pose and did not dare move. After a whole minute, he slowly reached out, intending to push open the closet door, but before he touched the door, he heard a loud bang. The closet door was yanked open, and the chilly winds surged into it, carrying with it the stinging smell of blood. Ma Feng's body lurched back instinctually, causing the back of his head to knock into the wooden board behind him. The mops and brooms clattered noisily to the ground. Ma Feng curled up his body. He felt like a mountain of flesh had stopped before him, and he would be crushed the next second. The pressure made him feel like he was being asphyxiated. The already dark and despairing world started to spin, and his consciousness reached its limit. Is it finally over? At that moment, Ma Feng felt the sweet nectar of salvation. He stopped resisting and peacefully closed his eyes. Brother Ma, Xiao Sun's voice rang beside his ears like a drum. Ma Feng felt someone pinch the top of his lips. He was forced to suck in a reviving breath, and his eyes flew open again. You frightened me. I thought you really fainted. Xiao Sun helped Ma Feng up. Brother Ma, the corridor is not safe. We cannot stay here for too long. Xiao Sun, Brother Sun, can you please put me down? Please, I am begging you. Chapter 11:31. Some friends are only meant to live in your memory 2 in 1. Chapter 11:30. Some friends are only meant to live in your memory 2 in 1. Brother Ma, if you have anything to say, we can go inside this room next door first. It is too dangerous for us to stay outside here at the corridor. Xiao Sun grabbed Ma Feng by his arm and forcibly dragged him to the other end of the corridor. Stop. Let me just think about this first. I believe we better. Ma Feng was dragged weakly away by Xiao Sun. He had lost even the last bit of energy to resist anymore. With his head buzzing and the world spinning, his body aching and his eyes stinging, he was overwhelmed by the desire to curl up in the corner and cry. Brother Ma, there is no need for you to say anything. I can understand you perfectly well, but we have already reached the deepest part of the scenario. This is most likely the last sub-scenario of this haunted house. Do you really want to give up now? Won't that make all of our previous effort and the sacrifice of our other teammates a waste? Xiao Sun held Ma Feng by his collar. God will not deliver us unto a situation that we cannot overcome. Perhaps we are just that one final step away from victory. Ma Feng's lips were pursed together. He looked at the darkness surrounding him numbly. Everything and anything could be hidden inside the darkness. Monsters, ghosts, unknown danger, and of course, the exit. Strength gradually returned to his body. A small flicker of fire returned to Ma Feng's eyes. Those who don't believe in miracles will never create a miracle. The boss of the haunted house probably also thought no one will be able to escape from this place. But think about this. Isn't the purpose of a haunted house for visitors to visit it? Is there a haunted house in this world that really cannot be cleared and escaped from? Xiao Sun's words were filled energy, and they helped give Ma Feng a direction. Gritting his teeth, Ma Feng also thought it was such a waste for him to give up now. He rubbed his buzzing head and slowly opened his lips to say, Xiao Sun, let go of my arm first. I can walk on my own. Using the wall as support, he slowly stood up. Ma Feng gradually sought his way down the corridor. There will be a door at an interval of every 3 meters. We will stick along the wall. The moment we hear the cats, we will enter the nearest room. Once we enter the room, we will shut the door, and one person will block the door with his body while the other searches for the hidden pathway inside the room. We will cooperate closely and utilize the advantage that we have to its maximum potential. Okay, seeing Ma Feng with hope again, Xiao Sun felt tears pricking his eyes. It was so inspirational. In that moment, he was reminded of his living self that would never give up no matter what the world had thrown at him. Xiao Sun, who had always believed he was just a normal character in this world living a normal life, would often read inspiration and self-help books, using the lessons inside to give him the energy to push forward another day. You reap what you sow. Brother Ma, I am sure we will definitely find the way to the exit. Zio Sun and Ma Feng found support in each other. The two continued their difficult journey down the corridor. All the games had their way of solving them. Ma Feng was blessed with a brilliant mind and a gifted talent. Other than the flaw in his personality, he was truly a very capable person. With the aid from Zio Sun, even though he had not gotten used to the darkness, he had still figured out the rhythm to the movement of the ghosts. After being scared 5 more times, he and Zio Sun finally arrived at the bottommost floor of the Spire of Darkness. Along the way, Ma Feng's body gained many new wounds. Other than the pain from his body, his soul was tortured even further by the most cruel and harrowing experience. Whenever Ma Feng was at the edge of losing his consciousness, Zio Sun would immediately appear beside him to resuscitate him. He would revive to the sound of Zio Sun calling his name, causing him to flutter between the line of nightmare and reality. With the large breath of stubbornness inside him, Ma Feng stuck it out until the end. After entering the last room at the most bottom floor of the building, Ma Feng gave a very long sigh. Even Zio Sun sighed along with him. This is very difficult. I believe even a ghost would not be able to escape from this scenario. This is the last room, so the hidden pathway has to be here. We need to inspect this room closely. Ma Feng's voice was wispy and airy. If there was light, one would see that his face was blanched and his lips were purple. He looked just like the workers at the haunted house after Chen Ji had put makeup on them. The two entered the room. They had just found their way to the bedroom door when they suddenly heard a man's voice coming from the entrance. You are going to be the 9th person that I will kill. Let me think, what should I take from you? Nose, ears, never mind, I think I will settle with your eyes. I know you have been searching for the hidden pathway. Actually, that exit is hidden inside my house, in the bedroom where all the cats' bodies were. Do you feel despair coursing through your veins? I have already told you the location of the exit, but you will never return to find it. How I wish I could see your expression now. After the man said all that, the sound of something being slashed by a knife rang out inside the bedroom. Then, blood leaked out from the gap in the door. Ma Feng felt there was something sticky pooling around his feet. The murderer is giving us a hint. The exit is hidden inside the room with all the cats' bodies. Ma Feng's face was indescribable. The exit was inside the room that he had once hidden in, but he had been led by Zio Sun all the way to the bottommost floor of the building. He felt the breath catch inside his throat. Ma Feng was about to faint from fury. He stumbled a step back, and his shoes squished loudly as he stepped on the blood. Who is that? The man's voice echoed inside the bedroom, and it was swiftly followed by the wailing of the cats. Knowing that they had been discovered, Ma Feng and Zio Sun started to race toward the exit like crazy. We have to go back to the room with all the cats' bodies. Being chased by the ultimate crazed murdered, the scenario of Spire of Darkness had officially entered its most intense and horrifying moment. The cats' calls reverberated against the walls as Ma Feng and Zio Sun raced down the corridor like their lives depended on it. Ma Feng's heart was palpitating. This was the most intense moment he had experienced in his life. I can't do anything. My legs won't carry me further. This is where I die. Brother Ma, believe in yourself. I really cannot run anymore. Do not stop. We can do this. I know we can. Zio Sun's voice kept coming from in front of him. By now, Ma Feng had completely lost his sense of direction. Zio Sun's endless encouragement was the path that he had been heeding along the darkness. Following Zio Sun's voice, Ma Feng activated all the potential that he had inside his body. He tried his best to keep up with Zio Sun's speed. The crazed murderer was just right behind him, following them like a shadow. Now, leaving this scenario through the hidden pathway was the only chance they had at survival. The sense of pressure that pressed down on him could not be described in words. There was only one thought left in Ma Feng's mind: run. After moving up and down the stairs so many times, Ma Feng's muscle memory had remembered the height of each step. Even without looking, he was able to prevent himself from tripping when running up the stairs. Keep on going. Do not be afraid of the darkness. After all, eventually the darkness will fade away and sun will rise for another day. Humans are creatures with endless possibilities. We must not give up on this gift that is provided to us. Trust and believe. Many of life's failures are people who did not realize how close they were to success when they gave up. The human language was unique in the sense that it was capable of granting enormous energy. Ma Feng, whose body was shaking and whose mind was flaking somehow, found his way back to the top floor of the building with Zio Sun's endless encouragement. He raced like the wind. All the other unimportant thoughts in his mind were left in his wake. His spirit appeared to have joined to both of his legs. There appeared to be no more Ma Feng in this world. All that remained was a pair of legs that kept on running in search of the exit. Ramming the door open, Ma Feng and Zio Sun rushed into the room stuffed with cat carcasses. The two of them turned the room upside down looking for the exit as if madness had taken over them. The calls of the cats became shriller from the corridor. The whole scenario appeared to be changing. The walls started to crack as the building started to shake. Mouths started to gape on the ground like they would swallow the visitors at any moment. Various strange voices also began to appear. The voice that scared Ma Feng and Zio Sun the most was one similar to Chen Ji's coming from outside. They did not hear clearly what the voice was saying because all their attention was focused on the search. They moved the carcasses of the cats away like this was the only thing that they knew to do in this world. In the endless darkness, there was suddenly a flicker of a very faded light. That pushed Ma Feng to move even faster. I can see it now. I think I see the exit. Moving the guts and the intestines of the cats away, under the carpet that was sewn together by death, there was a hidden ray of light. The ray of light shone into the room through the gap of the hidden door. The edge of Ma Feng's eyes were wet, and tears were churning in his eyes. It's light. There's light. He reached out to grab the door handle of the hidden door, and used every ounce of energy that was left inside him to pull it open. Thank God I did not give up. Every sacrifice will lead to a reward. The pain and tragedy that I have experienced will become the reward that destiny gives me. Gritting his teeth, Ma Feng was already coming up with ideas to mock Chen Ji after he got out from his place. Ma Feng lifted the door open. The weak light chased away the darkness. He extended both of his hands like a flower that had bloomed proudly in the dark. There is no real despair in this world. No matter how many difficulties we have to endure, no matter how many hurdles we have to overcome, as long as there is a seed of hope in your heart, then eventually there will come a day where you will be able to overcome everything and have flowers bloom in your life. The inspirational quotes that Zio Sun had learned from the self-help books echoed perfectly with the feeling inside Ma Feng's heart. He followed the light and ran down the corridor. He had never run as fast as he did in this moment. Running down the stairs, an iron door that was painted black appeared before him. After going through so many ordeals, Ma Feng dragged his wounded body and stopped before the black iron door. What is failure? It is nothing but a step to head toward success. What is success but having treaded all the roads that led to failure? When only the last road is left, that will be the road that leads to success. Removing the chain from the door, Ma Feng used the energy in both of his hands and pushed the iron door before him open. It's finished. Everything is finally over. Tears that were filled with various emotions slid down the corner of his eyes. This was a man who had never shed a tear in his life, but at that moment he could not help himself. Bang! The black iron door slammed against the wall, and Ma Feng also took a good look of the scenario behind the door. The rolling black fog rushed at his eyes until he found it difficult to keep them open. The tears of joy were blown dry almost immediately. His legs buckled, and Ma Feng crumbled to the ground. Why? Simple question was more than enough to express the cocktail of emotions that Ma Feng was currently feeling. Hope collided with despair as all his anticipation morphed into a fog of darkness. Looking at the dark fog before him and the flickering ghost light that floated in the black fog, Ma Feng felt his sight slowly pull away. It was as if he was going through an out-of-body experience as he stared dumbly down a direction. Brother Ma, Zio Sun pressed lightly on Ma Feng's shoulder. When a specter wanted to materialize their body into corporeality, it required a continuous exhaustion of negative emotion and accumulated resentment, so most specters chose not to waste their resources on having physical interaction with living humans. But Zio Sun felt like Brother Ma needed the support of physical touch at that moment. This experienced entrepreneur had encountered a large hurdle in his life. At that moment, he needed as much help and encouragement as he could get. The hidden path leads to the hidden scenario. We have discovered the source of the black fog. This also means that we are already very close to the exit. Zio Sun grabbed Ma Feng by his shoulders and shook the man repeatedly. Brother Ma, you need to pull yourself together. Don't worry, I am fine. The calculation and cunningness had already disappeared from Ma Feng's eyes. All that remained was numbness. Brother Ma, are you sure you're all right? I am worried about you. Zio Sun felt like Ma Feng was currently in a state of suspended shock. He was hoping that he could change the prejudice that the futuristic theme park held toward the New Century theme park through Ma Feng, but before the prejudice could be corrected, the leader of the futuristic theme park was already at the edge of insanity. Brother Ma, just remember how many adversities we have conquered to reach this place. It is such a waste for you to give up now. I was also hoping that it would be the exit behind the previous door, but perhaps the boss realized that, so he purposely designed this last scenario so that people would break down just as they flew through what they assumed to be the final exit. Zio Sun did not know exactly what he was saying. All he wanted was to help Ma Feng regain his confidence. No matter what, we cannot stop moving now. Ma Feng appeared to have been given too many inspirational talks, and he had had enough TED Talks for a while. He sat down on the ground with a dumb expression on his face. He wanted to faint, but he could not. He wanted to move, but he could not gather energy anymore. He wanted to leave this place, but he knew that was a wish unlikely to come true. So what else could he do but sit there and wait for the end to come? Brother Ma, do you really think there is a scenario that will be scarier than one that deprives you of your sight? We have just escaped from a completely dark scenario. That building was placed in the deepest area of the small town, so obviously it was the scariest scenario. Therefore, we might be both figuratively and literally one step away from victory. Zio-sun turned to logic in his persuasion. Ma Feng slowly lowered his head. His hands moved instinctually to his ears. He had already raised his hands, but suddenly he realized how dumb that would seem. The only one who is helping me is Zio-sun. Perhaps he has taken me as his only reliance in this place. If I fall here, then he will not be able to survive any longer on his own. He has helped me so much. I cannot disappoint him now. He felt a grip on his arm. Ma Feng turned his head subconsciously to look, and Zio-sun's honest face entered his eyes. What is wrong with me? Since when did I become so proud of myself that I started to resist a helping hand from another person? Ma Feng hated the person that he had become. He gathered the last spirit that he had to grab Zio-sun's hand and slowly stood up. The cross-section of the two scenarios is the most dangerous. We might be attacked by ghosts from both scenarios at the same time, so we'd better hurry up and leave this place. Zio-sun also did not know where the exit of this scenario was. In fact, perhaps the exit of this scenario had not even been designed yet. Clearing this scenario is already impossible. We should find a place to hide and survive for the time limit of 60 minutes tour, and it will all be over. 60 minutes. Ma Feng's legs weakened, and he almost tripped again. We have already been in here for 40 minutes already. 20 minutes is not that long. Zio-sun looked around and made his decision based on his memory. There are man-eating monsters hiding in the black fog. The only safe place in this world is the apartments, so we only need to hide inside the apartment building and hold out for the remaining tour time. I will listen to you. Ma Feng's spirit was half missing, as if the half was scared away and had not returned. Just like that, he was dragged by Zio-sun and raced in the black fog. Cursed faces appeared in the fog. Ma Feng's facial muscles were going crazy. Occasionally, he could not control himself and started laughing. Looking at the scary monsters around him, he slowly forgot where he was and who he was. At the moment, he only had Zio-sun who was running beside him. His heart went out toward this young man. In this tragedy of a tour, Zio-sun was the only person that he realized he could rely on. Along the way, they had seen many scenes taken right out from hell. Finally, Zio-sun carried Ma Feng through the black fog and came to the apartment. Pushing open the entrance of Jin HWA apartment block A, Zio-sun led Ma Feng into the corridor. I know one room that is definitely safe. I am 100% certain that there will be no ghosts there. We can rest there until the end. Zio-sun led Ma Feng into his own room. Once he pushed open the door, they heard strange noises coming from the corridor. The other neighbors are coming. Please do not make any noise. Zio-sun pushed Ma Feng into the room while he hid at the door and paid close attention to what was happening outside. The room they were in was very neat and clean, and it looked perfectly normal. Ma Feng finally sighed in relief. He dropped to the ground and noticed the posters of many singers pasted on the walls. His eyes moved around until Ma Feng's eyes landed on a picture frame. Inside, it was a young man carrying a guitar. He felt that the young man in the picture looked very familiar, so he forced himself to crawl toward the table. When he picked up the frame, a death certificate slid down from behind the picture. Sun Zioajin. An indescribable horror instantly swallowed Ma Feng. His whole body was shaking. Chapter 1132. Destiny, Jiujiang Medical University 2 in 1. The person that he had been relying on was the actual culprit. Ma Feng's trembling hands had trouble even holding the death certificate firmly. The words kept shaking in his eyes. It was a piece of paper as light as a feather, but in his hands it felt as heavy as a mountain. It directly crushed Ma Feng's heart. He had been trying so hard to escape from death, but in reality, death had been holding his arm and dragging him along. He had been trying to run away from Ghost, but a ghost had been closely following beside him, unwilling to part with him. This unexpected twist cut off the breath in Ma Feng's lungs. He turned slowly to look at Zio-sun, who was leaning at the door looking outside, and his mental support at that moment shattered into withering powder. The blood in his veins appeared to have frozen as Ma Feng's world collapsed. The world spun, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Before he drifted out of consciousness, he could still hear the consistent voice calling him. Brother Ma, brother Ma, brother Ma. Zio-sun tried his best to shake Ma Feng's body, but Ma Feng gave him no response at all. Perhaps Brother Ma had lost all hope in this world. We are already safe now. Big brother, we have gone through so much to finally arrive at a safe room. Why would you choose this important moment to faint? Zio-sun had a bitter smile on his face. He could be certain that this room was 100% safe, and no other haunted house ghosts would be hiding in this room, because this was his own room before he died. So what am I supposed to do now? This does not feel like a normal fainting. At least it is not one that I can resuscitate him from normally. Should I take him to the underground morgue to be checked by the group of doctors? But I am not familiar with them, and that old doctor always looks so stern. With a human life on the line, Zio-sun did not dare hesitate too long. He picked up Ma Feng and prepared to walk out from his room, but before he took any steps, the phone in Ma Feng's pocket suddenly rang. Zio-sun reached into Ma Feng's pocket and took out the phone. He glanced at the caller ID. The caller who was calling was Qin Guang. This name is rather familiar. I believe he is that famous streamer. He entered the haunted house alongside Ma Feng. Zio-sun was about to answer the phone when he suddenly hesitated. I could use Ma Feng's phone to answer this call, but how am I supposed to explain that Ma Feng is currently unavailable to talk to him? I cannot explain why Ma Feng is currently unconscious. This will create an easy misunderstanding that it was me who knocked Ma Feng out. Even though I am actually a worker here, I am not going to take the blame for the deeds that I did not do. Zio-sun not only did not knock Ma Feng out, he even resuscitated the unconscious Ma Feng multiple times. No matter what, he was not willing to shoulder this blame. After giving it some thought, Zio-sun decided to end the call and then send a message to Qin Guang. I am currently hiding inside a room. There are people wandering outside the door. I am not available to answer your call now. Moments later, Qin Guang replied with the following message. I am now with the students from the medical university. Where are you guys now? This haunted house is very unsafe. We have a feeling that this place is really haunted. Seeing Qin Guang's reply, Zio-sun's brow hiked up so high. We have been exposed. Who has been so unprofessional? If the visitors find out the haunted house is really haunted, then who would dare come here again? This is such a trouble-filled day. I have to find a way to salvage this situation. He held onto the phone and stood contemplatively for a long time before he eventually sent another message to Qin Guang. Me and my teammate have found a hidden pathway and entered the hidden scenario. What about you guys? We are also inside the hidden scenario. The medical students found me and saved me. They found the hidden pathway inside a sub-scenario that had the heart as the theme, and now I am currently hiding with them inside an apartment building in the hidden scenario. Zio-sun stared at the words on the phone screen. He really did not expect Qin Guang and the remaining visitors to have also entered the hidden scenario. Can you tell me exactly where you are now? Are there any unique and conspicuous buildings near you guys? The entrance of the building marks this place as Jiu Hong Apartments Block 2. The whole building is abandoned. Instead of rental rooms, it is filled with hospital rooms. It is extremely scary. You guys stay where you are. I will head over to meet up with the rest of you as soon as I can. After Zio-sun finished sending that message, he immediately ran out from the room, but when he was halfway out the building, he ran back again. It is too unsafe to leave Ma Feng in the room like this. His condition is a bit different from everyone else's. I'd better bring him along with me. When I run into the other employees, I can hand Ma Feng directly to them and have them take him to the doctors for me. Zio-sun's idea was good. He carried Ma Feng out of his own room, but the strange thing was, even though the haunted house, especially the hidden scenario, had an exorbitant number of ghosts and monsters, Zio-sun failed to encounter a single one of them. It was as if they were purposely trying to avoid him. This Ma Feng truly is one hell of a lot of trouble. No one is willing to come too close to him. Inside the hidden scenario's Jiu Hong Apartments Block 2, He-san, Zhu Han, and Mr. Wang were standing together. They surrounded Qin Guang, who held the phone in the middle. Look closely at the messages that Ma Feng sent. Does this sound like the tone of Ma Feng? Even a person like myself who has not known Ma Feng for that long can see the problem, and you're still dumbly asking me why. Zhu Han shook his head. The person who's holding the phone is no longer Ma Feng. But this is definitely Ma Feng's phone number. Qin Guang still did not quite believe it. How could you be so stubborn even when the reality is placed right before you? Then, how about you explain why he insisted on sending messages with you when he could have easily answered the phone and talked to you? Perhaps it is like he said, it is not that convenient for him to talk now. Wrong, it is because that employee who is very good at mimicking voices is not with Ma Feng yet. When that actor arrives, he will use Ma Feng's voice to misdirect you. Zhuo Han waved his hands. Stop dreaming of the impossible. A large batch of haunted house employees already know our location. If you do not want to be scared until you faint, you'd better stick close to us and leave this place immediately. But what if that really is Director Ma, and he comes over here and can't find the rest of us? Qin Guang was slightly worried about Ma Feng's ire. I will tell you this one last time. We are allowing you to come with us out of kindness. In fact, you were begging us to take you along, so stop giving us so many complaints and so much trouble. Zhuo Han shoved a rag doll's head toward Qin Guang. Take this and do not lose it. Do I really have to take this with me? Qin Guang held the rag doll's head with both hands, and the unwillingness was plainly written on his face. Do you know how much trouble we went through to find the rag doll's head? Naturally, we have to take it with us at all times. He-san did not have any affection toward Qin Guang's group. If not for the fact that Zhuo Han found Qin Guang somewhat useful, he would definitely not have taken Qin Guang with them. We not only have to bring it with us, we need to treat it with sufficient respect. Zhuo Han's voice had always been direct and cold. When he was assessing a problem or a situation, he could accomplish the impossible where he would not factor in personal feelings. Even if those other visitors had once mocked and chided him, as long as he believed he could get some use out of them, he would forego the past and take the person in with them. The core of his thinking was, as long as the person was useful to him and could improve his current situation, then they were someone worth keeping around. After clearing the Coffin Village scenario, Zhuo Han had a deep-seated sense of fear toward any items that they were tasked with finding inside the haunted house. He also knew that around the end of the visitation, all the monsters inside the scenario would go on a rampage, and they would first target the person who held the quest items. The reason he kept Qin Guang around, to put it more plainly, was because he wanted to make Qin Guang's death more valuable. Walking to the entrance of Jiu Hong Apartments Block 2, Zhuo Han signaled for Qin Guang to walk ahead. The rag doll head that you are holding is a kind of protective talisman. As long as you are holding it, you will not be attacked by the monsters in the black fog. Whether it could protect the bearers from the attacks of the monsters in the black fog or not, Zhuo Han did not know, but he had indeed done an experiment with it. The rag doll's head truly could disperse the black fog. Qin Guang walked at the front of the group with some skepticism, but strangely enough, he did notice the black fog moving away from him. Black fog appears to be afraid of the rag doll's head. Why would a phenomenon like that be the case? This scenario is called ghost fetus. Could the rag doll be the ghost fetus itself? Zhuo Han started to analyze the scenario using his past experience. The haunted house boss is a master of psychology. The way he knows how to utilize and evoke the fear in people's hearts is masterful. I cannot use a normal person's perspective to try to predict and assess Boss Chen's way of thinking. Zhuo Han touched the tip of his nose, while he kept his gaze glued to the head of the rag doll. The quest for this tour is to find all the body parts of the rag doll. If the rag doll really is the ghost fetus, if we do manage to find all the body parts of the rag doll, doesn't that mean the visitors will have voluntarily collected and summoned the scariest monster inside this scenario? When he reached this conclusion, Zhuo Han felt a chill run up the back of his spine. Boss Chen wants the visitors to personally release the demon in this scenario with their own hands. He had known that it was impossible to clear the scenario from the very beginning. The thought of what he assumed Boss Chen intended to do chilled him to his core. The fear that this scenario brought him had far surpassed the fear that he had experienced in the other scenarios. And the worst thing was, he knew full well that this was not even the scariest part of the ghost fetus yet. They were in for a bigger and scarier surprise. The difficulty of a 4-star scenario is truly out of this world. This time, I will treat this as a scouting journey. I already know the location of one of the hidden pathways. That is a great discovery already. It will make the next visit so much easier. Zhuo Han and the other visitors walked out from Jiu Hong Apartments Block 2. With the rag doll's head as protection, they were not attacked by the strange things floating in the black fog and successfully reached the entrance of Block 1. Block 2 is filled with strange sick rooms, as if the whole building is meant to house some mad individuals. Is it possible that this whole residential area is a private mental asylum? The background story of the ghost fetus was very obscure. Zhuo Han could only conduct his analysis through the clues that he had found. Jiu Hong Apartments Block 2 actually had many clues hidden inside, but the thing that confused Zhuo Han was that the clues they had found could not be linked into a complete and reasonable chain of events. This was not entirely Zhuo Han's fault. To not expose the secrets between the ghost fetus and the cursed hospital, Chenji had purposely taken away some of the important clues that were originally present inside the replicated scenario. What the visitors could see were the things that Chenji allowed them to see. But just through these scraps of clues, Zhuo Han and Mr. Wang still managed to hypothesize certain things. Assuming that Jiu Hong Apartments Block 2 is a mental asylum, it housed some very strange patients. But even stranger than that is the fact that the doctors there did not seem like they wanted to treat their patients at all. If anything, there was evidence that they had been trying to aggravate their conditions, pushing them deeper into the abyss of madness and despair. The hidden scenario is the core of this scenario. The appearance of this private mental asylum at this place proves that this locale is very important to the ghost fetus. Our main character of this scenario perhaps completed its final transformation here. If the ragdoll is the ghost fetus, then finding all of its missing parts will be akin to summoning it. In that case, the difficulty of the scenario will increase to an impossible level. That is definitely not the best way to solve this scenario. Zhuo Han's eyes subconsciously glanced toward the ragdoll's head, and he noticed that the eyeball inside the head appeared to be looking back at him as well. His heart suddenly started to race. Zhuo Han managed to discern a trace of melancholy and loneliness in the ragdoll's eyes. Finding all the parts of the ragdoll and bringing it out of the scenario is certainly a suicidal mission. The real way to clear this mission is perhaps to reform the ragdoll and help it achieve salvation. Zhuo Han's brain was spinning wildly, and many thoughts were colliding in his mind. Mr. Wang valued Zhuo Han greatly, so he moved over to ask softly, "What are you thinking about?" Zhuo Han silently whispered his own analysis to his lecturer. The latter listened to everything and kept silent for a long time. The only thing he did was slow down his pace until they were further away from Qin Guang. Then Mr. Wang whispered back, "Zhuo Han, do you know what my biggest impression of this tour is?" "What is it?" "The sense of authenticity." Mr. Wang's expression turned very serious. "Everything feels so real. I have been a part of the investigations of many heavy crimes. The feeling that this place gives me is similar to when I was at actual crime scenes." "You suspect there has been an actual murder committed here?" Zhuo Han was very clever. Once Mr. Wang voiced his opinion, he was able to grasp his lecturer's thoughts almost immediately. "Correct, and there must have been more than one murder." Mr. Wang took a deep breath. "The set decoration of this place and the words left behind by the innocent victims, they are all dripping with a bloody sense of authenticity. This is something that you would not have experienced unless you have been to the front line before. But if there have been so many murders committed here, Boss Chen's haunted house would have been closed a long time ago. From how I see it, he should have copied the murders that he had helped solve perfectly inside his haunted house, and with some amazing artistic skill, he has achieved this current environment that we are in. Hopefully, I am only overthinking it." Mr. Wang walked at the back of the group. He rarely had the chance to engage with his students in this kind of situation. "Sir, if you are really that interested in this place, we can come over for another visit in the future." Zhuo Han wanted to lighten the atmosphere. He was afraid that Mr. Wang might be reminded of the bad things from the past. "I am afraid there won't be a chance for that anymore. Soon, I will need to go to Xinhai." "You still cannot let go of that case." "Zhuo Han, do you know what the most important thing for a forensic doctor is?" "Find clues to help decide the cause of death from the science of pathology, and provide law enforcement with the most effective support through the construction of a strong evidence chain." "You are right and also wrong." Mr. Wang pointed lightly at his heart, but he did not elaborate. Zhuo Han did not press for details either, but he did memorize the words Xinhai. If possible, he wanted to give his lecturer a hand. The remaining 4 visitors entered Jiu Hong Apartments Block 1. The dark corridors were permeated with a light stench. Every house had a bowl of white rice before the door, and a pair of chopsticks were stuck vertically inside the bowls of rice. Before we explore this scenario, I need to warn all of you. We are 2/3 into the visitation hour. Soon, the scenario will welcome its 3rd stage, and all the ghosts in this scenario will go berserk, so we'd better be mentally prepared for it. After saying that, Zhuo Han led the others into the building. Soon after they had gone in, the blood rain rinsed the outside of the building. In the black fog, many red shadows started to appear. The visitors inside the building had not realized those anomalies. Qin Guang, who was hugging the rag doll's head, was walking at the front of the group. After he realized that the head could chase away the black fog, he had been treating it as a treasure, hugging it tightly against his chest. "This time, I am quite lucky to have run into a group of experienced players who are willing to take me with them. But I wonder how things are over there with CEO Ma." He opened one door after another, and no accidents happened. That caused Qin Guang's courage to grow. When he came to the third floor, a strange noise came from the first floor. It sounded like someone had accidentally kicked over the bowls of rice that were left in front of the rooms. Chapter 1133. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier they are. 3 in 1. Did you guys hear some strange noise? Qin Guang held the rag doll's head and stood guardedly at the door like some kind of protective talisman. The mission that Zhuo Han had given him was to stay as a guard at the door because the rag doll's head that he was holding could chase away the black fog and prevent the ghosts from getting too close to them. This excuse had successfully convinced Qin Guang. Earlier, when they were walking through the black fog, he had realized that the rag doll's head indeed had that function. Now, if anyone else asked him to hand over the rag doll's head, he would not surrender it easily. Just stay outside the door and do not move randomly away. If you see any ghosts coming, yell to warn us. Zhuo Han and the other people from Jiujiang Medical University were searching inside the room. The real reason he wanted Qin Guang to stand outside the room was because he wanted to use Qin Guang as bait to distract the ghosts and monsters, so that when the real threat arrived, their main target would be Qin Guang. Okay, just as Qin Guang answered, he heard that strange noise again. The noise came from the bottom floor. Turning his head, Qin Guang stared at the mouth of the staircase. The flaking walls had white calligraphy of the word bliss inverted on them. The floor was littered with banknotes, and a bowl of white rice were placed before each room. This whole building felt like a mass grave, and it was the home for a whole building of dead people. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. I'm just visiting a haunted house. I have been to real haunted locations before. There is no reason for me to be afraid of these fake things, right? Qin Guang tried his best to console himself. But once the emotion of fear appeared, it would grow and spread like wild grass. The more he tried to convince himself, the more his brain would move toward that direction that he had been trying to avoid. Qin Guang could not stop his eyes from wandering to the mouth of the staircase. Since no one had passed by that place for a long time, the sound-controlled lights at the corner of the staircase went off on their own, and the whole corridor sank into darkness. Tusk, this is quite scary. Sucking in a cold breath, Qin Guang curled voluntarily backward. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling in his heart. It was as if his natural instincts were urging him to leave this dangerous place. Qin Guang turned around to ask Zhuo Han, "How much longer do you guys need to search inside there?" The latter's answer floated out from the bedroom, "We are almost done." After getting the reply, Qin Guang felt more comforted. His current condition was like a child who did not dare sleep on his own. After a fixed period of time, he would call out to see if he would get any response from his parents to check, and see whether his parents had left him alone in the bedroom or not. Once his heart returned to his stomach, a faded cold light suddenly shone on his face, and the sound-controlled lights at the corner of the staircase suddenly switched on. Someone has gone past the staircase, but I did not see or hear anyone. He stared fixatedly at the corner of the stairs, so he did not notice the blood that had started to leak out from the gap in the wall. However, he did notice that the black fog was slowly spreading inside the corridor. The black fog has entered the building? His heart started to race. It appeared like someone was moving inside the fog. Training his focus, Qin Guang stared directly at the corner of the staircase. Just as he blinked, a child's face suddenly poked out from the corner of the stairs. What the F***CK? Holding the rag doll's head, Qin Guang stumbled back in panic, causing his body to knock into the room door. What is going on? Zhuo Han and He-san quickly ran over when they heard the commotion. There was a child at the corner. He appears to be tailing us. Qin Guang hugged the rag doll's head tightly as his eyes kept staring at the mouth of the stairs. He-san summoned his courage to move to the mouth of the stairs. He could not see the aforementioned child. Is it possible that you were hallucinating? He is not lying. It is true that someone was inside the stairwell earlier. Zhuo Han pointed at the voice-controlled lights. The lights inside the stairwell are on. That means that someone has indeed been here. We need to pick up our pace. It looks like Boss Chen is not going to give us much more time. Zhuo Han had personally experienced how scary it would be when the ghosts of the entire scenario went on a rampage. That was a memory that he did not wish to revisit. Go to the next room now, hurry. Zhuo Han had conspicuously picked up speed. Qin Guang did not dare stay outside the room alone, so the four of them entered the room together to search for any possible clues. The time is running out. Zhuo Han was sweating profusely, and there was an unbridled anxiety in his eyes. Next to him, Mr. Wang noticed this emotion appearing in Zhuo Han for the first time. Clearing the scenario was almost impossible. Zhuo Han was already starting to consider how to escape. Of the team of 4, only He-san and Chin Guang were still trying their best to search for clues. I've noticed something strange. Whenever we come across a family with a child, they will ultimately get into some kind of tragedy. He-san found a family portrait on the windowsill. The adults' faces had been preserved, but the child's face had been scratched away. There appears to be a ghost that desperately wishes for the love of a family inside this building. He is envious of those families with happiness and bliss. The happier the family is, the worse their ending will be. Your analysis is a bit too one-sided. If you ask me, I think the ghost we are dealing with is rather innocent. Even if he represents evil, it is a seed of evil, the kind that is just growing. Zhuo-Han stared at the picture He-san was holding. Just like how some children like to go tear off the wings of dragonflies or sneak up to stray cats and dogs to beat them. Yes, their actions are reprehensible, but that also explains at the same time that they have not been given correct guidance in their lives. Zhuo-Han placed the family portrait where it was found. Do you guys still remember Jiuhong Apartments Block 2? The building that looked like a private mental asylum. Senior, why would you suddenly bring up that place? The styles of these two buildings are completely different. Block 2 is more like a mental hospital, while Block 1 is a normal residential building. He-san was rather confused. Think back closely to what I said earlier. The ghost inside this building is a monster that has not achieved a mature self-construct. If he runs into the correct people, perhaps he might repent and turn into a good ghost. But the despairing truth is that the sub-scenario that we visited earlier was a mental asylum. He was not only not given the correct treatment, he was misguided by these people down a deeper path of darkness. Zhuo-Han had finally figured out the connection between the two buildings. Based on my analysis, there should be a part of the rag doll's body inside each building in this hidden scenario. In the process of finding all of its body parts, we will have to experience the whole life story of the rag doll and watch how he drops into the dark abyss step by step and becomes the version of himself that he hates the most. We have just found the head. Based on what you're saying, this means we still need to go to another 4 buildings. Chin Guang felt slammed by a fist of despair. The haunted house would not have given us a mission that we cannot complete. Therefore, after giving it some thought, I believe the true mission of this scenario is not to find all the body parts of the rag doll and bring them out, but to experience the life story of the rag doll ourselves and figure out a way to reform him, help him rebuild a correct self-construct, or at least make him see kindness enough to let the rest of us go, Zhuo-Han said confidently. The mission is so positive and inspirational. Chin Guang had trouble accepting a statement like that. Of course, this was not the man's fault. After all, a haunted house always gave people the first impression of being a scary place, especially Chenji's haunted house. It was meant to reach into the depths of your fear. Who would have expected such a ghastly appearance to hide such a warm and gentle core? The rag doll's body parts can chase away the black fog. The haunted house boss wanted us to find the body parts for 2 reasons. 1, it forces us to experience the previous life of that ghost, and 2, the body parts themselves are a kind of protection for us, aiding us in completing our mission. The boss of this haunted house is very brilliant. Every mission that he arranges has a deeper meaning behind it. Once he heard Zhuo-Han say that, Chin Guang's hands that held the rag doll's head curled around it even harder. He did not realize that Zhuo-Han's words were a mixture of truth and falsehood. Zhuo-Han purposely let slip this information so that Chin Guang would listen to their orders more obediently and more willingly. There were not that many visitors left. Therefore, Zhuo-Han started to value Chin Guang even more. If this was another moment in time, he would not even have thought of communicating with Chin Guang because they were completely different individuals. It was clear that Zhuo-Han was not as active as before during the search for clues. Mr. Wang's attention, though, was more placed on his observation of Zhuo-Han. Of the team of 4, only He-san and Chin Guang were seriously looking for clues inside the haunted house. Entering the bedroom, Chin Guang, who was hugging the rag doll's head, got close to the bed. He noticed that there was a layer of something black on the bedsheets. It looked like some kind of ointment. What is this? He pulled back the mosquito net to look inside it. Amid the black material, there was an outline of a living person. The empty space still had some very small characters written on the bedsheet. Chin Guang stepped onto the bed with his shoes on. He squatted down on an empty spot not polluted by the black material, took out his phone, and aimed the light at the bedsheet. Today it returned again. It stood at the door. I have no idea what it was up to. It appears to wish to enter the room. It looked like my child who has passed away, or at least it looked familiar from behind. My family saw it as well. I'm not hallucinating, it really exists. Whose family does the child belong to? How come it appears at the corridor whenever midnight falls? Just reading the words left on the bedsheet, Chin Guang felt the hairs all over his body stand up on end. There is a ghost child living inside this building. As he continued to read, Qin Guang felt a chilling presence getting stuck in his throat, like he had just swallowed a large ice cube that refused to melt. He was focused on reading the messages when the shadow that was formed from the light of his phone suddenly flickered. Qin Guang turned back to look. He-san, who was closest to him, was standing at the door of the bedroom, but he did not appear to be interested in entering. It was not that medical student. I was squatting here and have not moved. Could it be a trick of the mind? Qin Guang did not dare stay too long inside the bedroom. He straightened up and his forehead knocked into the top of the mosquito net. It buzzed with pain. He reached out to scratch his head and subconsciously lifted his neck to look. At that moment, there were many faces leaning on the mosquito net above his head. The pale faces were all imprinted on the outside of the mosquito net. The clear facial features started to sink inward. All the faces were all staring at him. The scariest thing was that he had no idea how long they had been staring at him. Arg! Qin Guang collapsed on the ground. Footprints started to appear on the strange black material. It felt as if the ghosts that were previously outside the mosquito net had crawled inside it. Help me! Hugging the rag doll's head, Qin Guang was like a bull gone berserk as he rolled off from the edge of the bed. His body was entangled inside the mosquito net, so when he fell, he yanked off the net that was fixed to the ceiling. He screamed madly as he rushed toward the bedroom door. He-san was frightened by the sudden scream from Qin Guang. When he recovered himself, he saw Qin Guang charging at him like a crazy bull. The two tumbled to the ground. Qin Guang, who was entrapped inside the mosquito net, rolled on the ground. He did not seem to have recovered from the sting of fear. Quiet down. Zhuhan had no idea what Qin Guang had seen, but from Qin Guang's over-the-top reaction, he knew that the last stage of the ghost fetus scenario had already started. Since Qin Guang was holding the mission item, he was the first one to be attacked. Zhuhan signaled toward Mr. Wang, and the two of them worked together to extricate Qin Guang from the mosquito net. There were ghosts. I saw many ghosts. They were inside the mosquito net. Qin Guang screamed loudly. His face was pale, and he was so frightened that his lips were purple. I have experienced supernatural events before, and this was even more intense than last time. I am not lying to you. This place is really haunted. I cannot be sure whether ghosts exist in this world, but I know that most of the time, ghosts only apply some kind of psychological signal on their victims. So what you need to do now is take deep breaths and try to stand up with the rest of us. Mr. Wang's voice was commanding and assuring. His words slowly helped Qin Guang calm down. The rag doll's body part is not inside this room. Let's prepare to leave. Compared to Mr. Wang, Zhuhan was a much colder in person. He was the first to leave the room and enter the corridor. The black fog had already shrouded the entire corridor. There were many children's bloody handprints that appeared on the walls, and it was worth noting that these bloody handprints were still wet, as if the children had just crawled over the wall earlier when they were searching inside the room. It is the same scenario, but it gives off a completely different feeling from when I first entered it. Mr. Wang's brows were creased together. Honestly, some of the crime scenes that I have been to were not as scary as this place. The scarier stuff is waiting for us. Zhuhan dragged Qin Guang to his side. Currently, we are inside the hidden scenario, or in other words, the last scenario of this whole visit. The exit should be at the deepest part of this scenario. If we are separated from each other, try to run toward the deepest part of this scenario. Do you understand? Understood. Qin Guang felt that Zhuhan was being very righteous and fair toward him. He shared all of his information with him and did not purposely hide anything from him. Since you are the one holding the rag doll's head, you have to be especially careful. Whether or not we will be able to escape from this place is heavily dependent on you. Zhuhan still had some other words to give Qin Guang when another change occurred in the corridor. The black fog suddenly thickened, and the sound of high heels clacking echoed inside the building. Someone is coming. It's coming from the lower floor. Zhuhan perked up both of his ears. All the buildings in the ghost fetus scenario were inverted compared to the actual world behind the door. The first floor was closest to the ground, and the fifth floor was at the most bottom level of the building. The sound of high heels clicking against the ground directly exploded in their minds. Zhuhan shared a look with He-san. They were reminded of another legend inside Chen Ji's haunted house. There was a scary red specter who would appear randomly inside the haunted house. No one knew what she looked like, but before everyone fainted, they could clearly remember hearing high heels clicking against the floor. We need to retrace our steps. We have to abandon this building. We need to leave immediately. Zhuhan's tone turned urgent. The four of them immediately rushed as fast as they could out of the building. The monsters in the black fog appeared to have realized that they had been discovered, so they did not try to hide their presence anymore. The sound of crying and laughing appeared at the same time. Doors were all pushed open. The banknotes on the ground were lifted off the ground by an unknown draft, and strange, eerie background music rang inside the cramped corridor. The 4 visitors raced up the stairs. Inside the black fog at the corner of the staircase, several red shadows slowly appeared. "What are those?" Zhuo Han could feel his body start to involuntarily shake. He did not even know why he was so overwhelmed by fear. The sound of footsteps behind him got closer and closer, and the red shadows before them became clearer and clearer. Blood rain fell on their faces. A face with her lips sewn together by threads was the first to appear before the visitors. "Have you seen my child?" Blood rain slid down the red raincoat. Before she finished, another large, rotund man in a red shirt walked out from beside her. The man was dragging a large cleaver in his left hand and dragging an unconscious, dead body covered in fresh blood in his right. Fubol, seeing Fubol, who had turned into a prop of the haunted house, Qin Guang's eyeballs almost fell out from their sockets. His heart skipped a beat, and he almost keeled over. Just as these 2 red specters appeared, a child's giggling appeared from above the visitors. Raising their heads to look, a child covered in fresh blood was crawling on the ceiling, dragging a whole lot of doll parts behind him. "Why are you leaving so soon? Stay and play with me." Blood fell rightly on Qin Guang's face. He was standing at the front, and at that moment the 3 red specters were surrounding him. His legs were weakening. Qin Guang did not know what to do. The footsteps coming from the underground finally arrived. A pair of red high heels floated out from the black fog. She appeared to be the queen of the curse, followed by an entourage of strange monsters. Behind you, Qin Guang shouted. The high heels were only several steps behind Zhuo Han. They were already in a deep quandary. Everyone was on the brink of collapse. "Behind me?" Zhuo Han's reflexes appeared to have slowed down. It was as if he had just realized something, and he turned to look behind him. Through the black fog, Zhuo Han happened to connect with the pair of eyes that were filled with curses. His heart squeezed. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Zhuo Han still felt his scalp go numb. But the biggest difference between him and the normal visitors was that he had a superhuman determination. His brain worked quickly, and Zhuo Han came up with a solution almost instantly. When a person receives a horror more than their normal threshold, they will enter temporary shutdown and their body will react accordingly. When a normal person receives overwhelming shock, the first problem will arise with their circulation system. Their coronary artery will shrink, causing the loss of blood flow to the rest of their body, which leads to heart palpitations, high blood pressure, lack of breath, heart agitation, and difficulty of breathing. Related knowledge flashed across his mind. Zhuo Han grabbed his chest, and like a landed fish, his pupils rolled back in his head, and his body fell like a fallen tree. This was an unresolvable problem, so Zhuo Han decided to fake passing out. This was a plan that he had come up with from the beginning. He purposely had Qin Guang hold the rag doll's head to distract the actors, and told Qin Guang to run toward the deepest part of the scenario. After Qin Guang had led everyone away, he would retrace his steps and leave from the hidden pathway. His body was careening backward. Before Zhuo Han fell, he suddenly heard a heavy thud beside him. His eyelids flickered slightly open, and Zhuo Han realized that Mr. Wang had already fainted. His face was unnaturally red, and his expression was one of pure pain, and before he fainted, he even used his hands to press against his brain. When a person is in shock, their internal hormones will go out of balance. The symptoms of this include a red rash on the face following the rise in body temperature and blood pressure. At the same time, shock will trigger a reaction in the human being's nervous system. The symptoms include dizziness and headaches, and a small percentage of people will even react with projectile vomiting. From a medical perspective, Mr. Wang's fake fainting was obviously more professional. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier they are. When Zhuo Han and Mr. Wang fainted at the same time, He-san caught up to the idea and reacted almost instantly. But just as his hand went to clutch his chest, before he could fall, he felt a pull on his arm. "Quick, let's go. This is our chance." "What the let go?" After the red high heels showed up, the 3 red specters had obviously slowed down. They seemed to be afraid of the current red high heels. Qin Guang used this opportunity and forcibly yanked He-san through the 3 stunned red specters. The 2 raced like their lives depended on it. The 3 red specters and red high heels all then gave chase after them, running out of the building. Chapter 11:34. In that moment, I believe I saw my lecturer 2 in 1. Chapter 11:34. In that moment, I believe I saw my lecturer 2 in 1. After the few red specters left, the black fog in the building not only did not disperse, if anything, it only thickened further. The scary laughter of children echoed in the corridors, and countless monsters weaved from curses crawled on the walls. Without the presence of the red high heels, this scenario appeared to be even scarier than before. Once those red specters show up, the only thing left for us to do is clean up. A woman wearing a flower-patterned dress walked over. There were two men following beside her. One of them looked to be in his 40s, and he always had a smile ready for those around him. "Miss Dress, Mr. Wood, looks like you two will also have the chance to experience the joy of this job. We are given the chance to scare the visitors, and from that, we will be able to gain negative emotions from them. It helps us in the process and will give them an experience that they will never forget. The boss is really a genius. Only a genius could come up with a brilliant idea like that." Miss Dress, who was in the flower-patterned dress, was very impressed by Chen Ji. "There are many other brilliant qualities about our boss, but the most important thing is that he treats us with sincerity, and he really sees us as one of his family." The middle-aged man walked to Zhu Han's side. "Whenever a new scenario is open to the public, there will be a group of visitors that serve as the first sacrifice. I actually have quite a good impression of these students from the Jiujiang Medical University. What can I say? They have just come at the wrong time. Brother Joe, is it really okay for us to scare the visitors like this? I'm afraid that something will really happen to them." The rather numb Mr. Wood turned to look the two fainted visitors, and he was earnestly feeling pity toward them. "They will be fine. To prevent this kind of problem from happening, the haunted house has the most professional medical unit, and all the fainted visitors get sent over for inspection before they are sent out of the haunted house," the middle-aged man, who was referred to as Brother Joe, said proudly. "We even have a professional medical team at this haunted house. Yes, they reside in the underground morgue. We will be going there now." The medical unit was based in the underground morgue. This sentence was rather contradictory, but since Miss Dress and Mr. Wood were both new employees at the haunted house, they did not press for more details. The three employees worked together to pick up the two fainted visitors. After they took the visitors out of the apartments, there were carts moved over from the underground morgue waiting for them outside the apartment building along with the other workers. All the workers appeared to be very familiar with this process. They adroitly moved the fainted visitors onto the carts and moved to the fringe of the ghost fetus scenario. This time, the number of fainted visitors is rather high, so the group of doctors have personally come from the underground morgue. With the directions from Brother Joe, the two fainted visitors were sent into one of the buildings. "Be careful over there. Do not accidentally bump their heads." The haunted house workers pushed open a wooden door. There were no lights in the room, but once they entered it, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly as if they had entered a fridge. "Dr. Wei, would you mind holding back your presence? You're going to give the visitors a cold," Brother Joe reminded the good doctor softly. "More students from Jiujiang Medical University." The old man's voice came out from inside the room. Hearing this voice, all Joe had a better smile on his face. The other haunted house workers were reacting normally, but one of the fainted visitors started to shudder and shake. "This time, we not only have a student from Jiujiang Medical University, we also have a lecturer from the university." Brother Joe pointed at the fainted visitors and then took a step back. "A lecturer? What is going on? Even a lecturer has abandoned their job to come and do this nonsense." Dr. Wei in the white lab coat and three other doctors walked out from inside the room. The four pairs of eyes skipped over Zhu Han, and they all focused on Mr. Wang. "Wang Qinzhai?" When he saw Mr. Wang, the name practically fell out of Dr. Wei's lips. Just as he said that name, the fainted visitor's body shook violently. The always stern and severe Mr. Wang flipped open his eyes. When he saw Dr. Wei, his eyes reddened almost instantly, and he croaked out with melancholy and shook. "Sir." Sir Zhu Han, who was still pretending to be unconscious, slightly opened his eyes. He was too curious about this development. Being recognized by his own student, Dr. Wei's original anger halved. The old man did not say anything for a long time. Seeing Mr. Wang crawl down from the cart, Dr. Wei said, "You have the wrong person." He turned around and disappeared into the room. "Sir," Mr. Wang chased after Dr. Wei. He knew that Dr. Wei was not of this world anymore. After all, he had personally sent his dear teacher away, but now he had encountered his respected teacher again inside the haunted house. The people from the past reappeared before him. Mr. Wang did not have any fear in his heart. He merely wanted to chase after Dr. Wei. The overly long time he had spent faking his unconsciousness made his legs a bit numb. Just as Mr. Wang stood up, his arms were held back by others. "Let me go," he struggled as he yelled the name of his lecturer. At that moment, he was acting like a child calling after his parent. No wonder he is a lecturer at a respected university. His acting is so good that he managed to trick all the ghosts. Mr. Wood grabbed Mr. Wang while all Joe's hands lightly pressed on Mr. Wang's head. He did not use much force, but Mr. Wang's body slowly crumbled to the ground. Peace returned to the room. After Mr. Wang had really fainted, Dr. Wei walked out from inside the room. The old man had a conflicted expression. He squatted before Mr. Wang and studied him for a long time. Of all my students, he is the most like me. In fact, he is even more serious and stubborn than I am. You'd better find a way to make him lose this part of his memory, or he will spend the rest of his life visiting this haunted house until he finds out the truth. Are you sure you want to do that? You are his respected teacher. This would be a very good memory for him to have as a keepsake. All Joe still thought that it was better to ask for a second opinion. Keep what's sake? When I was alive, I did everything that I could. I have already taught them everything that I know, so I have no regrets. Dr. Wei waved his hands. The living should look forward. It is understandable to be melancholic for a while, but drowning in the sorrow of the past will only drag them back. Okay, then I will go and get Zhang Yi. All Joe and another employee went to summon Zhang Yi while Dr. Wei's eyes slowly moved away from Mr. Wang to look at Zhu Han. He shook his head lightly. You perhaps might not know this, but this is actually the third time you've pretended to faint before us. Zhu Han knew perfectly well that the elder's words were meant for him. His eyelids were shuddering. He resisted the great fear that was growing in his heart and forced himself to keep his eyes closed. Dr. Wei looked at Zhu Han's youthful and energetic face, and he slowly reached out to touch his head. You are the most talented child that I have ever encountered. You have all the qualities to be a very good forensic doctor. There is nothing more that I can teach you. I only hope that you will remember this, always insist on the truth. The dead cannot speak, so we forensic doctors have to help them voice their regrets. The old man was suddenly reminded of Chen Ji. Now that I think about it, that is also exactly what Boss Chen is doing. Could it be that the entwined interaction between the haunted house and Jiujiang Medical University was already written in the stars? New Century Park's haunted house had a very good relationship with Jiujiang Medical University. That was a well-known truth. Their relationship was so good that there were people online who suspected that Chen Ji's haunted house hired the students from the university to act as his ghosts. Lily, we are all helping the dead who can't speak seek their justice. Perhaps this is why both parties can understand each other so well. Dr. Wei did not use much force on his palm, but Zhu Han felt a chill on the back of his neck, and he slowly lost consciousness. Making a living person faint without them realizing it was not that difficult for a ghost. At Chen Ji's request, this had already become a skill that all the workers at the haunted house had mastered before they started working. Moments later, All Joe returned with Zhang Yi, and the latter started to work on hiding parts of the visitor's memory. Wait, let me go, please let me go. He-san struggled as hard as he could, but probably due to highly strung nerves, Qin Guang only had one thought in mind, and that was to run. He did not hear He-san's pleas at all. The two broke through the barrier formed by the red specters and ran out of Jiu Hong Apartments Block 1. The whole hidden scenario was shrouded in black fog. They could not tell the direction at all. Qin Guang and He-san did not dare stop. They did not even have a chance to take a breath before they took off into the black fog again. Zhu Han said that the exit is at the deepest part of the scenario. Now that I have the rag doll's head, the ghosts do not dare get close to me. If I am truly surrounded, I can sacrifice this student from the university and use him to distract the ghosts so that I can escape. Qin Guang was racing like his life depended on it. He felt like he still had a chance of escaping. Hey, watch where you're going. It's pointless to just barrel aimlessly in here, He-san yelled urgently, but Qin Guang was already beyond hearing any advice. This popular host who had left the hospital once again found his mental state at the edge of a breakdown. He did not wish to be sent back to the hospital just 2 days after he left it. When a person was under the great pressure, their inner potential would be invoked. Their adrenaline level rose, greatly improving their physical capability. Qin Guang and He-san, both of whom did not like to do sports that much normally, somehow fought their way through the fog with the red specters chasing after them. Another building appeared before them, Jin HWA Apartments Block A. We're at a dead end. There is no way we are going into that building. If we are surrounded inside a room, then it will be over for us. He-san raised his voice to warn Qin Guang. He had just said that when he saw a figure walk out from the building. Both parties were startled when they saw each other, and it was Qin Guang who was the first to recover. You are Zio-san. Oh my, there are other survivors. Sun Zioajin was very surprised. He wanted to say something else when he suddenly felt the boiling fury in the black fog. A few red specters materialized in the black fog, and this army had stunned even this haunted house employee. What have you two done? Without saying anything, Zio's son turned back and ran, crawling back into Jin HWA Apartments Block A. When creatures ran into danger, they would display a sheep effect. Wherever the leading sheep went, the group of sheep would follow. Only Qin Guang saw Zio's son run back into the building. He dragged He-san and chased after him. The three kept running down the stairs. The building appeared like it led directly to hell. They passed one floor after another, but they still had not reached the end. He-san's mind was filled with despair, but there was no way back. All he could do was keep following Zio's son and Qin Guang down this road to hell. "Brother son, where are you leading us?" Qin Guang slowly realized that something was wrong. This staircase kept on going downward like it had no ending. "I have no idea either. Also, why are you two following me?" Son Zioajin was just a baleful specter. He was also afraid of red specters, especially after he had accidentally offended one of them. So just like that, two visitors found themselves chasing a ghost down to the bottom floor of Jin HWA Apartments Block A. Along the way, they did not dare stop because there were too many abnormal neighbors living in this building, and the way they looked at the visitors was like they wanted to eat them alive. The blood trickled down the banister and the walls. The black fog surged down the stairs, and the three visitors had nowhere else to run. "What do we do now? We have nowhere else to go." "I already told you we should not go inside the building. You guys are too stubborn to listen to me. Get into the room, quick, go and hide, the tour is almost over anyway." The three visitors pushed open a random room. They held their noses and mouths as they went hiding inside. "What is it?" After closing the door, He-san's group realized that they found themselves inside a room with no furniture but multiple sets of old, boxy television sets. The television sets were placed together, and just the sight of them made one feel quite pressed. "This feels so weird." The room suddenly became very quiet, and the footsteps outside the corridor disappeared. It was as if the room that they were in was forgotten by time. The air froze, and the sound of static appeared. The television that was placed right in the middle suddenly came on. The faded light fell on the three visitors' faces. The black and white static flickered, and one could see a black shadow that was slowly walking toward them. When the screen returned to normal, a child's face was showing on the screen. The child's gaze appeared to pass through the screen and stare directly at the three visitors. His face slowly opened into a smile as his body slowly retreated. Then, the scenario that appeared on the screen shocked everyone. The three visitors appeared on the screen, and at that moment the child was sitting among them. "He's right here." Qin Guang pointed at the empty space before him. There was nothing there, but the television was clearly showing a child standing there. "It should be some kind of reflection." Before He-san could finish, all the televisions got switched on at the same time. The static sound tortured the nerves of the visitors. After the screen stabilized, the three visitors saw something scary that would scar them for life. Each television was broadcasting extremely gory and scary images, and these images were taken inside the haunted house. Some of main characters shown were their once teammates. It was so suffocatingly real, but that was not the scariest part. It was as if all the killers, ghosts, and red specters had made a promise. They all seemed to notice that someone was watching them at the same time. Their bloody heads slowly turned around at the same time, and the crazed eyes stared at the three visitors beyond the screen. The eyes filled with blood, madness, and sadism stared right at the visitors. The expressions of the ghosts and murderers slowly changed. It was as if they had found new prey. They dragged their weapons of choice and slowly walked toward the screens. They got closer and closer to the screens. The scary faces stuck to the screens. Just as the three visitors were about to faint from shock, the television sets in the room suddenly all got turned off. The light all disappeared from the room, and the three visitors collapsed to the ground. They gasped heavily for air like they had just been given a second lease on life. But before they could recover, the television sets all turned on again, but this time, only the victims were left on screens. The killers and ghosts had disappeared. "Where have they gone?" He-san stammered. At that moment, knocking came from behind them. "Dong dong dong." The three visitors instantly scurried away from the room door. Their faces were pale, none of them dared open the door. The knocking became more insistent, and the door trembled. Several seconds later, the door suddenly opened on its own. There was nothing outside the door, but the light in the room suddenly darkened as if the light from the screens was being blocked by something. He-san, who was closest to the television sets, turned back to look, and his gaze was directly glued to the television screens. All the screens had changed. They all turned to show this room that they were in. Other than the three visitors, the room was incredibly crowded, filled to the brim with different kinds of people. Blood dripped until the screens were dyed red. One figure after another appeared in the room, and the image broadcast on the television sets was slowly turning into reality. Qin Guang was so scared that he had already fainted. Before San lost consciousness, somehow, the scenario from back when he first visited this haunted house crossed his mind. If only I hadn't tried to be so cheap that afternoon, and used that theme park coupon that had almost expired. Chapter 1135, Zin High Branch. Chapter 1135, Zin High Branch. The dead body cart's wheels rolled across the ground. Old Joe hummed a merry tune and happily sent the carts of visitors out of the underground scenario. The longer he worked at Boss Chen's haunted house, the more Old Joe enjoyed this occupation. He was glad that Chen Ji had decided to take the few of them with him when he completed his mission at the old apartment. Now All Bai had become a red specter, Duan Yue had walked out from the mist of her depression, and even the most despondent Yan Danian had accomplished his biggest dream. All this was possible due to Chen Ji. Turning back to look at Chen Ji, who was standing amid the group of red specters, All Joe could not hide the smile that appeared on his face. I have already found out everything that happened. The reason this tragedy has occurred this time is because of me. I gravely underestimated your power. Chen Ji and several red specters surrounded Xiao Sun in the middle. Brother Sun looked as sad as anything. His watering eyes were upturned. Boss, I know my mistake already. Can you please give me a chance to redeem myself? Do you plan to do that? Xiao Sun crawled up from the ground and walked to the red raincoat's side. He used both of his hands to grab the red raincoat's wrist and then placed the red raincoat's hands over his heart. Big sister, I swear that whether your child is still alive or not, I will help you find him. After saying that, a thread that was entwining both red and black color crawled out of his heart and proceeded to curl around the red raincoat's pinky finger. If a baleful specter wished to become a red specter, they needed to have a heart, and a heart was made up from threads of blood vessels like this. But strangely enough, the blood vessels within Xiao Sun's body were all alternatively red and black like this. It was incredibly anomalous. Staring at the thread on her pinky finger for a long time, the red raincoat paused as if to think before lightly nodding. Xiao Sun, would you have passed your misfortune to Red Raincoat just like that? Chen Ji asked softly. He was really worried that this might happen. Hearing what Chen Ji had to say, Xiao Sun felt so wronged that tears came to his eyes again. Chen Ji quickly moved to console him. Since the Red Raincoat has forgiven you, the conflict between you two can be considered to have been resolved. But this time, you almost tore the haunted house apart. That is something that we need to deal with. I did not mean to do it on purpose. Wouldn't have really mattered even if you had destroyed the haunted house, but the problem is you almost scared that person called Ma Feng to death. The man had already fainted so many times, so why did you insist on waking him up every time? When I saw that through the surveillance camera, my scalp went numb immediately. My heart even went out toward him. The man suffered more than enough. Chen Ji was telling the truth. Fainting was the body's self-protective mechanism. The man had already fainted, but he was brought back to consciousness again and again. How was that different from bringing the tortured soul back to life to be flayed again and again? Xiao Sun opened his arms and said with a helpless expression, if I said I only wanted to save him, would you guys believe me? When Ma Feng wakes up and hears you say that, I believe he will probably faint again from pure anger. Chen Ji and the employees around him started to laugh. Xiao Sun always had the capability of doing the wrong thing out of kindness, but that could not be blamed on the young man. That was simply his natural talent. Laugh all you want. In any case, I do not plan to act as a visitor anymore. You guys have no idea how nerve-wracking it is to be surrounded by more than 10 living people at the same time. Xiao Sun leaned the wall and looked for all intents and purposes to have given up on his life already. Actually, he knew about his own talent, but he only wanted to be a part of the big family. Xiao Sun, pretending to mix among the visitors indeed is a great waste of your talent, so I have a very important mission that I have arranged for you. Chen Ji slowly drew back the smile on his face, and his expression turned severe and serious. This mission is related to the survival of our haunted house. Noticing the change in Chen Ji's tone, Xiao Sun also stood up straighter. Brother, are you sure you wish to hand over such an important mission over to me? I am afraid I might screw it up again. You are the only candidate that is suitable for this mission. Of course, the current you is still far from capable of accepting it, so the other employees at the haunted house and I will conduct intensive training for you. Chen Ji planned to fully unleash Xiao Sun's hidden potential, so that this cursed seed would grow up into a large and powerful cursed tree. Later in the afternoon, I will need you to come to the staff break room. Then I will tell you the objective of the mission in more detail. Okay. Then there is nothing else. Everyone, please try to recover the scenario as best as you can, and then return to your own posts and prepare to receive the next batch of visitors. After giving all the orders, Chenji walked out from the underground scenario. Aljo had already moved all the fainted visitors to the entrance. All Chenji needed to do now was wheel them all out. Pulling back the thick curtains, following the creaking and cracking of the wheels from the body carts, all the visitors who were gathered outside the haunted house turned to look toward Chenji. The warm rays of the sun showered on his body, and Chenji pushed out the first cart of visitors. See, what did I tell you earlier? It is another group wipe situation. Look at how peacefully they are smiling. Do you still want that ice cream? Still dare cry. If you continue to cry when you grow up, I will send you inside that haunted house. Where have all those people who posted the thread about challenging the most difficult scenario gone? Quick, we need to split up and go bring them back. Before so many visitors, Chenji pushed out the other top haunted house designers. Uncle Sue, I will need you to help me call over some theme park workers. There are more after this. After this cart, there are 3 more carts. Chenji moved all the visitors that had visited the ghost fetus scenario out of the haunted house. As predicted by some of the earlier visitors that knew Chenji's haunted house well, all the visitors that went in had come out on the body carts. There were none that could still walk out on their own 2 feet. Uncle Sue had already called for help on his end, and they arrived to hurriedly take the visitors to theme park's infirmary. If this happened at any other theme park, it could be something that would shut the place down. But at New Century Park, it happened so commonly that most of the visitors had even gotten used to it. Even though more than 10 people had fainted at the same time, the order within theme park was not disturbed at all. Everyone went about their day normally. Those who were lining up continued to line up, and those who were supposed to visit the haunted house continued with their tour. At most, some of them stopped to take 1 or 2 pictures or recorded a short video to keep as a memento. In less than 10 minutes, everything had returned to normal. At noon, the long queue was still waiting outside the haunted house. For the visitors who had waited for a long time already, Uncle Sue was kind enough to provide them with bottles of mineral water. Back inside the haunted house, Chenji had already returned to the staff break room, and currently there were 4 employees standing inside the room. Zio-san, the mission that I am going to give you this time is very important, but it is also very dangerous. Before you give me your word, I hope that you will listen closely to everything that I have to say. Chenji sat down on the chair and waved at the space beside him. The Red Spectre all-by understood the meaning of the gesture and placed a black, non-transparent plastic bag on the table next to Chenji. Our haunted house is currently faced with a very large threat. Behind the door of the ghost fetus world, we killed a demon god sent by the cursed hospital in Xinhai. That demon god is probably being digested by Zhang Ye. That is an action that the cursed hospital will never forgive. The hospital will definitely try their best to take revenge on us. This was the first time Chenji had revealed the information related to the cursed hospital to his employees. The cursed hospital is situated at the borders of Xinhai and Jiujiang, but geographically speaking, it is closer to Xinhai. The place is incredibly dangerous because they likely have more than 1 demon god at their disposal. Chenji did not hide anything. He shared all the information he had about the cursed hospital with his most trusted employees. He would have no problem putting his life in the hands of anyone currently standing inside the staff break room. This time there were people from the cursed hospital mixed among the visitors. The enemy's special power is very unique. It can help him avoid detection from even the top Red Spectres. But luckily enough, due to Zio-san's presence, we detected them before they could do further damage. Because of me, Zio-san did not even know what he had done. Yes, because you turned the whole haunted house upside down to the point that the alarms went off everywhere. When I came in, I thought that the cursed hospital had infiltrated the place, so I hurriedly summoned all of the other employees to salvage the situation. To my surprise, there were indeed people sent over by the cursed hospital hidden among the visitors. After hearing Chenji say all that, Zio-san touched his nose embarrassedly. I did not do it on purpose. Whether you did it on purpose or not is not important. The important thing is that it has helped expose your immense talent. Disguising yourself as an extra among the haunted house visitors is a waste of your talent. You need a bigger stage, Chenji said as he opened the black plastic bag on the table. There was a patient's garb inside the bag. The garb looked rather normal. There was not even the hospital's name on it. It only had a number on it, 101. Other than the patient garb, there was a patient's form inside the bag. There was no name on this patient's form. Wherever the signature of the patient was needed, there was only written 1 number, 101. Number 101. Zio-san, this will be your number in the future. Mine. Zio-san picked up the patient garb with the utmost confusion. The question marks were viewable all over his head. Brother, don't tell me you wish for me to pretend to be a mental patient, but you know very well that I do not know how to act. You not only need to act as a mental patient, you only have to infiltrate into the cursed hospital to obtain information for us. Chenji then waved at Zhang Yi and picked out a lingering spirit that was almost dispersing from the slightly hunchbacked Zhang Yi. This lingering spirit is the real patient 101, but he has been turned into a simpleton. His only remaining memories have been tempered with by us. With Zhang Yi's help, take it with you and practice as much as you can. Try your best to get to know it, and then try to become it. Big brother, are you sure I am capable of doing this? Zio-san had very little confidence in himself. After all, he had almost ruined the ghost fetus scenario earlier. That is why I have found a few other teachers for you. Chenji first had all Joe come over. You will follow your brother Joe. I have already arranged everything. Everyone will help you together to train you to become the most perfect actor our haunted house has ever seen. Okay. Zio-san took the patient garb and the lingering spirit of patient 101 and was about to leave the room when he was stopped again by Chenji. Wait a minute. I have a few books here with me. Take them and try to read them as closely as you can. Chenji pulled out several thick books from under his bed. Among them there were books on societal psychology, micro-expressions, and social psychology. The best psychologist of Jiujiang once recommended these few books to me, and now I have handed them over to you. These things might not be directly useful to you, but they will aid you in changing the way you face any difficult problems and expand your mindset. Chenji handed the books that Dr. Gao had once recommended over to Zio-san. The whole process had a ritualistic inheritance feeling to it. Good luck, I have faith in you. After all the ghost employees had left, Chenji crawled into bed to rest for a moment. The cursed hospital has already made their move on me. I need to make the necessary preparation to counter them. Chenji took out some paper and a pen and started to doodle on it. He arranged the things that he needed to do in order, from the most urgent tasks to the less important ones. Zhang Wenyu is already very close to me. If I work harder, perhaps I can persuade him to join us. Before I depart for Xinhai, I need to get him to side with me. Even though he already had plenty of red specters, the feeling that Zhang Wenyu gave him was very unique. He did not have the yin energy unique to ghosts on him at all. If he did not know it from the black phone, even Chenji would probably have treated him as a living person. Other than Zhang Wenyu, there are still many more famous local ghost stories in Jiujiang. Over the next few days, I should take my employees to look around. Perhaps we'll run into new friends who might have the same target as us. Other than that, I will need to fulfill the promise that I have given to help search for the backup that Zhang Wenyu left behind. The siblings schemed against me at the school of the afterlife. Once I have saved them, I need them to pay me back with interest when I am dealing with the cursed hospital. Due to Zhang Ye's presence, Chenji could basically do anything he wanted in Jiujiang, but his overall power was still far lacking when in comparison to the cursed hospital. The cursed hospital is somehow related to me 20 years ago. They know my background immensely well, but I know so little about them. Before the real fight begins, I will have to depend on the surprises that perhaps Zio-san will be able to bring me. Chenji had great faith in Zio-san because he had personally experienced Zio-san's talent. Everything is in order except what is crucial. All I can do now is wait and try my best to turn all the extenuating factors into my supporting factors. At 2 p.m., the special care unit at the Jiujiang People's Hospital echoed with a particularly shrill scream. The doctors and the nurses rushed into the sick room and saw the patient that had been delivered that morning rolling on the ground. His body was curled up in a ball, and his body was shuddering endlessly due to fear. Calm down, Shangguan Qinghong, you have already left the haunted house. You are now very safe. You are at the hospital. Originally, the patient was only afraid, but once he heard the term haunted house, he started to wail again. Doctor, what should we do now? It took us so much effort to cure him of his illness, but people truly are stubborn creatures. He insisted on going back to traumatize himself again. I also do not know how to comment on this issue now. Oh well, it is a good thing that it did not take that long for him to wake up this time. Hurry and move him to a normal sick room. The nurse pushed Shangguan Qinghong down the hospital corridor in a wheelchair and arrived at a familiar sick room. Pushing open the door, Shangguan Qinghong saw many familiar faces. The sick room was filled with the victims of Chen Ji's haunted house. At that moment, everyone was looking at Shangguan Qinghong in the wheelchair with shock and awe. Wasn't he sent out from the hospital 2 days ago? Why is he back so soon? Has he relapsed? Ching Hong, didn't you say you were going to teach Boss Chen a lesson he would never forget? How come? His friend only mentioned the word Boss Chen, and Shang Guan Ching Hong shivered involuntarily. He covered his ears, and his mouth mumbled incoherently, like a child who had been abandoned by the world. Brother Shang Guan, you have returned, but what about Qin Guang? That man is in intensive care. It is still unknown whether he will return to us or not. The nurse rolled her eyes at the other patients. Shang Guan Ching Hong needs plenty of rest. Do not try to attempt to engage him in any conversation related to the haunted house. Whenever he hears the term haunted house, his illness acts up. Do you all understand? Yes, nurse. The old patients looked at Shang Guan Ching Hong with pity. Everyone there had been scared until they fainted inside Chen Ji's haunted house. Shang Guan Ching Hong was a repeat patient, and that was a badge of honor among the victims because at least he had resisted at least once. At the time, they still had not found out about Ma Feng's situation, so they thought being scared until one fainted twice was already very impressive. At around 5 p.m., the day of business at New Century Park was reaching its end. Director Luo suddenly summoned Chen Ji to his office and placed a document before him. Director Luo, what is this? This is a contract that I have negotiated for you. Director Luo opened the document, and there was a contract inside. The boss of the haunted house in Xinhai has completely given up this industry. Last I heard, he appears to have obtained this illness where he goes crazy whenever he hears the words haunted house. So his people immediately started to let go of his assets in Xinhai. I remembered you mentioned this before, so the moment they started setting the sale sign, and once I saw the low price that it was going for, I snapped it up. Shang Guan Ching Hong is finally willing to give up his haunted house. Has he lost his confidence already? Chen Ji looked at the contract he was holding. Director Luo had basically used his own money to purchase the haunted house in Xinhai and gifted it to Chen Ji. I cannot sign this contract with good conscience. Director Luo, you've used your own money, which is meant for New Century Park, to purchase this asset. If there is any income, I will be the benefactor, but if the Xinhai haunted house loses money, you will be the one who takes the fall. This is very unfair to you and New Century Park. Chenji did not want to sign this contract not because it was unfair, but because he felt like he was taking advantage of Director Luo. Without your haunted house, New Century Park would have been crushed into the ground by the futuristic theme park by now. Consider this haunted house in Xinhai a present from me to you, but I do have a very small request. Director Luo revealed a smile on his face. The branch that you build in Xinhai must be named New Century Park as well, or at least the name has to be tied on somehow. Naturally. After half an hour of discussion, Chen Ji signed his name on the contract. Chen Ji was going to pay full attention to dealing with the cursed hospital next. His intention was to turn the branch in Xinhai into a safe second base. Chapter 1136. Draw 30, presents for his employees 2 in 1. Chapter 1136. Draw 30, presents for his employees 2 in 1. Chen Ji did not expect things to go so successfully. Before this, he had already had his eye on that haunted house in Xinhai, but Shang Guan Ching Hong had refused to sell his own haunted house even though he was scared to the point of being hospitalized. The man himself appeared to realize how unique that asset was, but happiness always came so suddenly. Chen Ji had no idea why suddenly Shang Guan Ching Hong had changed his mind and decided to sell the Xinhai haunted house. Perhaps he has finally realized the large gap between his haunted house and my haunted house. If there is a chance, I should go to the hospital to visit him and thank him in person. Holding the contract, Chen Ji walked out from Director Luo's office. At that moment, the theme park was about to close for the day. However, there were still plenty of visitors lining up outside the haunted house. Many of them had come from different corners of the country just to visit the haunted house, so they kept queuing up to experience as many scenarios as they could so that they would not waste a second of their visit. Among them, there were quite a lot of internet celebrities and private media individuals. Chen Ji's haunted house had provided them with plenty of material to use, and of course, they had contributed back by increasing the popularity of Chen Ji's haunted house. It was a symbiotic relationship. Other haunted houses basically would not allow anyone to conduct any video shooting inside their premises, but Chen Ji's haunted house was unique, and that was how Chen Ji had a close relationship with these people. Returning to the staff break room, Chen Ji put the contract nicely away. Director Luo wanted him to go over to Xinhai to start dealing with the new branch as soon as he could. If Chen Ji had any needs, he should not tarry and could bring the issue up with Director Luo immediately, and the latter would help settle it. However, Chen Ji did not plan to go to Xinhai so soon. Jiujiang was the place where he had grown up. He had a very unique relationship with this piece of land. Even though this city had numerous indescribable scary stories, stepping on this piece of land, he would feel strangely comforted as if there was some kind of hidden force protecting him. Xinhai, in comparison, was a relatively stranger city for Chen Ji. In fact, the cursed hospital had possibly laid plenty of traps over there, just waiting for Chen Ji to voluntarily walk into them. Before I go to Xinhai, I must be very well prepared. I not only have to bring all the red specters with me, I have to give a notice to Captain Yan so that he can inform his colleagues in Xinhai. I have a good history with our law enforcement after all. Chen Ji had met the law enforcement of Xinhai before. Back when he first visited Xinhai, he had been escorted away by the police because he jumped down from the second floor of Shangguan Qinghong's haunted house. He had experienced getting a ride in a Xinhai police car. The police are the citizens' nannies. The reason I am going to Xinhai is to help protect Xinhai's local safety and contribute as much help as I can to maintain the serenity at Xinhai. I am sure that the law enforcement of Xinhai will be able to understand my point of view. Lying in bed, Chen Ji took out the comic and the black phone. He looked through the details of all his current employees again and memorized all of their individual unique powers in his mind. There are still plenty of things that I need to do. Furthermore, it is not me who should be worried at the moment. The cursed hospital has suddenly lost a demon god without actually knowing why. Therefore, they will keep sending people over to Jiujiang to conduct an investigation. As long as I intercept them and deal with the people they send to Jiujiang, I would be able to steadily drain their power. After the completion of the Ghost Fetus mission, the pressure on Chen Ji's shoulders had lightened significantly. In fact, one could even say that he was currently the one who had the upper hand. The ball was in his court. Xiao Sun was led by Al Zhou to the underground morgue to conduct his special training. Other than the acting lessons, Xiao Sun also needed to study psychology, basic medicine, and psychiatry. The other employees had their own roles to complete, and they were preparing in their own way for their final mission. At around 9 p.m., Chen Ji carried his backpack and left the haunted house. He took several red specters with him with the intention of helping Zhang Wenyu complete as many dying wishes of the suicide victims as he could, and at the same time, he wanted to see if he could encounter any new friends. After wandering around through the night, Chen Ji again helped Zhang Wenyu completed several wishes. Zhang Wenyu could be said to have full trust in Chen Ji. He believed that Chen Ji was one of those rare individuals in the world who would stop at nothing to help others. Actually, perhaps only Chen Ji himself did not realize this. Most of the employees around him had already noticed that Chen Ji was actually someone incredibly charming. He could bring energy and courage to those in despair, and he had the great ability of sympathizing with others, and thus would be able to understand things from another's perspective and quietly listen to their story and past. Is it because I have brought too many red specters with me? How come I did not run into even a single lingering spirit tonight? After Chen Ji reflected on this, he believed that he needed to change his method of working. This city is too big. The way I have been aimlessly searching for a new specter is like finding a needle in a haystack. There has to be a method that is far more efficient. Then Chen Ji took out the black phone. He opened one of the apps, and a grotesque black spinning wheel appeared on the screen. Currently, my title is Red Specters, Favored. If I draw another 10 specters, my title will upgrade again. If the title upgraded, Chen Ji would gain the affection of even more ghosts and specters, and it would be much easier for him to gain their trust and affection. At the same time, however, it would mean that it would be much easier for him to run into misfortune and tragedy. I really have no idea whether I can support having the title upgraded again. Speaking of which, why does this spinning wheel only reward me with specters? Damn! The rules specify very clearly that there will be many different rewards, but I somehow keep drawing baleful specters with extremely low probability. Could it be that I am Sun Xiaojian's long-lost elder brother? The sky outside the window was turning bright. Chen Ji put away the black phone. It is time for a quick nap. After I am done with the workers' makeup, I should go and visit the futuristic theme park. Their theme park has quite good feng shui. It will be very suitable to spin the wheel there. At 9 a.m., New Century Park opened its gate for business. As the body cart had been used to push out more than 10 visitors the previous day, there was not one person who was there to cause trouble for Chen Ji. Even the 50-cent Army's activity on the Haunted House app had conspicuously lowered. Uncle Sue, I have something else to do, so I will leave the operation of the Haunted House to you. Chenji carried his backpack and hailed a cab to get to the futuristic theme park. He had purchased his ticket online the day before. When he pulled out his identity card to retrieve his ticket, all the machines at the self-ticketing counter lit up with red light. Moments later, 3 workers from the futuristic theme park ran over, and they followed Chenji like his bodyguards. Those who did not know would probably believe that Chenji was some kind of VIP that they had invited. "Don't be like this. It is making me so uncomfortable. See how many people are looking at us." Chenji carried his backpack while being surrounded securely in the middle by 3 futuristic theme park workers. "I came today as a very normal visitor. You guys should relax." Chenji's initial plan was to go there to draw a prize and try his luck, but being surrounded so closely by so many people, he was too embarrassed to do that. "Boss Chen, we also do not wish to do this, but—" One of the younger employees was about to explain when he was cut off by a warning gaze from the other older employee. Then, the 3 of them trailed behind Chenji like his shadow without saying anything else. "Well, if you wish to follow me like that, I cannot do anything to stop you." Chenji wandered his way over to the futuristic theme park's haunted house. He noticed on the ranking outside the haunted house that the second place would be able to pass him with another 5,000 points, and that caused a sense of danger to arise in his heart. "Since I am already here, why not go in for a stroll? After all, I have already paid for such an expensive ticket. Not using it sounds like such a waste." Chenji came to the control panel and randomly picked anything that caught his eye. He did not study them closely. He just scrolled through and selected any scenario that sounded interesting, and then picked hellish mode. As if purposely to prevent the tragedy that Chenji caused during his previous visit from happening again, this machine could no longer mix more than 50 scenarios at the same time. The computer would instead select 10 random scenarios from all the available scenarios, and then create an amalgamation for the visitors to tour. Under the employees' extremely guarded scrutiny, Chenji entered the futuristic theme park's haunted house. He would be challenging the scenario alone. It was as if Chenji had booked the place for himself. That was how much the futuristic theme park respected Chenji. Listening to the eerie background music, Chenji felt like he had returned to his second home. His expression was relaxed and happy. Somehow he made it seem like he was enjoying a stroll through the park, when in reality he was challenging a haunted house. After clearing the scenarios with ease, Chenji found a blind spot where the surveillance camera would not capture him. He silently took out the black phone and slid on the screen, clicking open an app. "Without even realizing it, I have already accumulated so many scare points. Should I commit to a 10 draw this time? Since obtaining the black phone, I have not done something like this before. Zhangya should not be hibernating, and I'm currently at someone else's haunted house. Another main reason is their boss came to my own haunted house just yesterday to purposely create trouble for me. It is only fair that I come to his haunted house and do a 10 draw on the phone right." Chenji slowly convinced himself. But actually, he knew very well that the drawing process was extremely safe. At least, no accidents had happened from it in his previous experience. Looking at the spinning wheel on the phone, Chenji sucked in a deep breath. "I refuse to believe that I will draw 10 specters with 10 draws." Gritting his teeth, Chenji chose to spin the wheel 10 times. Looking at the wheel that started to spin, Chenji's heart was in his throat. The black spinning wheel was slowly dyed red. This was something that had not happened before. With Chenji as the center, the surrounding temperature in the room started to drop. Bloody red patterns started to surface on the shell of the black phone, but the patterns disappeared as suddenly as they appeared. Ghost faces flickered across the screen. These many signs all gave Chenji a very bad premonition. The spinning wheel slowly stopped. The black phone kept vibrating as he got 10 consecutive messages. "Congratulations, Red Spectres favored, for obtaining a unique baleful spectre, Shiguo. Shiguo, rare unique spectre, draw probability 1/100, a solitary soul wandering on Route 4 of the underground terminal. He walks through time. He will visit yesterday, pacing between minutes and seconds. He is a ghost forgotten by time. Congratulations, Red Spectres favored, for obtaining a baleful spectre, Sigui. Sigui, draw probability 120. He has nothing unique going for him. He is unassuming and appears to be completely harmless. He likes to stay alone inside the quiet bathroom. He is like an old man who has lost his interest in his marriage and his life. Congratulations, Red Spectres favored, for obtaining a unique item, Butterfly Hair Clip. Butterfly Hair Clip, the item of possession for a unique baleful spectre, Gui Kyuti, draw probability 310. This is the first present you ever gave me. I have always worn it in my hair. Hopefully, one day you will be able to spot me through it in the crowd. You will be able to see the butterfly hair clip that you once gifted me. What? Congratulations, Red Spectres favored for obtaining a unique Red Spectre. Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong, rare unique Red Spectre. Draw probability 71000. I once created more than 100 breathtakingly beautiful faces until, one day, I realized I could not tell what beauty is anymore. Warning, Red Spectre Zhu Rong is extremely dangerous and sensitive. Please visit the new city's Yiren Pavilion Beauty Parlor after midnight. Congratulations, Red Spectres favored for obtaining a unique item. By Keolin's Severed Arm. By Keolin's Severed Arm, Collection of Resentment. The lost arm that was stolen away by the gambler has been used as the underground casino's boss, prop to demand money from his debtors. The temperature inside the room had dropped to close to 0. Every message on the black phone was related to a baleful specter. The air of resentment was almost bursting out of the screen already. 10 draws and I got 9 baleful specters out of it. Chenji wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. He was shocked by the result. Other than Bai Keolin's severed arm, the other 9 were all baleful specters, and one of them was even a red specter. The black phone recorded the backgrounds and the special powers of these baleful specters. The specters were dispersed all over Jiujiang, and it required Chenji to personally fetch them. Of the 10 draws, I only drew 1 red specter. Looks like the probability of drawing a red specter is still quite low. I was really lucky to have drawn Zhangya during my first draw. But then again, Chenji really did not know whether he really should call himself luck or unlucky. The temperature inside the haunted house slowly rose back to normal. Just like students who had just finished their difficult finals, Chenji felt like he had just overcome a big ordeal, so he visited a few other scenarios to clear them and to relax his tense mood. If I manage to draw 1 more specter, the title of Red Spectres favored will upgrade. The problem is, I still have a lot of accumulated scare points, and it is more than enough for me to draw a lot more. Chenji was feeling very conflicted. His rational side told him that it was about time to stop, but his finger was twitching madly whenever he saw that spinning wheel on the black phone. My parents' disappearance might be related to the cursed hospital as well. In other words, they are the source of all my bad luck and the tragedy that has fallen the city. Facing such a powerful enemy, I have to fight with everything that I have got. Chenji thus found another blind spot. It is not often that I can come to the futuristic theme park to visit. How about I just go for broke this one time and use all of the accumulated scare points within their haunted house? If he drew 1 more specter, the title would upgrade, but Chenji had already considered it from every angle. After all, danger was already coming his way no matter what. Since it could not be avoided, he might as well make the storm blow even harder and bigger. Sliding the screen, Chenji opted for another 10 draws. Congratulations, Red Spectres favored, for obtaining a unique item, Su Yin's music sheet. Su Yin's music sheet. He was once innocent and happy. He also once believed in light and goodness. He had written all his love into his song and sang it to the girls who killed him. Congratulations, Red Spectres favored, for obtaining a unique item, an incomplete birth certificate. An incomplete birth certificate. Men Nan is a child born inside a mental asylum. The world that is viewed as twisted and abnormal is the world where he grew up. This birth certificate contains his mother's signature and is the last memory he has of her. Congratulations, Red Spectres favored, for obtaining a unique item, White Valentine's candy. White Valentine's candy. These are candies she personally made for you. You promised you will finish all of them. Congratulations, Red Spectres favored, for obtaining a unique item, Blue Raincoat. Blue Raincoat. She bought her child a blue raincoat with cartoon characters on it. The child wearing the raincoat looks as cute as a little penguin. That night it was storming in Liwan City. She held her child's hand waiting for the bus at the bus stop, but when bus 104 entered the station, her child had mysteriously gone missing. No one knew where her child went. Perhaps this blue raincoat will provide you with some clues to his location. What? After the second lot of 10 draws, Chenji was stunned. I did not manage to draw 1 single specter, huh? This is so unscientific. Have I drawn all of the specters available in the prize pool? In terms of probability, baleful specters were indeed rare draws, much less red specters. It was already hard enough to draw a normal specter. Is this done on purpose? I'd already mentally prepared myself for the title for upgrade, but the result is that I didn't even get 1 baleful specter. Chenji considered it as rationally as he could for half a minute, and then made a really irrational move. Should I do another 10 draws? His finger reached dangerously toward the sliding screen, and the strange spinning wheel on the black phone started to rotate rapidly again. Chapter 1137. I hope each of you can find happiness too in one. The temperature in the room did not drop again. Following the vibration on his phone, Chenji received yet another 10 messages. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, for obtaining a one-time use Nightmare Mission coupon. After using the coupon, it is guaranteed that a new Nightmare Mission will be registered when the daily Haunted House missions refresh at midnight. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, for obtaining a Haunted House employee costume, Clown of Misfortune. Clown of Misfortune, they always laugh seeing me cry. They believe my sadness is their source of joy. Warning, the whole costume for the Clown of Misfortune consists of the clown's mask, a bloody makeup bag, and a human skin jester costume. After putting on the whole costume set, it will create an unknown effect. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, for obtaining a Haunted House employee costume, the Food Connoisseur. The Food Connoisseur, I am the pickiest eater in the world. I have tasted the meat of almost every animal in the world. Lately, I have been obsessed with an optimal prime cut of meat. Would you like to follow me to the kitchen to take a peek at it? Warning, the whole costume for the Food Connoisseur consists of the night-colored Western suit and the Good Night briefcase. The suit can increase the wearer's personal charm. A friendly warning, do not open the connoisseur's briefcase when there is a crowd around you. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, for obtaining a Haunted House employee costume, the Stranger. The Stranger, a homicide with a random target, is the hardest case to solve. There is no motive and no rules. The unrelated victim and the foolproof murder method. Do be careful of that stranger that brushes past your shoulder when you walk alone at night. Warning, the costume of the stranger only consists of a casual outfit. The outfit can help lower your presence to the lowest. Even if the witnesses have seen your face, their memory of you will soon be forgotten. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, for obtaining a unique item, an inscribed pair of wedding rings. An inscribed pair of wedding rings. Not long after their marriage, the husband often returned late from work. On a stormy night, the husband left and was never seen again. The police searched for 3 days and 3 nights, but no trace of the husband could be found. The wife cried herself to sleep every night. The case eventually became an open case. No one knew where the husband had gone, and the wife slowly spiraled into insanity. She could often be seen whispering to the pair of wedding rings on her fingers on her own. Warning, as long as both parties are wearing the wedding rings, no matter how great the distance between them, they will be able to sense each other's general location. But wearing the rings for too long will have a negative impact on the wearers' bodies. Another 10 draws, but Chenji appeared to have really drawn all the existing baleful specters from the prize pool. This time, he not only did not draw any specters, all the rewards that he had drawn were equipment, and they were not particularly rare items on top of that. Could it be that all of my luck has been exhausted on my random encounters with ghosts? But that does not sound right. I have already drawn 20 consecutive times, and there has not been a baleful specter in sight, or am I actually accumulating my luck? Will my next draw nab me a top red specter or even a demon god? Chenji was slowly being drawn into the gambler's fallacy, but thankfully, our main character's rationality regained its possession of his mind. Shaking his head, Chenji realized how unrealistic his thoughts were. After all, a demon god was on a completely different level compared to a red specter. After completing his 30 draws, Chenji memorized all the rewards and prizes that he had drawn in his mind, and then slowly made his way through the rest of his tour of futuristic theme park's haunted house. Quick, he is coming out. Brother Jiang, the person is heading toward the exit that you are guarding. All departments be on full alert. Do not let anything slip past your eyes. Pushing open the last door, Chenji walked out from the haunted house, and he saw Jiang Ming, who appeared to be waiting for him at the exit. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Chenji initially thought that Jiang Ming would have nothing but a huff or a rolling of the eyes for him, but that was far away from the truth. Jiang Ming very naturally greeted Chenji, and there was even a trace of friendliness in his voice. I am doing quite well lately, thanks to you. Thanks to me, what have I done? You sent that idiot Ma Feng to the hospital. Now even the breaths that I take in feel that much easier and fresher, Jiang Ming whispered. The management at the futuristic theme park was wildly different from the management at New Century Park. It appeared like there was much internal fighting. After Jiang Jiu was hospitalized, Ma Feng had seized all managerial power. As Jiang Jiu's adopted son, Jiang Ming had naturally suffered a lot under the new leader. Hey, watch what you're saying. I had nothing to do with the fact that he is currently hospitalized. He signed the disclaimer. Chenji walked away from Jiang Ming. He actually wanted to tell Jiang Ming that compared to Ma Feng, if he had really personally sent anyone to the hospital, that person was Jiang Jiu. After playing at the futuristic theme park's haunted house a few more times, Chen Ji left the theme park after collecting about 10,000 points at the futuristic theme park's haunted house ranking. Seeing his departing back, the workers at the haunted house were stunned beyond belief. Their technology like data analysis and visitor simulation had lost their uses against Chen Ji. A result of 10,000 points was something their system had predicted would only be reached after another half a year. Hailing a cab, Chen Ji returned to New Century Park. He hurried back to the haunted house and went directly to the prop room. The already congested prop room appeared even more crowded. There were many items left in the corner. If one did not take a closer look, one would not have noticed them. It was as if these things had been there from the time the haunted house was built. It somehow feels like they belonged to the haunted house to begin with. Chen Ji had no idea when these things appeared. It felt like someone had pushed open a certain door inside his haunted house and then deposited the items inside the prop room. It should be my imagination taking over. Something like that would be noticed by the employees. Holding the black phone and reading the item descriptions for each of the rewards, he categorized the items that he had drawn into different piles. At around 6 p.m., the haunted house officially closed for the day. After all the living employees had left, Chen Ji took the comic and summoned most of the ghost employees to the first floor. If there was a lingering visitor that entered the haunted house at this moment, they probably would have their souls scared right out of their body. The already closed haunted house corridor was filled with people, and none of them had their makeup removed yet. Some of you have already worked for me for a very long time. From the initial discomfort to now becoming the central pillar of support of this place, your transformation is beyond my wildest expectations, and our haunted house is only becoming better and better because of all of you. Chen Ji pushed open the door of the prop room. I am very appreciative of everyone's help, so I wanted to do something in return for all that you have done for me. Boss, you are treating us like strangers. That shouldn't be the case. We already treat this place like our own home. Without this haunted house, all of us probably would still be wandering aimlessly at some corner of this city. All Joe stood next to Duan Yue with a blissful expression on his face. In any case, I like working here. Here I can feel something that I have not felt in a long time. I also do not know how to describe it in words. I personally do not feel like I am working at all. This is more like a game for me, and it is quite interesting, Men Nan said with a casual expression. At the end of the day, he refused to admit that a red specter like himself was willingly working under Chen Ji. At any other corner of this city, no matter what I did or no matter what I saw, everything around me kept on installing in my mind the reminder that you are already dead. This world does not belong to you. You are nothing but a lingering spirit that should have gone a long time ago. You do not belong here, and you are an anomaly. But that sensation has not surfaced even once here. I do not need to hide my real self, and no one has ever suspected of my real identity. After the monitor from the School of the Afterlife voiced her thoughts, many lingering spirits from the students also nodded. They were a bunch of kids without a home to return to. Before this, I never did care about anything. I only started to regret after I lost everything in gambling. I thought the world had already abandoned cursed souls like myself, depriving me of the chance for a new life, but I am glad that I ran into you, boss. Albai had his single arm placed inside his pocket, and his bloodied body leaned against the door. Before this, I did not have the privilege of choice, but now I just want to be a professional haunted house worker. Hearing Albai's words, Chen Ji winked at him. I have been intending to do something for all of you, so I will present you guys with some gifts. Those who do not get any gifts, please do not worry. I'm sure there will be more in the future. Your turn will eventually come. He waved at Bai Qiulin. Albai, the first present is for you. I found your severed arm. It was used as a tool by the boss of an underground casino to scare his customers. Chen Ji handed a paper note with an address to Bai Qiulin. Initially, I thought about going and personally retrieving it for you, but I believe it might be better if you go and take it yourself. Leave behind every regret and officially start over with your new life. The reason Bai Qiulin could become a red specter was because he had consumed Cheng Qing's heart, but he himself was still missing his heart, so even after becoming a red specter, his power level was weaker than the others. Accepting the paper note, Albai used his remaining hand to squeeze it tightly. Even though he was now a red specter, he was still missing a limb. Normally, he could use blood vessels to weave out false fingers and an arm, but that was just a lie more to himself than to the others. The crack in his soul was due to his memory. When he was alive, he chopped off his arm, and at the same time he had chopped off his memory. Thank you. There is no need for thanks. We are already family. Chen Ji patted Albai on his shoulder. Probably because all Bai was still caught in the excitement of the moment, he did not rein in his bloody aura and blood vessels, so he splashed Chenji with blood. "There are presents to receive as your employees?" Men Nan stood at the door. Even though his tone was laced with derision, there was a trace of envy that crossed his eyes. "Giving your employee a severed arm, that kind of company benefit does match your quality and personality quite well." Seeing how Men Nan kept mumbling to everyone around him, Chenji then walked to stand before Men Nan. "Even though you are not really my employee, after all you have lent me your help many times, so I have prepared a present for you as well." "I also have one." Men Nan's eyes lit up with joy, but he soon put on his normal, annoyed expression. "Tusk, I know it will be something strange and obtuse again, right?" Chenji shook his head. He took out an envelope that was carefully and delicately wrapped from his pocket. "This is for you. Do not open it now. I'd advise you take a look at the content when you are alone." "What is it? Why are you making it sound so mysterious? Is this a prank?" After receiving the envelope, Men Nan did not listen to Chenji's advice. His childlike curiosity compelled him to open the envelope on the spot. "So, it is just a piece of meaningless paper." When his eyes landed on the signature on the paper and the mother's words of wishes for her son at the back of the paper, Men Nan, who had been grumbling, suddenly went quiet. The boy who wore the red shirt stood at the door holding the paper with both hands like it was the most valuable treasure in the world. Men Nan's mother cherished her son a lot, and she had many words that she did not have the chance to tell Men Nan. Chenji squatted down next to Men Nan and whispered in his ear, "Your mother's last wish will be fulfilled because you will only become happier and happier." This time, Chenji had drawn many objects, and most of them were related to his haunted houseworkers. These items could help his employees repair the cracks in their soul, helping them becoming more powerful and perfect. After gifting a few more workers their presents, Chenji called Zio-san, who was looking at him with blank eyes. "Big brother, do I also have a present? Honestly, I do not have that many friends. I have grown so old, but other than my father and mother, I have not received any gifts from any other person before." Zio-san was quite excited. "Then I am afraid I will disappoint you. The thing that I am going to give you is not a present, but an item to help you save yourself." Chenji took out a pair of wedding rings from the prop room. The wedding rings appeared to be made from someone's ashes, and they had two hearts that were linked together carved into them. "Wedding rings?" Zio-san was stunned, and then he was suddenly reminded of a certain demon god who was hiding inside Chenji's shadow. Instantly, he leaped back like someone had struck at his soul. He quickly waved his hands. "Brother, no way, you must be mistaken. I can't take something like that." These wedding rings were made by a woman using her husband's body who had betrayed her. They are called inscribed wedding rings. The two who wear these rings will be able to sense the other person's location no matter the distance between them. Chenji handed one of the rings to Zio-san. "You are going to the cursed hospital, but I will pay close attention to your movement in Xinhai. This is not a present for you, but it is to help you stay alive." Even though he did not get a present, Chenji's words still touched Zio-san slightly. Chenji was not sending Zio-san to his death, but he was trying his best to help Zio-san come out the other side more powerful and alive. "Thank you, big brother." Zio-san looked at the wedding ring in his palm. His heart was warm, but rationality reminded him that it was best to ask more questions. "Brother Chen, are you sure that I can live until the day I am to be sent to the cursed hospital wearing this wedding ring?" "What are you trying to say?" "I mean," Zio-san winked and made gesture at Chenji's shadow, trying to express himself without being too obvious about it. "Don't you worry, she is not as narrow-minded as you think." After saying that, Chenji ignored Zio-san. He then took out a child's blue raincoat from the prop room. He walked through the group of employees and reached the corner of the room. The red raincoat was standing alone in the corner. She had watched the proceedings silently but never once taken a step forward. When she saw Chenji walk toward her, she was quite surprised. But when her eyes landed on the blue raincoat Chenji was holding, her body appeared to be struck by lightning. "I have helped you find the raincoat of your child. I still remember the promise that I gave you. I swear I will complete it." Chenji handed the blue raincoat to the poor mother. "There was some lingering curse on the blue raincoat. I had the red high heels check it earlier. She said that the curse was different from the one used by the ghost fetus. It appeared to be related to the cursed hospital." Just as Chenji finished, the red raincoat reached out to grab his arm. "Bring me with you." Looking into the red raincoat's eyes, Chenji lightly nodded. "Of course." The red raincoat slowly let go. At the same time, the black phone vibrated slightly. Chenji took out the phone to glance at it. Inside the worker's employee tab, the red raincoat's information had appeared. After gifting almost all the presents, the employees slowly shuffled back underground. Chenji sat in the prop room alone. He took out the recorder from his backpack and pressed a button on it. The static sound rang beside his ears, and a blood figure silently materialized beside Chenji. Without asking for any reason or requesting anything, he had never even considered the danger that he would get into by following Chenji. Whenever Chenji pressed the play button on the recorder, he would appear. Su Yin. Chenji looked at the young man standing beside him, studying the painful and melancholic face. He pulled out a music sheet from the drawer. Chapter 11:38. Look into the eyes of these red specters and reconsider your answer 2 in 1. Chapter 11:38. Look into the eyes of these red specters and reconsider your answer 2 in 1. Su Yin, this is for you. The old music sheet had many different tunes, and every note was playing a happy and lovesick song. The static noise drifted through his ears. Su Yin did not reach out to touch the music sheet offered to him by Chenji. He stood silently at the side, like always shielding at Chenji's side. He did not say a word and was always unfazed by anything that came his way. Being lied to by the person he loved, being hurt by the person he loved, being amputated by the person he loved, it was as if Su Yin was no longer himself once the knife stabbed into his heart. All his hope, all his joy, all his love had been completely shattered. He had accepted the drink proffered by his love without any hesitation. He saw the person he loved the most standing beside him with a glinting knife through his blurred vision. He wanted to scream for help, but he could not make any sound. He wanted to struggle, but he could not control his body. He could only watch his beloved's face as despair slowly consumed him. After Su Yin became a specter, he lost his rationality. Whenever he ran into an enemy, no matter how strong the enemy was, he was charged forward like a crazy bull. He wanted to die. He wanted his soul to disappear. He wanted to end all his pain and despair. He had been actively seeking death. Someone like him had run into someone like Chenji. Whenever he was maddened by despair and tortured until he could not recognize himself by pain, Chenji would always be there to lend him a hand, to help his wounded self up from the ground. The way Chenji looked at Su Yin had never been filled with disgust or terror. There was only gentleness and concern. In this world, the only person who really understood Su Yin was probably Chenji. Take this. Compared to hoping that it will make you stronger, I wish that it can help return to you at least some of your former smile. Chenji handed the music sheet to Su Yin, but when Su Yin touched the music sheet, the old music sheet was instantly dyed red. The love song's lyrics were instantly blurred by blood, and they rearranged themselves into new lyrics. I am a bird who has lost its voice. No one will be able to hear my tune anymore. My beloved tore away all of my feathers and plunged a knife into my heart. They embraced my bodies into their hands, saying it was all for my own good. I understood, I knew. She wanted to personally create the person that she loved. The bloody lyrics appeared on the music sheet and tore away the happiness, replacing it with something bloody and cruel. Throughout the whole process, Su Yin had not done anything. All he did was hold the music sheet. There is no return. Covered in wounds, the bird whose body was pierced by the knife had lost its beautiful voice. The music sheet that once recorded the joy of love was soaked in blood and slipped through Su Yin's fingertips. Before it fell to the ground, it was caught by a pair of hands. Does not matter. There is no reason to force yourself to accept the joy from the past. The current you can and should strive for joy in the future. You deserve that much. Chenji's eyes were shining with the light of hope. He patted Su Yin's shoulder. Compared to when I first met you, you have already changed a lot. Do not worry. I will always be by your side. After finding his own heart, Su Yin's emotions had stabilized a lot. He was no longer dominated by pain and despair, and other colors had started to appear in his world. One day, I will ensure that you and everyone else at this haunted house obtains their well-deserved happiness. Chenji placed the bloodied music sheet on the table. His gaze was gentle and filled with power. Standing before Chenji, Su Yin opened his lips but did not make any sound. Instead, his pale fingers lightly caressed the music sheets, and his body slowly dissolved into blood vessel. In the end, Su Yin took away the music sheet. Just as his body was about to disappear, he wrote down one short song on the music sheet. The world kissed me with pain, but I am willing to repay it with songs. Peace returned to the prop room, and Chenji looked at the spot where Su Yin had disappeared. At the last moment before Su Yin disappeared, Chenji noticed a very powerful energy surging out of Su Yin's body. He seemed to have broken through some kind of threshold, and a black pattern started to appear around his heart. As Su Yin suddenly gained some epiphany, the presence about him suddenly grew intense, and the presence was different from the ones released by the other red specters. The black pattern on his heart was very similar to the pattern on the edge of Zhang Ye's dress. Is it possible that Su Yin has sown the seed to become a demon god within himself? The items that I can draw from the Wheel of Misfortune can be so beneficial to a red spectre. No, wait, other than gaining enormous affection from him, the letter that I gave Men Nan did not help with his overall ability at all. Looks like it differs according to the individual. The items obtained from the roulette sealed the many specters past. Those items would indeed help the specters and red specters become more perfect, but ultimately they were just mere objects. The biggest reason such a huge change would happen to Su Yin was due to Chen Ji. Who would have thought a ghost who only wanted to find release in death would encounter the kindest and gentlest friend in the world after his death? At 8:10 p.m., the door of a mom and pop shop in the old city area Western Street was kicked down. Many different kinds of snacks were scattered everywhere. Soon, a young man wearing a white shirt was dragged out from the inner room. Brother Leopard, Brother Eagle, this has nothing to do with my family. We have already discussed this. I will return the money. The young man's face was bloodied, but he still tried to struggle up from the ground like he could not feel the pain. Do you think we would still believe you? The wily hare has 3 holes to his burrow. If you hadn't been changing your hiding place, do you think we'd come to this place to find you? Holding the broken beer bottle in the hand, a bare-chested, middle-aged man walked out from the inner room. There was a scar on the corner of his eye, and the tattoo of a leopard head could be seen on the back of his arm. Brother Leopard, give me 3 more days. I promise I will return the money by then. The young man knelt to the ground and repeated earnestly. Where are you going to find the money? Brother Leopard held the broken beer bottle and pointed the sharp edge before the young man's face. Actually, I noted that this little shop of that limping grandfather of yours is still worth quite a pretty penny. Tell him to sell this place, and perhaps you might be able to collect enough money. No, that won't do. This is my grandpa. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you still have the right to say no to us? The other man patted his waist. There appeared to be a knife hidden under his shirt. Please don't come after my place. I will find the money no matter what. 3 days. Please just give me another 3 days. Fine, fine. In 3 days, if you still have not given me the money, I will take an arm away from you. Brother Leopard yanked the young man up by his hair so that the young man would look him in the eyes. Previously, there was someone who also wanted to escape from his debt. In the end, I chopped off one of his arms. The blood was squirting everywhere, and it refused to stop flowing. Would you like to see that arm? As a souvenir, I have been holding on to it. There is no need for that, Brother Leopard. I swear I will figure out a way to pay you back. The young man curled up on the ground, making himself as small as he could until Brother Leopard and Brother Eagle left. The pride of a man was abandoned fully. He wiped away the blood on his face, picked up the broken door of the shop, and fixed it back with his head lowered. The beer and bottles littered the ground, the shelves were tipped over, and a limping old man was seated in the middle of the not-so-big room. The elder was way past his prime. He had been hit once on the head by a beer bottle, and the blood was bright in his head of white hair. Who are you? Inside the small room, other than the old man, a middle-aged man wearing a red shirt had mysteriously appeared. Holding some cotton wipes and disinfectant, he was carefully picking out the glass shards from the old man's head wound. Why did that group of people only come after your grandfather, but not you? The man in the red shirt's voice had no emotion. My grandpa wanted to protect his shop, so he fought with them. How much money do you owe them? 300,000 RMB, but initially I only owed them 50,000 RMB. As the interest continued to grow, they want me to pay them back 300,000 RMB. The young man ran to his grandfather's side and helped to dress the wound. He held the old man's hand, and his heart must not have been as calm as he appeared. I have already paid them 70,000 RMB, but they still want more. I really do not have any money left. Why would you owe them money in the first place? Because you like to gamble. The middle-aged man in the red shirt finished the sentence without even lifting his head. Yes. The young man did not dare speak, and he was too ashamed to look at his grandfather. Those who like to gamble will never win. The middle-aged man in the red shirt stood up. His ruby-like eyes stared at the young man. If you promise me to find an actual job and honestly earn a living for yourself, I can help you deal with your debt. You are willing to help me. The young man was at a dead end. He looked at the man, and his emotions were complicated. Thank you. I will definitely return the money to you. Can you please give me your contact number? I'm helping you because I saw the past version of myself kneeling there on the ground in you. I was once in your place, but at the time, no one was willing to come and help me. The man's eyes were swimming with blood vessels. I do not need you to pay me any money. I only wish for you to take good care of your grandfather. If you dare go back to gambling in the future, I will swear to return to claim your life. The man in the red shirt walked out from the shop. The young man hurried after him to ask, Where are you going? I am going to find that group of people who just left to ask them to return what they owe me. They also owe you money. Money, the man in the red sheet showed off the stub that was hidden in his shirt sleeve. They owe me an arm. What? Inside the VIP room at the Gia Hao nightclub, several couple were grinding with lust and passion. The lights in the room flickered several times before they suddenly went out like someone had cut the wiring. F***CK, there's a blackout, where is the waiter? Little leopard, why did you pick such a horrible place? How come there is not even one person out in the corridor? This F***king blows. The shrieking background music disappeared, and the nightclub became eerily quiet like everyone's mouth had been sewn shut. Hello, is anyone there? Mother F***seeker, this place is the worst. What the hell are you people doing? Get me your boss over here now. Brother Leopard and Brother Eagle followed behind a fat man. The three of them walked out from the room and they turned many corners before they saw a man. The man was sitting in the lobby wearing a blood-red shirt. Hey, we're talking to you. Are you deaf or what? Brother Leopard kicked the sofa to the side. Have you seen a waitress or waiter here? The man in the red shirt took a sip of the alcohol in the glass. Without even looking at Brother Leopard, he walked directly toward the fat man. This man is rather strange. What are you doing? Stop right there. Brother Leopard stood guardedly before the fat man. I owed you money in the past, and my boss told me that I need to return the money that I owe you. The man in the red shirt took out a credit card from his pocket. Inside this card, you will find the full amount of the money that I owed you. Brother Leopard turned to look at the fat man. The fatty did not ask for details. Since someone was there to deliver free money to them, why would they say no? I have received the money, so you can go now. The fat man had this sneaking feeling that the man before him was rather familiar, and coupling that was a very bad feeling. Now that I have returned the money that I owe you, it is time for you to return what you have taken from me. The middle-aged man had one of his hands placed inside his pocket. He stood in the middle of the lobby. Multiple blood vessels crawled down from the ceiling, and pools of blood spread on the ground. What is it that we have taken from you? The fatty looked at the middle-aged man's face. His eyes slowly widened. Suddenly his expression scrunched up in fear as a name that he had almost forgotten floated up in his mind. By Keelan. Do you not remember it anymore? The middle-aged man's bloodshot eyes stared at the three in the lobby. The red shirt fluttered like blood, and the air of yin energy raised the roof. I have been searching for that arm for so long. What? 9:30 p.m. Chenji summoned all the red specters at the underground scenario. After waiting for several minutes, Bai Keelan finally arrived. The presence that radiated off the man was obviously different from before. The crack that he had from consuming Ching had been filled. There was now an energy in his eyes that forbade others from looking straight at him. Sensing the change in Bai Keelan, Mennan grumbled under his breath. Great, yet another red specter that I cannot defeat. Yay. What? All right, everyone is here. Chenji clapped his hands for silence. I have called you all here because we are going to find and welcome our new colleagues. Who are you lying to bringing so many red specter to welcome new colleagues? Aren't you afraid they are going to get scared to their second death? Mennan gibbered, and then turned enviously to look at Bai Keelan. When will it be my turn to get stronger? There will be 9 new colleagues in total. I have written down their information and unique background. Please memorize them lest we get the wrong person. After all the red specters had memorized the details, Chenji summoned everyone back into the comic and then hailed a cab to leave the haunted house. The first place he visited was an apartment building at the old city. The life tempo here was very slow. The tenants were mainly the elderly and children. He climbed all the way to the 4th floor and stopped before the door of the public bathroom. The old door was sealed shut by wooden boards. The landlord had even added 2 large locks and several yellow talismans on the door. This should be the place. Chenji took out the hammer from his backpack and broke down the locks. He pushed open the bathroom door and saw the magazine and newspapers that littered the ground. It appears like this bathroom has been vacated for a long time. Following the information provided by the black phone, Chenji came to the 4th cubicle. He shook the cubicle door and realized that the cubicle was locked from the inside. Turning to walk to the 3rd cubicle, he gathered the newspapers from the ground to form a pile and stood on them. Over the cubicle wall, he used yin-yang vision and looked into the 4th cubicle. Inside the cramped space sat an uncle wearing black-rimmed glasses. The uncle looked tired and disinterested in everything. Even though he had realized that a living person was standing next to him, he could not gather the energy to scare Chenji. Hey, would you like to follow me to change your life? Chenji shouted at the uncle. The middle-aged man sitting on the toilet looked left and right before lifting his head with confusion. He extended his finger to point at himself. "You can see me." "Of course, I own a haunted house. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be able to see a ghost?" Chenji smiled kindly at the middle-aged man. "Are you willing to step out of your comfort zone and start a new life?" "No, I am not." The middle-aged man lowered his head to turn back to his newspaper. He had no interest in answering Chenji. "I wish for you to welcome your new life with me. How about you become an employee at my haunted house?" Chenji flipped through the comic. The sound of pages turning rang out inside the small bathroom. "Do you have nothing else better to do?" The middle-aged man lifted his head with annoyance. By then, the whole public bathroom was covered in blood vessels. Soon, more than 10 red specters' heads floated up, surrounding his cubicle. "I am serious. Why don't you look into the eyes of these red specters and reconsider your answer?" Chenji asked with some sincerity. Putting down the newspaper, the middle-aged man who was surrounded by the red specters blasted out from the cubicle and reached to grab Chenji's hand. "I knew I could find a friend in you once I laid my eyes on you. From today, my life is yours." Have you washed your hands?" Aristotle once said, "Those who sit on the toilet might not be pooping. They could be searching for the corner of human life, thinking about the ultimate secret of the universe." "You are familiar with the study of philosophy." Well, I know one or two things about it." Chapter 1139, Welcome to the Family 2-in-1. Chapter 1139, Welcome to the Family 2-in-1. Congratulations, Red Specters favored for obtaining Sigui. The haunted house has gained one new employee. Sigui Dong Wentao. No one knows about his past, and no one knows how he came to be in his current state. I can only tell you he has very great potential. It depends on you whether you can unlock his potential or not. Chenji studied the new message that appeared on the black phone. He really did not expect that Sigui to directly become his haunted house worker so easily. "I merely used 10 red specters to invite him. Who would have thought he would accept my invitation so easily?" Silently studying Sigui, who was surrounded by the red specters, Chenji was honestly rather surprised that the black phone had such a quiet comment for him. This baleful specter looked very unassuming in terms of appearance. He wore an old-fashioned Western suit, with unkempt hair, looking like a quintessential member of the lowest rung of the societal ladder. Since he has potential, I should try to push him further. Perhaps the uncle might also find new hope in the afterlife and welcome rejuvenation. After summoning Sigui, whose legs had gotten weak, and the other red specters into the comic, Chenji walked out from the bathroom. This was originally a haunted house, but now that the specter has been taken away, it is quite a waste for them to abandon this place. He tore down the yellow talismans from door. He took out the ballpoint pen wrapped in tape and wrote down the following on the back of the talismans. "The ghost has been taken away already. The tenants here can now use this public bathroom without worry." He pasted the talisman back onto the door. Chenji then dragged the Dr. Skullcracker's hammer and left the apartment building. "Okay, who shall we go pick up next?" Looking at the map on his phone, Chenji came to the 3rd Jiujiang subway route. The black phone said that this specter is hiding on the 4th Jiujiang subway route, but Jiujiang current only has 3 subway routes. The 4th route is still under construction. By the time he arrived, the subway terminal was almost closing. Chenji stopped around the 3rd subway route and asked any passers-by about the information regarding the 4th route. The workers there said that there would still be a long time before the 4th route was open to the public. When Chenji pressed for more details and the reason why, they refused to say anything, but they all had this strange expression on their faces. If Chenji was known for one thing, it was his power of persuasion. After much pressing and pushing, one of the workers finally admitted that the surveillance at the subway terminal would always capture the image of a strange person in the night. The person would appear on different subway trains, but he always sat alone by himself on a certain seat, and the people beside him never seemed to notice his existence. As the work for the 4th route started, the surveillance stopped capturing that person on camera, but the workers started to notice a flicker of shadow down deep in the tunnel. The workers thus started to suspect that the ghost who had been haunting the subway had moved into the 4th route that was under construction. After finding out the backstory behind the ghost, Chenji silently sneaked into the construction site of the 4th route. To prevent other people from discovering him, he released a few red specters and had them scout ahead for him inside the tunnel while keeping their presence as low profile as possible. Initially, Chenji was already prepared to spend a lot of time searching for this specter. After all, the tunnel was quite long. However, he only walked for a few steps when he saw a young man who was bare-chested running as fast as he could about 100 meters in front of him. Who is running naked in the middle of the night inside a constructing subway tunnel? This is so strange. It was impossible for Chen Ji not to notice the young man. He immediately had the several red specters go and stop the young man. The strange thing was the young man appeared to have known beforehand that Chen Ji was coming. When he saw Chen Ji's face, his eyes were filled with fear. Have we met each other? Chen Ji was rather confused by this. He was sure that this was the first time they had encountered each other, so if that was the case, why would the young man look at him in such a way? You are not afraid of the red specters, but you are afraid of me. Why? Do you know me? But that is not right either. If you know me, you should be familiar with the kind of person that I am. Blood vessels floated on the young man's body and weaved into a simple shirt. His face was pale, and his body was almost transparent. He was about to depart from this world. Brother, at least give me something to work with. Is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? Chen Ji just wanted to approach the young man when the latter dropped to the ground. He tried to retreat as far away as he could until his retreat was blocked by the red specters. Seeing as his escape was cut off, the young man crawled up from the ground as if he had surrendered to his fate. He turned to Chen Ji and said, I am willing to become a worker at your haunted house. When the young man said that, it was time for Chen Ji to be startled. I have not even stated my reason for being here. How come you gave me your promise so easily? Do you know how to read people's minds? With his face as pale as before, the young man shook his head rather helplessly. We met each other once 10 seconds ago. 10 seconds ago. My name is Shiguo. My power is to return to a space in time 10 seconds ago. There is a huge limitation to this power. I can only use it once per month, but if I use it correctly, it will have miraculous effect, the young man said softly. The power to manipulate time? Not only Chen Ji, even the red specters around him were quite surprised by this unique power. Even though Shiguo's power could only be used once per month, if it was used at the right time, it could reverse any situation. As I've said, there is a huge limitation to this power. Only I will be able to return to 10 seconds ago. It is not as useful as you might think. Shiguo smiled bitterly. I used this power earlier. Unfortunately, even with the extra 10 seconds, I cannot escape your grasp. Speaking of which, how did you find out about my presence? You even brought 10 red specters with you to come find me. I am in the middle of a fight against a cursed hospital in Xinhai. They have obtained your information, and they wish to enslave and control you, so I have come to fetch you before they have the chance to. Chen Ji very seriously extended his hand toward Shiguo. Welcome to the haunted house. If you have any dying wishes or things that you wish to have completed, feel free to tell me. Shiguo hesitated for a moment before he accepted Chen Ji's extended hand. By the way, why were you so afraid of me earlier? What exactly did I do to you 10 seconds earlier? I cannot say. If I did, I will suffer severe counter-effects from my own power. Even though Shiguo verbally said that he was willing to join the haunted house, the black phone did not send a message about him joining. That was probably because he did not fully trust Chen Ji, and the young man still had other plans in his mind. Chen Ji placed Shiguo inside the comic. He situated him in the same page as All Bai and All Zhou. The specters that are noted by the Wheel of Misfortune are indeed all of great quality. This kind of special power is very rare and powerful. Chen Ji valued Shiguo greatly, but unfortunately, Shiguo refused to reveal any information about himself, so Chen Ji could not do anything to help him, to prove that he only wanted the best for the young man. I will have to take this slow. Thankfully, I still have time. Putting away the comic and the black phone, Chen Ji departed from the subway terminal and came to the residential plaza in the new city area. By the time Chen Ji arrived, it was already midnight. There were very few occupants in this residential area. Chen Ji glanced at the different apartment buildings, and only a few windows had their lights on. The black phone only said that the butterfly hairclip can be found in this residential area, but it did not give me an actual address. There are at least 100 apartments here. Am I supposed to go and knock on each of the doors one by one? Chen Ji stood in the middle of the residential area and titled his head back to look at the several tall buildings. Jesus, how long this will take me. Holding the comic, Chen Ji hesitated. It was not really a bright idea to release specters into random people's homes. He had a principle that he followed closely in his life. If the other people did not come to harm him, he would not purposely go and influence others. I guess I'd better go and search for it myself. Clutching the comic in his hand, Chen Ji was about to pull his gaze away when he suddenly noted a woman with long hair standing at the edge of the roof at the top of one of the apartment buildings. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Ji used his yin-yang vision, and he could clearly see the woman holding something in her hands as she stepped onto the edge of the roof. As if sensing Chen Ji's eyes on her, the woman who was originally spacing out slowly turned her head. Her black hair fluttered away from the wind to reveal an incredibly pale face. Chen Ji's shadow was reflected in her red eyes. The bloodied mouth slowly opened as if she was telling Chen Ji something. The more she spoke, the more her emotions started to unravel. Her face became twisted with harsh emotions, and a black blood vessel popped on her face. The woman who had turned into a monster finally made a decision. She raised both of her hands and pinned the butterfly hair clip that she was previously holding onto her hair. The pair of venomous eyes stared straight at Chen Ji. She opened her arms like a black butterfly caught in fire as she jumped down from the roof, as if she was trying to fly toward Chen Ji. The night breeze buffeted her coat. One wound after another surfaced on her body. Half of her body was dyed red, and all the pain had transformed into anger. The first present that you ever gave me, I have always worn it at the top of my head. I have treasured everything that you have ever given me but you. Resentment pierced through her eyes. The woman in the half-red coat was halfway through her complaint when she suddenly saw a young boy who was grumbling endlessly appear next to the young man that she was heading toward. Following the young boy, a middle-aged man who had one of his hands stuck in his pocket materialized next to the boy. Then, the woman who was rapidly falling through the air suddenly heard the sound of static in her ears. One red shadow after another appeared next to the young man. The resentment and blood vessels that radiated from their bodies appeared to wish to bury the whole residential area alive. The scary presence overwhelmed the woman until she felt the difficulty in breathing, but the problem was, she had already thrown herself off the roof. She could no longer control her body due to the pull of gravity. There was nothing she could do but watch herself fall. Which one of you is kind enough to go and catch her? Endless blood vessels curled around the woman. She maintained her falling posture with her face facing down and dropped to a meter before Chen Ji. Being surrounded by 10 red specters, she had even forgotten what she wanted to say. All she could feel in that moment was her blundering mind and thoughts. If you run into difficulties in life, there has to be a channel for you to vent. If no one is willing to listen to you, feel free to come and find me in the future. Chen Ji had the red specters pull back their blood vessels. He moved toward to help the woman up from the ground like a true gentleman. What is the name of that pig who disappointed you? I can take you to go and find him. First, she was almost scared to her second death, and now she was suddenly touched. The woman's lips quivered slightly. He has already left this city. He has gotten married in Xinhai. Xinhai, huh? No problem, I will personally take you there in a few days. Are you willing to come with me? Chen Ji looked at her with clear, glittering eyes with no malicious intentions in them. The woman nodded. To be honest, she was still rather confused by what had happened. Everything that had occurred to her that night was a bit too much to process. Then we will be a family in the future. I will try my best to help fulfill your wish. Chen Ji pulled the woman into the comic and then led his employees to the next location. I am quite surprised that the specter possessing the butterfly clip is a half-red specter. She has extremely deep resentment. With some time and training, it should not be hard for her to transform into a real red specter. Scanning the map on his phone, Chen Ji walked out from the residential area. The only red specter that I have drawn from the Wheel of Misfortune can be found in the new part of the city as well. Since I am already here, I might as well take a swift detour to go and visit her. Red Spectre Zurong, she was hiding in the new city's Yiren Pavilion. The Black Phone's comment on her was that she was extremely dangerous and sensitive. Jiujiang's newer part of its city development was not bad. This part of the city was closer to Xinhai. It was where many of the state's smaller roads congregated, and it had a large population of outsiders. Chen Ji could not find the location of Yiren Pavilion on his GPS in his phone. He searched for quite some time on the internet before he managed to salvage a little information related to this Yiren Pavilion. This beauty parlor was very famous a few years ago. It specialized in high-end spa and beauty treatments. It had great popularity among the rich and famous, but for some unknown reason, it was closed by the police out of the blue. The rumors about its closure ranged from everything on the internet, but the most reasonable reason was probably it had to do with a murder case. The information of the victim was not released, and it was also unclear whether the killer was caught. The victim's family did not come forward, and the whole case was like a pebble dropped into the ocean. After the initial ripples, it was forgotten by the world, which had moved on. Based on the little information he had managed to find online, Chen Ji passed through the bright lights and neon glow and came to the other side of the city. The new city, which was bright and alluring in the day, appeared particularly lonely and deserted at night. The buildings beside the road became smaller and smaller, but the air became fresher and fresher. At the end of the paved road, Chen Ji saw an abandoned garden. Various kinds of flowers grew on the rusted iron railings. Even though it was way past their flowering season, the plants on the iron rails were blooming gorgeously like rubies in the dark. It was clear that no one had been to this place in a very long time. The place was covered in wild grass, and the trees had grown out of shape due to a lack of treatment and care. Jumping over the railing, Chenji spotted a small path winding through the wild grass. Walking through the small path, Chenji could see in his mind's eye how beautiful this garden must have been in its prime. Think Jiujiang still is such a beautiful garden with a mixture of Eastern and Western style. If such a gorgeous place was abandoned just because of the haunting, it would be such a waste. Chenji reached the end of the path, and a bungalow appeared before him. The architectural style of this building was more Western, but the Chinese character for flying dragon and dancing phoenix was written on the top of the front door. I guess I should be more careful when dealing with a red specter. Even though Chenji currently had many helpers, if he was careless, there was still a very high chance that the other party could slip away. Flipping through the comic, before Chenji summoned them out, he purposely reminded them to keep a low profile and reign in their presence. The red specters showed up one after another. There was no change discernible inside the abandoned bungalow until the appearance of the red high heels. Initially, Chenji did not want the red high heels to come out. What he needed her to do was take in all of the ghost fetus memories as fast as she could. If the red high heels could become a demon god before he headed toward the cursed hospital, the pressure on Chenji would become much weaker. But to Chenji's surprise, the red high heels appeared to have sensed something and voluntarily materialized on her own. To his greater surprise, once the red high heels showed up, the whole abandoned bungalow, including the large garden, started to be covered in this blood fog. Drops of fresh blood froze on the leaves like fresh dew. It looked quite strange. The red high heels walked past all the red specters. Only Xiao Bu was able to resist her presence, and this was when the red high heels had not unleashed her full power. You won't have scared the target away, will you? But soon, Chenji realized that his worry was unfounded. The front door of Yiren Pavilion was pushed open from within, and the heavy scent of medicine and stinging smell of blood drifted out at the same time. The red high heels strode into it directly. Chenji called the other employees to hurry and catch up. The interior design of the bungalow was extremely bizarre. Abstract pictures of human faces hung on the walls, and the tiles were pieced together to form the outline of human faces. Almost every piece of furniture in the room had drawings of the human body on them. This place is too scary. Chenji stood quickly in the midst of his employees. When I return, I need to find an excuse to persuade Director Luo to purchase this place. Chapter 1140, Those Who Have Escaped from the Cursed Hospital 2 in 1. Chapter 1140, Those Who Have Escaped from the Cursed Hospital 2 in 1. Everywhere he looked, he could see human faces staring back at him from inside the western bungalow. There were also pictures related to the human anatomy. It was a very strange experience walking through it. The place had been deserted for a very long time, but strangely enough, there was not even a mite of dust that could be seen. It was very clean, like someone would come and clean it every day. The red high heels walked ahead on her own. She seemed to have visited this place before. The woman with bandages wrapped all around her body walked directly into the lobby and stopped next to an indoor fountain. Be on full alert and guard all the exits. Do not give anything inside the building a chance to escape. Even though Chenji was standing among a group of red specters, he did not feel out of place at all. In fact, his expression was closely matched to most of the red specters. Smell of blood and medicine thickened in the air. Large blood vessels started to appear on the walls, giving the feeling that they were trying to tear down the building from inside. The human faces on the walls started to cry tears of blood, and their eyes slowly moved to stare at the red high heels. Everything inside the bungalow that was related to the human bodies appeared to come alive and reveal their true selves. This place had the feeling that it was constructed from human body parts. Throughout the whole process, the red high heels showed no reaction at all. She merely stood right in front of the fountain, her eyes staring straight at the fountain that was already dry. About several minutes later, the sound of water came from inside the foundation. Several female human skulls that were carved on the inner wall of the fountain opened their mouths. A horrible-smelling jet of blood poured into the fountain. The fountain slowly filled with a disgusting-smell pool of blood, forming a stark contrast to the exquisite carvings that decorated the fountain. The fountain slowly returned to normal. Blood water splashed everywhere, as if covering everyone and every object in a layer of bloody mist. This red specter intends to trap all of us, it seems, Men Nan whispered softly. Even though he was not that strong, he had witnessed many things in his life, and he had a very brilliant mind. She sure is ambitious if her intention is to trap 10 red specters at the same time. The red high heels next to the fountain also noticed the strange phenomenon. She continued to move forward, and with each step, the bandage on her body would slip down little by a little. The scary and curious black tattoo flowed on her body. It was a kind of grotesque beauty. Of the entire 4-star ghost fetus trial mission, the specter who had gained the most was the red high heels. She had almost consumed everything that the ghost fetus had. After the ghost fetus scenario was reconstructed, she was the one responsible for organizing and consuming the ghost fetus, ghosts. As for how strong the red high heels really was, even Chenji had an idea. All the beautiful faces inside the fountain started to become twisted as the red high heels approached. They tried their best to hiss at the red high heels. Any semblance that they had to humanity had completely disappeared at that moment. The curse on her body expanded everywhere. The black lines cut through the fountain before her maliciously and effectively like knives. The beautiful carvings on the fountain were easily shattered, and their destruction revealed the blood vessels that were hiding inside them. The power level of the two adversaries was not even on the same level, or rather, the red specter inside the bungalow had not even used her full power yet. In the end, you have found me after all. A very grating female voice came from deep inside the fountain. The speaker's throat appeared to have been injured before. Her voice was very shrill and sharp. The blood inside the fountain moved to the side, the ground cracked, and there was a monster wearing a red dress buried underneath the bungalow. Her skin was startlingly pale, and several blood-red flowers bloomed on her body, which fixed under the fountain by countless blood vessels. "How did you manage to find me?" The monster lifted her head to look at the red high heels, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. "My proudest patient." Patient? Chenji instantly captured the keyword within the red specter's words. He was then reminded of the Bloody Heart mission related to the red high heels given by the black phone. Could it be the red high heels was once a patient at the cursed hospital, and this red specter was once a doctor at the same hospital? Chenji had no idea what the red specter had done to the red high heels, but this was the first time he had seen the red high heels go on the offensive so actively. The black curses covered the entire bungalow. The black fog easily suppressed the blood mist. The black threads wrapped around the red specter's body and harshly dragged her out from the bottom of the fountain. The red specter did not resist. She merely cackled like she had lost her mind. "You think only the patients being treated are in extreme pain? Actually, the real sufferers are us doctors. You guys can still escape, or at least have the chance to escape. But what about us? Once we chose to leave, the curse that the hospital director buried inside our bodies will be triggered, and we cannot even die and become normal ghosts." The shrill voice echoed in the hall. The red high heels looked at the monster before her. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. There was some resentment and fury, but also pity and melancholy. Chenji walked out from the group of people and came to the red high heels' side. The red specter who was entangled in the curse also noticed Chenji. A blood-red flower grew out of her left eye socket. Currently, she was studying Chenji with her right eye. A living human standing side to side with a top red specter. Earlier, the red specter had focused all of her attention on the red high heel. She did not notice there was a normal people standing amid the group of red specters far behind. Initially, she thought this was a puppet that was randomly created by one of the red specters, but from the looks of things, this normal individual appeared to be the leader of all the red specters. Now this is interesting. "You were once a doctor at Zin Hai's cursed hospital, right?" Chenji did not waste his time with introduction. He cut to the chase and said, "If you answer my questions nicely, perhaps we can still be friends." "Are you threatening me?" The flowers on her body leaked blood. The red specter probably did not expect to one day be threatened by a normal living human. "From what you said earlier, I surmised that once a person has been selected to be a doctor at that hospital, they will have a horrible ending. Even after death, they cannot become a peaceful ghost." Chenji stared at the red specter's eyes. Her emotions were calm. There was not even a ripple of agitation or stress in her eyes. "Yes, the hospital director plants a seed of curse inside each doctor." The red specter was now being controlled by the red high heels. She very cleverly chose not to resist and honestly answered all of Chenji's questions. "Can the curse be removed?" "Why would you want to know about that?" The red specter was confused. "I know a doctor who also escaped from your hospital. After he died, he transformed into a top red specter, but the next time I encountered him, he had completely lost his mind, and he was still carrying the head of his beloved in his chest." Many questions that had eluded Chenji earlier could now be explained. When Chenji heard what the red specter had to say earlier, he had instantly been reminded of Dr. Gao. No one can remove the curse of the hospital director. Even if one becomes an entity beyond a red specter, they will have to continue to bear it, unless he voluntarily gives up the curse, or... A maddening smile appeared on the Red Spectre's face. You can somehow kill the hospital director's soul. Is the curse really that scary? Chen Ji's initial plan was to wait for the Red High Heels to become a demon god, and then he would find Dr. Gao. With her help, they would remove the curse from Dr. Gao's body. He planned to use this as bargaining chip to levy with Dr. Gao, but from what this Red Spectre had told him, his idea was too naive. It is much scarier than you think. You can say that it is incurable. Several years ago, I escaped from the hospital during one of the riots and came to this beauty parlor at Jiujiang. To resist the curse inside my body, I have to keep on changing my bodies, but even so, that only delayed the triggering of the curse inside my body. The Red Spectre's mouth burst open, and a flower crawled out from her throat and bloomed into a giant red flower. What will happen after the curse is triggered? Will your soul be torn into shreds immediately? The curse will take away my consciousness and turn me into a completely mad presence. The life would be worse than a death sentence. The description was similar to Dr. Gao's situation when Chen Ji encountered him in Liwan City. But you are very conscious of yourself at this moment. Chen Ji had many questions that needed to be answered. The appearance of the Red Spectre at this moment was very crucial to him. Can you see all the flowers that bloom all over my body? They are the instrument that I use to temporarily suppress the curse, but once I move too much, the curse will consume me instantly and make me lose my rationality once again. The blood vessels and blood flowers on the Red Spectre were similar to the black chains around Dr. Gao. They had the same function of suppressing the curse. Chen Ji then put forth a few more questions. Due to reason that Chen Ji did not understand, the Red Spectre was very cooperative. She told Chen Ji everything that she knew. Before she turned into something like this, the Red Spectre had been the best cosmetic surgeon in Xinhai. Her name was Zhu Rong. One day, she received an invitation from the cursed hospital out of the blue. They wanted her to come in to help with a surgery. The high pay convinced Zhu Rong, but when she came to the hospital and entered the surgery room at the promised time, she only then realized that her patient was not a living person. That was also the first time the Red High Heels had encountered Zhu Rong. The surgery was not that successful, and the Red High Heels was taken back by the hospital. From that day, she was followed by the curse, and in the end, she was forced to become one of the night doctors at the cursed hospital, and the Red High Heels was the most important patient that she was responsible for. The Red High Heels was originally just a Red Spectre, but the hospital valued her greatly because her talent was related to curses. That was extremely rare. After frequent surgeries that were so cruel that they could not be put down in words later, when both Zhu Rong and the Red High Heels had got to their lot in life, the chaos that was planned by Dr. Gao and the ghost fetus erupted. Many patients and doctors chose to escape. Zhu Rong also abandoned the Red High Heels on the surgical table without hesitation. She stole away the Red High Heels' most beautiful face and chose to escape on her own. Most of the patients followed the ghost fetus and went to Liwan City to hide. That night, the Red High Heels had gone to Liwan City to search for traces of Zhu Rong to recover her most beautiful face. Everything was linked together somehow. The scraps of clues were now linked. Under the gaze of the 10 Red Spectres, Zhu Rong took out a book from her chest. With much unwillingness, she parted with the box and handed it to the Red High Heels. The pale fingers flipped the lid open. No one could see what was inside the box. They only felt the Red High Heels' presence had become much scarier than before. The Red High Heels appeared to have obtained the thing that she was looking for. She lost all interest in Zhu Rong and slipped back into the comic. Seeing the departure of the Red High Heels, not only Zhu Rong, even the Red Spectres around Chen Ji all sighed in collective relief. I have already told you everything that I know. Can you let me go now? Zhu Rong collapsed in the pool of blood inside the fountain. After the box had been removed from her heart, she became much weaker. I carry the seed of the cursed hospital on me. Even if you consume me, you will be influenced by the curse. Instead of heading to that end, how about we try to form a friendly relationship? Chen Ji was also deliberating over how to deal with Zhu Rong. Her own body was covered in curses. If the other specters consumed her, they would be cursed themselves. Convincing her to become an employee at the haunted house was a worse idea. What if she suddenly went out of control? All the visitors would be put in danger. From the moment we saw you, you have been showing your weaker side. You have no intention of showing the full capacity of what you can do. Compared to what Zhu Rong said on her own, Chen Ji had more confidence in the remarks given by the black phone. Zhu Rong was an extremely dangerous Red Spectre. She must have many tricks up her sleeves that she did not show that night. As I mentioned earlier, should I try anything too drastic, the curse will be triggered. At the time, I will indeed become so scary that I will not recognize myself anymore. At this point, the cadence of Zhu Rong's tone changed. But even if I go out of control, I will not be a match for a top Red Spectre. She has grown way too powerful. Based on the prediction of the other night doctors, a talent related to curses should be the hardest to master. A wise woman submits to circumstances. I require all the information that you have regarding the cursed hospital inside your brain. If you are willing to lend me your full cooperation, perhaps I can one day help you break away from the curse. When Chenji spoke, he did not use any special tone, but there was something in his words that could make others believe him. You think you can convince the hospital director to let us go? I was thinking about a different method. Chenji flipped through the comic and pulled Zhu Rong into it. The originally blank page was dyed red instantly. Florets of flowers blossomed on the beautiful body. Zhu Rong appeared to have gone to sleep. Yandanian probably never imagined that so many red specters would one day be inhabiting his comic. Due to the fact that Zhu Rong might go out of control at any moment, Chenji had to ensure there would be several red specters inside the comic that watched over her constantly. All right, it is time for us to go and fetch our next employee. In just one night, Chenji found all 9 baleful specters that he had drawn from the Wheel of Misfortune. Compared to the first time he used the wheel, the effectiveness had doubled who knew how many times. When he returned to the staff break room, the sun was already up. Chenji pulled the curtains shut and prepared to lie down for a small break. At the same time, inside the hospital that worked together with Jiujiang Medical University, Mr. Wang sat up from the sickbed. He reached out to pull back the curtain so that the sunlight could shower down on him. Mr. Wang, are you feeling better? Zhu Han's voice came from the bed next to him. He was currently doing push-ups on the bed. The brain still feel a bit muddled. I feel like most of my memory is not connected. It feels like something is constantly escaping my mind. Mr. Wang took out a notebook from the drawer. It was filled with very small handwriting detailing what had happened inside Chenji's haunted house. Small details like at what time he had taken a sip from the bottle of mineral water were recorded as well. Something is not right. The logical sequence between the series of events is not correct. My memory appears to be lying to me. Sir, those things are already in the past. There is no point worrying over it any longer, Zhu Han persuaded in a small voice. You don't understand. I believe I had a glimpse of my former lecturer that night, but there is no recollection of that at all in my memory. Mr. Wang's brows were heavily creased. He was about to say something else when the door to the sick room was knocked and pushed open. 2 people from the university walked in with a police officer in uniform. Mr. Wang, the management has approved your request. You can travel to Xinhai in a few more days, one of the workers said. This is one of the best officers from the local police station's major crimes unit. He was also involved in the case that happened 20 years ago. I pulled many strings before I finally got my request to get his help from the local station approved. For your information, he will be accompanying you on your trip to Xinhai. Chapter 1141, Xinhai, Here I Come 2 in 1. Chapter 1141, Xinhai, Here I Come 2 in 1, an officer from the Jiujiang station. When Mr. Wang heard these few words, he started to frown involuntarily. I have never required their help before. Go and tell him to return. After all, they won't be of much help anyway. Mr. Wang, you have been busy recovering your body and lecturing your classes, so you might not know this, the worker from the university said with a smile on his face. In the past half a year, the Jiujiang station has been breaking one major crime case after another. Even if you compare them to the law enforcement over the whole country, you will see that they are the best of the best. The reason I needed to recover my body is related to the Jiujiang station, so I have nothing to say to their people, and I do not care about how many cases that they have solved. Mr. Wang appeared like he had once worked at the Jiujiang police station, but due to various reasons, his relationship with the station was rocky at best. Like I said, tell him to leave. I'm sure they currently have many cases to handle. They should not part with one of their people just to accompany me. The university worker looked at the police officer standing next to him helplessly. The rather old police officer walked toward Mr. Wang and said, Brother Wang, Captain Yan has returned. He is now the leader at the local station. Captain Yan. 20 years ago, he was the young man who requested for the case to be reopened due to the problems that he had discovered about 2 weeks before you did. He is now the leader at the Jiujiang station. It is under his brilliant leadership that we have managed to solve so many major cases. The old officer appeared to recognize Mr. Wang. Brother Wang, the current local station is no longer the same as it was. The reason I am here today is because of Captain Yan. In fact, if possible, he wishes to see you in person before we depart. After all, you were the only person who lent your support to him back then. When Captain Yan's name was brought up, Mr. Wang was silent. I do not have the face to see him. Closing the notebook in his hands, Mr. Wang handed it over to Zhu Han. Don't you suspect that the haunted house is really haunted? Perhaps this notebook will help guide you closer to the discovery of the truth. Sir, I feel well rested already. Today we will depart to Xin Hai. It was as if Mr. Wang had turned into a different person. The presence that radiated off him was completely different from before. You still have not changed after all this time. The worker from the university shook his head. We have already prepared the transportation for you. You can depart at 2 p.m. Before that, you'd better rest as much as you can. What? After stretching lazily, Chen Ji was woken up by the alarm clock. After a quick freshen up in the bathroom, he hurried to open the door. Ever since he obtained the black phone, his every day had been filled to the brim with meaningful events. Be it morning or night time, almost every hour of his life was occupied by some important event. After doing the makeup for his employees, Chen Ji stood inside the dressing room. Watching the employees chatting among themselves, he too felt quite relaxed within that atmosphere. If only this kind of life could continue forever. After he had finished the makeup for everyone, Chen Ji called for a simple morning meeting to discuss the future direction of the haunted house with his employees. You are all now experienced actors at the haunted house. You have plenty of experience in this field and are more than capable of handling any type of sudden accident, so I am not worried about leaving the haunted house in your care. Boss, how come it sounds like you are going to leave us behind and go for a long trip away all of a sudden? Xiao Gu was wearing the doctor's skullcracker outfit. He pulled off the mask with both hands. Director Luo has just bought the biggest haunted house in Xin Hai. In the near future, I will move over there to open our first branch. After the situation at the branch has stabilized, I will return here. Opening the branch was the second important mission. The main reason Chen Ji was going there was because he wanted to deal with the cursed hospital. Currently, all the clues pointed toward the cursed hospital. His parents might be found there as well, so he had to go there no matter what. Boss, our situation here has just stabilized. Isn't it a bit too rushed to suddenly open a new branch? Zhang Jingjiu had experienced the nastiness of society before, so his thoughts were rather more reserved. Our base will still be this haunted house in Jiujiang. The branch in Xin Hai can only be called a trial. Chen Ji looked at his employees. Now I will assign all of you some work. After I leave this place, the scenario above ground will all be handled by Su Wan. I will also hand her the temporary key for the haunted house to Su Wan. Xiao Gu, if you run into any problems, you should go to Su Wan or Uncle Su for help. Okay. The underground scenarios will be handled by Wu Jinpeng. Chen Ji turned to look at the handsome uncle with the single ponytail. What me know, no, I can't do it. Wu Jinpeng quickly waved his hands. Do not worry, there are people who will come help you. This here is the list. Later, you shall go to the underground scenarios to communicate with them and see if there is anything you guys can do to ensure the operation can run smoothly. The whole room was filled with his trusted confidants. Most of the living employees had survived a life or death situation with Chen Ji before. He would not worry about leaving his life with them. Chen Ji handed a name list to Wu Jinpeng. It had names of several people like Dr. Wei and all Bai on it. After being given the name list, Wu Jinpeng slowly calmed down. Now that the people in Jiujiang have been arranged, I will discuss the people who will come to Xin Hai with me. Chen Ji turned to look at Zhang Jingjiu and Changlin. Changlin, you have personally worked at that haunted house before. I will give you the task to design the various scenarios and mechanisms for that haunted house. From today onward, you will be the designer of the props used in the scenarios at that haunted house. Changlin was especially proficient at building various kinds of haunted house props and mannequins. The man himself was originally Shang Guan Qinghong's employee, but he was lured over by Chen Ji to work for him. Shang Guan Qinghong did not even attempt to train you to your full potential. But now, I will provide you with a large enough stage so that you can showcase your talent as much as you can. Chen Ji had ultimately fulfilled his promise to Changlin. Back when they first met, Changlin was just a bottom feeder who was not given much attention, and now he had been promoted to the main designer at Xin Hai's haunted house. That was a promotion that skipped several steps. Thank you, boss. This appreciation came directly from Changlin's heart. Changlin will be responsible for the design of the set and props. The rest will be handled by Zhang Jingjiu. Chen Ji valued Zhang Jingjiu a lot. He had rescued this employee from Liwan City, and since he started working for Chen Ji, his improvement could be seen with naked eye. He had familiarized himself with the operation at the haunted house in a mere few days and could often provide unexpected help to Chen Ji. For example, when Chen Ji was fighting Liu Gang online, it was Zhang Jingjiu who led some of the fans to lead Liu Gang slowly into the trap. In terms of business management and interpersonal relationships, Zhang Jingjiu had done better at these compared to the other employees. Now that they were going to a new location, Chenji required such a talent. Furthermore, it appeared like Zhang Jingjiu himself came from a wealthy background. His own family business had been in operation in Xinhai for years already. Combining all these different factors, Chenji decided to select Zhang Jingjiu as the branch manager. "Boss, I'm afraid." "There is nothing to be afraid of. You are the most suitable candidate." After saying a few more words, Chenji had his employees return to their posts and started the business for a new day. "Later tonight, perhaps I should use the Nightmare Mission coupon that I won from the Wheel of Misfortune. After completing this daily mission, I can consider moving to Xinhai." Chenji had done everything that he could do. He had drawn practically all of the ghosts from the Black Phone's Wheel of Misfortune. Even though there were still some unexplored ghost stories left in Jiujiang, exploring those deeply hidden stories would take weeks or even months. Chenji did not have that much time. The most important thing to do now is to set the scene as soon as possible by sending Xiao Sun into the hospital. That is the most crucial part. After witnessing Xiao Sun's talent in person, Chenji desperately wanted to send Brother Sun into the cursed hospital. The popularity of the new Century Park haunted house was rising day by day on the internet. It attracted many foreign visitors. The income of theme park had steadily increased. In contrast, there were endless problems with the futuristic theme park. After 2 directors had been hospitalized, the upper management had been thrown into yet another power struggle. Many basic employees had no idea what was happening, and that seriously impacted the visitors' overall experience. All in all, New Century Park had already stabilized the situation, and it was time to overthrow the enemy. That noon, Chenji suddenly received a call. It was from an auntie. She told Chenji that the doctor that Chenji had once introduced to Jiangming could no longer be contacted. Before this, the communication had gone smoothly. The preparation for the cochlear operation had been done already, but the doctor had suddenly gone out of contact, and this caused Jiang Ming and his mother to be extremely nervous. Chenji asked the auntie for a few more details, and only then did he find out that Jiang Ming's mother had already taken Jiang Ming to Xinhai. With the auntie's help, they had found a cheap rental home to stay at. The operation was originally planned for the following day, but the surgeon had suddenly disappeared, so all of them were panicking. "This can't be dragged on any longer. I shall depart for Xinhai today." Chenji knew very well that the doctor in question had already had some problems before this. His disappearance probably had a lot to do with the cursed hospital. If he hurried over, perhaps there was still a chance to save that doctor's life. With a human life on the line, Chenji did not hesitate. He rushed back into the haunted house and informed Changlin and Zhang Jingjiu to pack up their stuff after work that day, and they would meet up at Xinhai's haunted house the following day. Since Changlin had worked at the haunted house before, Chenji did not have to purposely jot down the address for him. Picking up his backpack, due to the suddenness of the event, Chenji only took most of the red specters and the more dangerous specters that might go out of control when he was not around with him. "Albai can look after White Tiger when I am gone, and I will leave the Dr. Skullcracker costume for Xiaogu. I will instead bring some of the new costumes with me. Perhaps they might come in useful." A haunted house prop that looked as suspicious as the Dr. Skullcracker's hammer would never pass the security check, so Chenji decided to figure out a way to book a car to head to Xinhai. Taking out his phone, Chenji made a call to Li Zheng. "Brother Zheng, there is something that I need to report to you." When Li Zheng got Chenji's call, his heart dropped into his stomach. "Why are you reporting to me? It makes it sound like you are part of our major crimes unit. If it is nothing important, you can talk to me after I am off work. We're still busy dealing with the case at Jiu Hong Apartments." "It's like this. There is a Dr. Fang from Xinhai who has suddenly disappeared. Based on his various actions, I suspect he is currently in a very dangerous situation." "How would you come to know a doctor from Xinhai?" Since this was related to a human life, Li Zheng pulled his attention immediately. Chenji summarized how he got in contact with Dr. Fang and the history of Jiang Ming and his cochlear operation to Li Zheng. "You're putting me in a very hard spot. All I can do is help you contact the police at Xinhai and inform them of the severity of the situation, pushing them to launch an investigation." Li Zheng had his own difficulties. He was a police officer in Jiujiang, and the case in Xinhai was beyond his jurisdiction. "Brother Zheng, can you send someone to accompany me to Xinhai? If I go on my own, I definitely cannot convince the officers at Xinhai. They will not believe my story either. That will only waste precious time. Perhaps because of this, it might cause us to lose the precious time that could be used to save a human life." Chenji was telling the truth. If not for the fact that Chen Ji had helped the Jiujiang police so many times and cooperated so many times with them, meaning they could be sure that Chen Ji would never lie, they would not trust him so implicitly. Li Zheng also knew that Chen Ji was most likely not lying. He paused for a long time before he said, "We are seriously understaffed at the moment, but I heard from Captain Yan that all Wu will be heading to Xinhai for a mission this afternoon. You can hitch a ride with him." "Thank you so much. Forgive me for asking this, but how is he going to Xinhai?" "He will be taking a transport assigned by the Jiujiang Medical University. The mission that he was given was, I believe, related to a lecturer from that university as well. But don't get ahead of yourself. This might not work. Let me go and inform Captain Yan of this first." Li Zheng hung up the call while Chen Ji carried his 2 large bags and called a cab to head to Jiujiang Medical University. On the way there, Li Zheng came back with good news. Captain Yan had approved for Chen Ji to tag along with all Wu and the people from Jiujiang Medical University. At 1:30 p.m., Chen Ji finally managed to contact all Wu. He placed his 2 large bags in the trunk. When he got into the car, he was greeted by Mr. Wang's dark face. He had just been scared until he fainted by this man before him, but now they had somehow found a way to sit in the same car. Mr. Wang did not even know what to say. He had many thoughts in his mind, but he did not dare voice them. He appeared to fear Chen Ji without even realizing it. "Mr. Wang, let me make the introductions. This is Chen Ji. He has helped us solve the case of a hidden body inside cement, abandoned bodies inside an old well at a school, a killer on the loose at the 3rd Sick Hall, the case of Jia Ming killing his wife." All Wu gave a random repertoire of Chen Ji's history, and it shocked Mr. Wang. "It feels like you two share a very good relationship, as close as actual colleagues." Mr. Wang once again studied Chen Ji. He really could not figure out how a haunted house would come to help the police solve so many major crimes. Was the haunted house boss actually an undercover cop? "I guess you are not wrong that. There was this week when I encountered him 6 times. At the time we were working 3 shifts per day. I met him more often than I encountered my actual colleagues." All Wu was once rescued by Chen Ji, so he had a good impression of the young man. Captain Yan and Inspector Li value his opinion as well. They often joke among themselves that it was such a loss to the law enforcement that this kid chose to open a haunted house and not serve the force. With all Wu there, the atmosphere in the car was not that awkward. After they got on the highway, Chen Ji drifted off to sleep. At 4 p.m., All Wu first deposited Mr. Wang at his assigned living area, and he continued to drive Chen Ji to locate Jiang Ming and his mother. Xinhai was much bigger than Jiujiang. They traveled for a very long time before All Wu found the place. He parked the car in front of a rather old-looking apartment building, and Chen Ji got his 2 large bags out of the trunk and entered the building. "Room 202, is it? I'm on my way." After hanging up, Chen Ji raced up the stairs and knocked on the door of room 202. It was an auntie who opened the door. Chen Ji had met her at Jiang Ming's home before. She was very kind and passionate. "Chen Ji, I know that you are not a bad person, but the doctor that you recommended has suddenly disappeared. We really do not know what to do. You need to first change the surgeon for Jiang Ming. The disappearance of Dr. Fang cannot be explained in a few words." Chen Ji thought about it and then said, "Have you contacted the police?" "No, Dr. Fang has not taken our money, so there is no reason for us to report to the police." The auntie was really nice to have stayed with Jiang Ming and his mother for emotional support. "Leave this to me then." Chen Ji helped Jiang Ming contact another doctor. After he consoled them, he led All Wu directly toward the hospital where Dr. Fang worked. "Chen Ji, are you sure something has happened to Dr. Fang? It is very inconvenient for you to carry 2 large bags like that. How about we find a place to stay first?" All Wu noticed the sweat on Chen Ji's head, and he knew that Chen Ji was really desperate. "Dr. Fang has come into contact with things from that hospital. If we do not hurry to find him, I'm afraid we might not be able to find him at all." Chen Ji knew that Dr. Fang was a very good doctor, and it was because Dr. Fang was the best in his specialization, so he was worried that the cursed hospital might have gone after him. Chapter 1142, A Good Person, 2 in 1. Chapter 1142, A Good Person, 2 in 1. There are still 3.5 hours until night falls. We have to investigate the places that Dr. Fang has been to before he disappeared, Chen Ji said adamantly. When he stayed together with All Wu, those who did not know would assume he was the police officer and All Wu was just the driver. As All Wu drove away, he could not help but ask in confusion, "Why can we only conduct the investigation when there is still light? Do you have something else to do at night? The city will not be safe at night." Xinhai is the safest city on the northern side of China. Some of the business areas here operate for 20 hours. It has the nickname, the Eastern City that never sleeps. All Wu gripped the steering wheel. Shouldn't you youngsters be more familiar with these things than me? Chenji smiled but did not explain. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Xinhai Second Hospital. The whole of Xinhai City had 11 top-grade hospitals, and the second hospital that Dr. Fang was posted at was ranked at the forefront of the ranking and situated at the busiest part of Xinhai. Chenji and All Wu, who was wearing his police uniform, walked to the administration counter. "Hello, I would like to ask you some questions about one of your doctors here." The nurse on duty initially did not want to respond to Chenji, but when she saw the uniform that All Wu was wearing, her attitude became much better. With the accompaniment of the nurse, Chenji came to the unit for ENT specialists. There was currently a doctor who was inspecting a patient's body. "Dr. Fang has missed work for many days now. I personally have no idea what is going on. The doctor inside is called Dr. Zhao. He is Dr. Fang's closest colleague and best friend, so he should know some information." After leaving that nugget of information, the nurse of duty left to return to her desk. Chenji and All Wu waited for Dr. Zhao to finish his consultation with his patient before they entered his room. "Which one of you is the patient?" Dr. Zhao was very busy. He appeared like he needed a very good rest. He had heavy bags under his eyes, and he looked rather dispirited. "We are not here to consult the doctor." Chenji pointed at All Wu next to him. "This is one of the best inspectors from the major crimes unit from the police station." Chenji did not introduce himself and did not specify that All Wu belonged to the Jiujiang's police station. Even though his entire sentence was nothing but the truth, it gave off the feeling that both of them were people sent over by Xinhai's police station. "Inspector," Dr. Zhao immediately understood the severity of the situation. "Are you here for Dr. Fang?" "Looks like you really do know something." Chenji planted himself on the chair, and the real police officer, All Wu, stood at the door. "I told the officer from your station the actual details yesterday, but I did not expect another visit from your inspector again today, so it looks like Dr. Fang has already—" Dr. Zhao did not finish the sentence, but the intention that was in his words was not lost on everyone inside the room. "Do not ask questions that you should not. You only need to tell us the information that you know." Chenji picked up a piece of paper and a pen from the table and prepared to start his inquiry. The feeling that he gave off was very professional. "The past few weeks, Dr. Fang has been performing very badly. He even made a mistake during one of his surgeries. The number of patients who have complained about him has grown larger and larger. This would never have happened in the past. All Fang is the best ENT specialist we have ever had." "Could Dr. Fang's mental condition be related to his family members?" "I saw All Fang's family just yesterday. His wife and daughters are perfectly normal. They couldn't be more worried about him." "Oh, right." Something appeared to have just occurred to Dr. Zhao. "From what All Fang's wife told me, All Fang would often spend time mumbling to himself, saying things like they are coming soon, they are very happy, and they are already here." "They are already here? Was someone following Dr. Fang and stalking him?" All Wu closed the door of the consultation room and walked over. He did not expect to stumble upon such a curious case as soon as he arrived in Xinhai with Chenji. A few days before he disappeared, All Fang had serious problems sleeping. He kept hiding next to the bedroom window holding a knife and would keep sneaking glances outside the window as if there was someone standing there outside their house. His wife and daughters were very afraid, and they could not help themselves from looking out the window as well, but they never see anyone out the window. There was no one down there. Dr. Zhao sighed. All Fang's wife prepared to book an appointment with a psychologist here for him, but before the appointment could be arranged, All Fang disappeared. Dr. Fang's wife and daughters did not see anyone outside the window, yes. Chenji repeated as confirmation. All Fang's wife did not see anything, but his youngest daughter yesterday told the people from the police station that there was a woman who would not stop smiling hiding at her home. A woman who could not stop smiling. Chenji narrowed his eyes, and the name instantly floated up in his mind, non-smilers. The station naturally sent people to check All Fang's home, and they did not find any traces of this mysterious woman. They concluded that All Fang's daughter had probably been under too much pressure lately, so she had been seeing things. The things that she saw would still be related to her own memory. The woman who kept smiling would not appear out of nowhere in her mind. They should have followed this thread much further. Chenji did not go into deep criticism about the things the police from Xinhai had done. All he wanted to do now was find Dr. Fang as soon as possible. "Dr. Zhao, do you know who the last person who saw Dr. Fang was?" "I believe that person would be me." Dr. Zhao looked like he had aged several years in this short questioning. All Fang had just requested half a month off, but before his holiday was over, he suddenly came back to work a few days ago. From the looks of it, he appeared rather normal, so I believed he had recovered. At the time, I did not think too much of it, and I even invited him to go have a few drinks with me after work. Dr. Fang disappeared at the hospital. For now, the evidence appears to suggest that. After his shift ended, no one saw All Fang leave the hospital. He locked himself inside his own room. I have no idea what he was doing inside. When I came to work the next morning, people told me All Fang had already disappeared. Dr. Zhao was filled with regret. If only I'd paid more attention to him that day, perhaps things might have ended up differently. Should not blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. You did everything you could. Chenji frowned deeply in thought as he tried to think back to his first phone conversation with Dr. Fang. Dr. Fang had indeed mentioned he was being followed by Non-Smiler, and he had also brought up the recent reconstruction of the hospital's storeroom and his finding an envelope in the old storeroom. After opening it, he had found a letter that requested him to go to an abandoned hospital at midnight. If he refused to do so, something bad would happen. Dr. Zhao, a few weeks ago, your hospital updated the hospital's storeroom, didn't it? Did Dr. Fang visit the old storeroom at the time? How did you know that? Dr. Zhao was truly surprised. From his point of view, the renovation of the storeroom was a completely different separate from Dr. Fang's disappearance. There was no connection between the two at all. Try to think back to that period. Did the strange behavior about Dr. Fang start during the time he entered the old storeroom? Chenji put down the pen he had taken and placed the paper note on which he had jotted down the important information into his pocket. Now that you mention it, that does ring true. More surprise appeared on Dr. Zhao's face. The feeling that Chenji gave off was completely different from the local officer that had visited him the previous day. No wonder you guys are inspectors. Even such details do not escape your notice. If it is not too much trouble, do you mind bringing us to visit the old storeroom now? Of course not. Besides, the place is pretty much abandoned now. Dr. Zhao was very good friend of Dr. Fang's, so he was more than willing to help. After informing another doctor of his departure, Dr. Zhao led Chenji and All Wu out of the hospital. The old storeroom is not at the hospital, Chenji asked with curiosity. A few years ago, our hospital changed address. The storeroom is still at the old address. The old hospital only has a few specialist units left over there. 20 minutes later, the three arrived at the hospital's original address. After they got the key from the manager, they entered the old storeroom. The place had just been cleaned, and the rows of shelves were all empty. There was practically nothing left in the room. When you guys were cleaning up the room, which area was Dr. Fang responsible for? I believe it was at the inner part of the storeroom. Dr. Zhao took out the key that would open the iron door leading deeper into the storeroom. Due to the aging electrical circuit, the lights inside are not functioning that well. The place is very dim. The nurses at the time refused to go with him. If I'm not mistaken, All Fang entered the place on his own that day. The middle of this storeroom is partitioned off with an iron door. Who designed the place like this? What is the purpose of this? I have no idea. The three entered the inner room and discovered things that would never be used at a hospital, like an old white wedding dress and pairs of shoes covered in a layer of dust. Inside the dark room, just these rows of tattered shoes gave off a very creepy feeling. I have no idea why these things would be found here. The old gentleman who guarded this place when it was built passed away many years ago. This place is commonly locked up. If not for the fact that the new hospital director wanted to redo the storeroom, no one would have known that there were so many shoes abandoned here. Dr. Zhao held the flashlight and keys. His heart was palpitating with an indescribable fear. There are all different styles of shoes, and the sizes are all different. Is it possible that one of the former guards here liked to collect dead people's shoes? Could he have stolen all of the dead people's shoes and then stored them here? Chenji mumbled to himself. He did not notice the expressions on All Wu and Dr. Zhao's faces that had gotten paler and paler. I have to say, if you don't mind, your supposition is rather unbelievable. Dr. Zhao pointed at the surrounding shelves. All of these shoes on the shelves were once worn by dead people. I realize the process of thinking for you inspectors is really different from us normal people. All Wu touched his nose. He wanted to say something else, but after what Dr. Zhao said, he suddenly did not know how to voice his thoughts. Chenji, who walked at the front, did not answer. He suddenly stopped after walking past two shelves. The shoes on the earlier few shelves were all neatly arranged. How come only the shoes from this shelf are on the ground? Someone has tripped here before. Narrowing his eyes, Chenji compared the location where the shoes had fallen and tried to reconstruct what happened that day. Someone who was about my height found something around this spot where I am standing. He was shocked, and his body knocked into the shoe rack, so the shoes got knocked off and spread to the two sides. Chenji had very sharp observational skills. Just based on where the shoes had landed, he had managed to come up with many reasonable hypotheses. What shocked the victim probably suddenly appeared behind him. When he turned around, he lost his balance and he knocked into the shoe shelf. Chenji locked onto a direction and walked toward there. Scanning the shelves on the side with yin-yang vision, he came upon a discovery. What's this? There was a small paper ball hidden in a very inconspicuous corner at the bottom of the shelf. Chenji opened it up, and there was only one sentence on it. Do not enter the last and innermost room. Dr. Zhao, take a look at this. Do you think this is Dr. Fang's handwriting? Chenji handed the note to Dr. Zhao. After taking a look at it, the latter shook his head. It is not Dr. Fang's handwriting, but it has appeared where Dr. Fang's accident happened. It can only mean that someone was kind enough to warn him of the danger before he came in here, but unfortunately he did not notice it at the time. Chenji held on to the paper note. This was a very important clue, so he had to look after it. Dr. Zhao, do you still remember the people who came with Dr. Fang to this storeroom that day? I do. Among them, do any of them have similar handwriting to this writing on the paper note? I do not think so. The handwriting of most doctors is very hard to read because we need to write prescriptions very fast. Dr. Zhao confirmed it one more time and finally said that the note was not written by the people who went with Dr. Fang that day. It was not someone from the hospital, huh? Chenji frowned, but after a while he said, to enter this place, one has to first get the keys from the management center. Could it be that someone there passed this note to Dr. Fang? Since they could not find more clues at the old storeroom, Chenji took the paper note and hurried back to the management center. After comparing the handwriting, Chenji noticed that the handwriting on the note was very similar to one of the managers. The manager had the surname Kaiwan. It was a very rare surname. Chenji put away the paper note. He looked at the pictures of the employees that were posted on the wall and asked very loudly, I am so sorry, but is Kai Ren here? Is he on duty today? Brother Ren asked for holiday a few days ago. Is there anything that you want me to tell him when he returns? The people at the center thought Chenji and All Wu were inspectors from the Xinhai station, so they were very cooperative. When he heard that Kai Ren had not been to work for several days, Chenji immediately had a bad feeling arise in his heart. Can you give me Kai Ren's address? We wish to ask him some questions in person. This is very important. The people at the management center hesitated for a while before they finally gave Chenji the address of Kai Ren's apartment. Brother Ren does not like to communicate. He normally will not talk to strangers, so I advise you to be prepared for no one to answer the door. The people at the management center had bitter smiles when they mentioned Kai Ren. Does he have any strange habits, or has he done anything strange before? There is nothing particularly strange about him. Oh, right, Brother Ren, I am sure, lives alone. In his employment information, he stated very clearly that he has no family, but he occasionally mumbles to himself, saying terms that are very scary like Kai Shutu, Kai Yanjing 3, Kai Bai 4, and so on. Just the mere mention of these terms made the person at the center feel uncomfortable. One time, I could not help myself and asked him why he kept saying these things, and then he told me all those terms were the names of his family members. He sure comes from a very strange family. Who would even think of naming their children like that? Chenji did not finish the other half of the sentence. He had a feeling that this family who had the surname Kai probably had some kind of relation with the non-smilers. With this useful information, Chenji had Dr. Zhao return to his post while he and All Wu traveled to Kai Ren's apartment. They knocked for a long time, but there was no answer. In the end, it was the landlord who had come over to tell them Kai Ren had not returned for days. The landlord revealed some very important information as well. The last time Kai Ren left the apartment, he was carrying a very large bag. It was filled with water and a lot of food. It was as if he was preparing for some incoming danger, and he was going into hiding. If my assumption is not wrong, the reason Kai Ren gave Dr. Fang the note was because he wanted to save Dr. Fang, but he failed. He was worried about the non-smilers' revenge, so he hurried and packed up to run away in the night. From how Chenji saw it, even though this Kai Ren had a very strange name, he believed that he should be a good person. Looks like if we want to find Dr. Fang, we need to find this Kai Ren first. He will be our next lead. Hopefully, he can give us more information that might help lead us to Dr. Fang. One Kai Chinese letter can be literally translated as eat. Two Kai Shu can be translated as eat hand. 3 Kai Yanjing can be translated as eat eyes. 4 Kai Bai can be translated as eat nose. Chapter 1143, which is scarier, me or the curse, 2 in 1. Chapter 1143, which is scarier, me or the curse, 2 in 1. Chen Ji had all Wu show the landlord his real identity, and then the two of them were given the permission to go inside Kai Ren's room to check. It was clear that Kai Ren had left in a hurry. The food that he ordered was abandoned, unfinished on the table. Various clothes were abandoned on the couch. The drawers were left hanging open. The room was chaotic and unkempt, like it had been entered by thieves. Did Kai Ren tell you where he was going? No, but recently he has been calling someone. I overheard him begging that person to let him stay with them for a while. During one of the phone conversations, he even got into a huge argument with the other person. The landlord pointed at the wall. This is an old apartment. The walls are thin. Kai Ren might look very honest normally, but he can be quite scary when he is angry. Then, did you happen to overhear any names or locations? Chen Ji's expression was serious. I think they mentioned an eatery called Shi Li Xiang, and the owner of the eatery appears to have the surname Kai as well. The information provided by the landlord was very limited, so during the course of conversation, Chen Ji silently released Men Nan into the room. When they were conversing, Men Nan checked every room rudimentarily, but he did not come up with anything. After leaving the apartment building, all Wu drove Chen Ji and hurried toward Shi Li Xiang. The shop was situated on the busiest street in Xinhai, Destiny Avenue. Coincidentally, Shang Guan Qing Hong's haunted house was close to Destiny Avenue. The two locations were in the same business circle. Destiny Avenue has bright lights 24 hours a day. There will always be a crowd here, making it a clever choice for a hiding spot. In places where there were many people, it would hinder the movement of baleful specters. Even red specters would be influenced. Brother Wu, you can just leave me at the eatery. I have troubled you too much already today. When we have the time, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Are you sure you can handle this alone? This is Xinhai. You do not know anyone here, so please do not go and do anything dangerous on your own. All Wu gave Chen Ji his own phone number. If you run into any trouble, give me a call. I will do everything that I can to help you. Thank you very much. All Wu was on an official assignment to accompany Mr. Wang. Due to that, he could not stay with Chen Ji for too long, but just due to the fact that he was willing to bring Chen Ji to Xinhai, the latter was very thankful. Carrying 2 large bags, Chen Ji eventually found the eatery Shi Li Xiang. The shop was not that large, but there were many customers. There was a very long queue that led out the door. The place has quite a good business. Chen Ji queued for about 15 minutes before it was his turn. He looked at the food inside the counter, and the delicious smell of food hit him. Boss, how come your food smells much better than other shops? That is because it is cooked with a secret sauce that has been passed down through the family for generations. I can guarantee that you won't be able to taste this delicacy anywhere else. The boss was a big fatty, and he looked incredibly jovial. And why don't you give me one of everything on the menu? I am particularly fond of meat. When Chen Ji said that, he stealthily observed the boss and the employees. He did not notice any issues. This appeared to be a very normal eatery. After paying the money, Chen Ji left carrying a large bag of food. The sky was darkening, but the streets were still filled with cars. The place did not die down. If anything, it became even more crowded. Ultimately, Xinhai is a big city. Chen Ji carried 2 big bags and the bag of food and found Shang Guan Qing Hong's haunted house on the corner of the street. Compared to the main avenue, there were obviously fewer people here. When I came here last time, this haunted house still belonged to someone else. Just as Chen Ji stepped into the haunted house, an employee came forth to welcome him with passion, but when she saw Chen Ji's face, she immediately retreated several steps. Chen Ji. The female employee had a very deep impression of Chen Ji. After all, it was due to this scary man standing before her that her own boss had been hospitalized twice. You will have to call me boss in the future. New Century Park has already bought this place from your previous boss. Chen Ji took out the proof of purchase from his backpack. Go and summon all of the free employees. I have something to announce to all of you. The nemesis had become their new boss. The expressions of all the employees in the lobby turned very ugly. The way they looked at Chen Ji was how a hapless victim would look at the villains in TV shows. To them, Chen Ji was the kind of villain who would not stop even when he had already pushed the victims to the brink of a mental breakdown. Don't just stand there, go. Chen Ji did not intend to bully these employees. Even though it was this haunted house that first ruffled his feathers, Chen Ji was not a narrow-minded person. He had already forgotten about those offenses in the past. About 10 minutes later, a few employees in ghost costumes and makeup rushed out from their posts. Counting the receptionist and the floor boy responsible for cleaning up the place, there were about 5 employees gathered in the lobby. "How come there are so few of you? Where are the rest? Is this some kind of rebellion against me?" In Chenji's impression when he came last time, this haunted house had at least 10 employees. Due to the dwindling number of visitors and the withholding of the salary, combined with the rumors of this place being haunted, many people chose to leave, the female employee said softly. "Since we are currently so understaffed, we only have our 2 most popular scenarios open for now." With such a good spot in the city, how is the number of the visitors dropping? Looks like Shangguan Qinghong really needs to reflect on his job. Chenji looked at the remaining 5 employees. "Shangguan Qinghong has already sold this place to me. If you are willing to continue working here, I welcome you to do so, but if you wish to seek employment elsewhere, I will pay the salary that Shangguan Qinghong owes you. We shall have a good parting." When Chenji said that he would pay them their owed salary, the remaining 5 employees wavered. In the ending, including the female receptionist, 4 of the employees chose to resign. Chenji cleared the debt that they were owed on the spot. "You guys do not need to come back tomorrow. I wish you the best of luck in finding a better job." After dealing with that, the 4 employees removed their makeup and costumes before departing. The large haunted house only had Chenji and a female employee left. "Why didn't you resign with the rest of them?" Chenji looked at the female employee, and he thought that she looked rather familiar. "I actually sleep here. If I leave this place, I won't even have a place to stay anymore." "You should have saved a bit of money since you've worked here for quite some time, right? How come you still haven't rented a place for yourself?" When Chenji asked that, he had forgotten that he himself had been staying at his own haunted house. "My younger brother has a poor physical constitution. He needs the money for his treatment and education, so I try to save wherever I can," the female employee said softly. She appeared to be very afraid of Chenji, but for the salary and a roof over her head at night, she forced herself to stand where she was. "Family troubles are sometimes the hardest to solve. I understand," Chenji nodded. "Why don't we add my phone number first? I will send you the salary that Shangguan Qinghong owes you. From now on, you shall stay here to continue to work." "Thank you, boss." "Have we met before? I keep feeling like you look very familiar." "My name is Hu Dai. Everyone calls me Xiao Dai. When you came to visit last time, it was me who played the pen spirit game with you," the female employee answered softly. "So that was you? Without the makeup, I couldn't recognize you." Chenji finally realized who she was. When he played the pen spirit game with Xiao Dai, during the second round, he had taken out the ballpoint pen where the pen spirit was hiding, and he had scared Xiao Dai until she fainted. To avoid the awkwardness, Chenji changed the subject. "The people outside keep on saying that this haunted house is really haunted. I think you have personally experienced it before, so why do you insist on working here? Are you not afraid?" "In this world, there is nothing scarier than poverty." Xiao Dai squeezed her hands together. She seemed to come from a very bad family. "Don't think about those unhappy things anymore. Keep working at this job. I do not dare guarantee that you will get rich, but I can at least promise that you shall one day get double your current salary." Chenji did not like to give empty promises. Once he said something, he would try his best to make it into a reality. "The employee benefits I have are much better than what Shangguan Qinghong gave you, so I suggest you find a place outside of this place to stay. Do not take this as me chasing you away, but after I visited this place last time, I realized that there is indeed some problem with your haunted house." Chenji started into Xiao Dai's eyes. "There are certain things here at night. For your own safety, you'd better move out and find a place to stay." Xiao Dai nodded. She looked rather pitiful. "Come, bring me on a tour of the haunted house. Last time I was here, I went through the place in quite a hurry. I believe I have not seen many of the scenarios before." Chenji and Xiao Dai entered the haunted house. Before they visited much scenarios, Xiao Dai's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Xiao Dai very embarrassingly excused herself to the side and answered the call. "Sis, where are you now? Can I stay with you guys tonight?" A male voice came from the other side of the phone. One could hear the voice trying to hold back his tears. Xiao Dai was caught in a conundrum. Chenji had just told her she could not stay at the haunted house overnight, so she really did not know how to answer her own younger brother. "But don't you have the permission to stay at the dormitory? How come you have sneaked out?" "I really cannot stay there anymore." "Are they bullying you again?" Xiao Dai was rather angry. "Sis, don't ask me anymore. I am now at the entrance of your haunted house. Just let me stay with you for one night," the boy pleaded. Xiao Dai turned to Chenji helplessly, Before her lips opened to say anything, Chen-ji already nodded his agreement. That's fine. He can stay here tonight, but this is not going to work for the long term. You better find out why he is unwilling to stay at his dormitory. Thank you, boss. Xiao Dai hung off her phone and ran out of the scenario with Chen-ji. When they arrived at the lobby, there was a lanky high schooler with very fair skin standing there. He had a very small frame and wounds on his face. He was holding a pair of glasses that had been stomped on and broken. How come you came here on your own? When Xiao Dai saw the boy, she hurried over. She took a wet wipe from under the counter and cleaned up some of the dust stuck to the young man's shirt and arms. I will go and find some bandages. Stand here and don't go wandering anywhere. After Xiao Dai left, the lobby only had Chen-ji and the high schooler left. Your school allows their in-residence students to wander out of the campus at night. Chen-ji placed the 2 big bags he was holding on the seat. He fetched 2 cups of water. He placed one before himself and the other before the young man. The male student did not accept the water offered by Chen-ji. He did not seem to like Chen-ji. Are you my sister's colleague? How come there are only the 2 of you here tonight? You have a problem with that? Chen-ji took a sip of the water and smiled. They were not on the same level at all. Xiao Dai's younger brother stood transfixed. He held the broken glasses and did not dare say a word. Moments later, Xiao Dai ran out with the haunted house's first aid kit and dressed her younger brother's wound as best as she could. During that period, Xiao Dai asked her brother what had happened many times, but her brother clammed up like a shell. After she was done with his wounds, the young man grabbed his school bag and raced into the haunted house. He appeared to know where the staff break room was, so this should not be the first time he had run to the haunted house to seek help. Hu Yuan, wait a minute. Xiao Dai shouted twice before the high schooler stopped moving. I do not know anything. Can you please stop asking me questions? Hu Yuan had great emotional swings. It was a clear representation of his inner emotional state. This is my new boss, Chen-ji. If you want to stay at the haunted house, you must at least get his permission first. That is basic manners. Xiao Dai dragged Hu Yuan to stand before Chen-ji. He can stay here tonight, but what can hiding here one night change? Chen-ji walked to stand before Hu Yuan. Fear will not dissipate because you run away from it. Eventually, you will have to face it. Why don't you share your problems with us and let me and your big sister help you? Ever since he obtained the black phone, Chen-ji had met many problematic children and had collected many useful experiences when dealing with him. With his coaxing and persuasion, Hu Yuan finally told the truth. There were 4 students in his dormitory room, and the other 3 kept on ganging up on him. Normally, he would have just ignored them, but that afternoon after school, the 3 bullies shoved an envelope to him. Hu Yuan did not want it. In the end, the 3 of them stayed to make horrid jokes about his sister, and that angered Hu Yuan enough to get into a physical fight with them. The thin Hu Yuan was naturally not their match. After being beaten up, he did not want to return to the dormitory room, so he chose to come to his sister's place. It was typical school bullying. Xiao Dai was very angry. She wanted to go to the school to talk to the teacher tomorrow. They wanted to give you an envelope. Chen-ji caught onto this strange detail. Did you take the envelope in the end? Cao Fei shoved the envelope inside my pocket. I initially wanted to throw it away, but I hesitated after I saw the content of the envelope. Hu Yuan took out an envelope from inside his school bag. I don't think you guys should look at it. I will figure out a way to deal with it later. Actually, Chen-ji did not mind this detail, but when he saw the envelope, his eyes slowly narrowed. There was a very dark print left on the surface on the envelope. Why would there be human blood on the envelope? Chen-ji took the envelope and held it in his hands. Ignoring Hu Yuan's protest, he opened the envelope. Other than a few strands of hair of varying lengths, there was also a patient list. The list did not have the patient's name, but there were a few sentences written with red ballpoint pen on the back. Please clip a piece of your hair and place it inside the envelope and hand the envelope to the next person. If you do not pass the envelope to the next person before night falls, I will appear inside your house at 4:44 a.m. If you do not pass the envelope to the next person within the next 3 days, I will appear before your eyes at 4:44 a.m. Accursed letter, how juvenile. Studying the hair inside the envelope, Chen-ji knew that many people had received this envelope already. You'd better return the envelope to me. I heard Cao Fei say that he really saw something last night. Hu Yuan reached for the envelope but was evaded by Chen-ji. At your current age, the most important thing you need to focus on is your studies. Just ignore everything else. Chen-ji patted Hu Yuan's shoulder. The person who handed you this letter is called Cao Fei, correct? Yes. Does he also stay at the school dormitory like you? What do you plan to do? Hu Yuan was stunned. He turned to his big sister, but Xiao Dai also had no idea what Chen Ji was planning. I plan to appear beside his bed at 4:44 a.m. tonight. Chen Ji put the envelope away with a smile. I'm just kidding. You must be tired. Go in and get some rest. His expression was normal and easy, like nothing had ever happened. Chen Ji had Xiao Dai lead him to visit the rest of the scenarios, and then he locked himself inside the headmaster's office. Nightmare Academy sets are slightly better than my own haunted house. The props alone are worth quite a pretty penny. Chen Ji flipped through his comic and had his red specters check every corner of the haunted house. After ensuring that there were no hidden dangers, he sighed in relief. There are 2 things I need to do tonight: investigate the eatery and find the source of the cursed enveloped. Chen Ji had seen many patient records, but this was the first time he had encountered one without a name or picture. After midnight, I will go and visit Cao Fei and trace it back student by student. Eventually, I will come to the source. Chen Ji placed both of his legs on the headmaster's office table and switched into a more comfortable posture. The school is a place for education. Those that target students shall never be forgiven. Chapter 1144, Perspective of the Victims 2 in 1. At 11 p.m., inside the male dormitory at Xinhai First High, the lights went off. The 3 male students in room 408 had already locked the doors and windows and crawled into their beds before the lights went out. Cao, are you sure that you saw 5 people in the room last night? There was a rather well-built student sitting in the second bed, which was next to the window. He was wearing a basketball top, and the poster of a basketball athlete was pasted on the wall beside his bed. Why would I lie to you? The student in first bed was bare-chested. There were 2 night lights next to his bed, and he wore a pendant with a jade around his neck. Initially, I also thought that cursed letter was nothing but a joke, so I did not give it much thought. Who would have thought there would be an actual extra person appearing in the room last night? Cao Fei, who was in the first bed, pointed at the window next to the second bed. At the time, the person's face was pressed against that window. I personally saw him open the balcony door and enter the room. Throughout the whole process, he had his eyes fixed on me. Then doesn't that mean he was just standing beside my bed? What the F***CK? Why didn't you warn me at the time? Some warning would have been helpful. I really wanted to say something, but I realized I could not make any sound from my throat. Do you know the feeling of having a ghost pressing on you, holding you down? It felt just like that for me last night. Cao Fei kept gesturing with both of his hands. Can you describe what that person looks like in more detail? The student in the third bed removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. He was very thin and tall. The textbook next to his bed had his name on it, Tian Yuan. I also cannot remember it that clearly anymore. I just felt there was someone there. He had been watching me as he slowly approached me, Cao Fei said as he reached over to switch on the night lights. Tonight, I am going to sleep with the lights on. Bros, you won't mind, right? Look at how cowardly you are. If you ask me, this is because you have done too many bad things, and it was your guilty conscience coming to get you. Tian Yuan picked up the textbook next to him and resumed his study. He was a very hardworking student, but that did not change the fact that he too was a bully. Speaking of which, who gave you the cursed letter in the first place? Who have you offended lately that wanted to do something like that to you? Oh, it was nothing like that. The letter was given to me by my girlfriend. I saw how scared she was, so I voluntarily took it from her. Who knew the content of the letter would be true? The bedside lights cast a halo on Cao Fei's face. Once he reminisced about this incident, he could not stop the cold sweat from forming on his face. You are always the first to act like a hero, but now that you have to suffer the consequences, you have dragged all of your buddies down with you. I really do not know what to say other than thank you, the male student in the basketball tank said sarcastically. Sai, when will I get a girlfriend of my own? Are the girls nowadays not into jocks? Brother Zhuang, that is where you are wrong. I stopped the tragedy before it could get to the rest of us because I have already given the letter to Hu Yuan. He is not at the dormitory at the moment, so that ghost should have followed him home already, Cao Fei said in a hushed tone. Tomorrow, when he comes back to class, we will try to get some information from him, and we will frighten him even more and try to make him to stay away from the dormitory for the next few days, so that the ghost will keep on following him back to his place. What if he insists on coming back here? Tian Yuan put his pair of glasses back. That weakling does not dare fight back. Even if he does fight back, what can he do to us? It was clear that Cao Fei looked down on Hu Yuan. The only thing that he has going for him is his sweet older sister. Do you people know what time it is? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Turn those lights off. The door of the dormitory was knocked on, and the dormitory manager shouted from outside the door. The people inside the room quickly moved to oblige. After the dormitory manager left, Cao Fei used the blanket to cover the night lights, and he whispered to the room, "I am not going to sleep tonight. I will keep my phone on and take a picture of the ghost for you to see. I wish you best of luck. If you manage to get the picture, remember to wake us up." The bedroom became very quiet, and no one was speaking anymore. Cao Fei buried his head under the sheets and started chatting with his girlfriend via text. Young couples at the start of their romance had many topics that they would talk about, and without even realizing it, they had chatted until midnight. Looking at the amount of battery left, Cao Fei prepared to bid his girlfriend good night. The dormitory that they were in did not have a place for them to charge their phones. If they wanted to do so, they would have to wait for the next day when they went to class. His fingers moved on the screen. Before Cao Fei could send the word good night, he suddenly heard a weird voice in his ears. It sounded like the room door moving. He immediately yanked back the covers and turned his gaze to the door. The door was closed, and there was nothing out of place about it. He looked around. The inside of the room was intensely quiet, so quiet, in fact, that he could hear the breathing of his other two roommates and the sound of the beating of his heart. "Brother Zhuang, Brother Yuan, are you guys asleep?" There was no response. Cao Fei snuck under the covers again. This time he only allowed his eyes to peek out from underneath. The phone kept vibrating. His girlfriend was sending him new messages. Cao Fei was feeling weirdly frightened. The only person that he could talk to now was his girlfriend. "Cao Fei, why have you suddenly stopped talking? Have you fallen asleep? Come and chat some more with me. I am a little bit scared." Xiao Lu, our bedroom, suddenly became very quiet. It is so quiet that even the buzzing of the mosquitoes has disappeared. This is so strange. "Please don't scare me like that. Have you passed the cursed letter on already?" "Yes, I gave it to one of my roommates. He is not staying with us tonight." When Cao Fei typed those letters, he heard another strange noise in his ears. It sounded like the water dripping and falling on the ground because the tap was not shut tightly. "Then it should be fine. Don't scare yourself. The curse has already been passed on to another person." "Let's hope so." After Cao Fei replied with that message, his gaze moved away from the phone's screen and toward the window. Just as his eyes moved over there, they froze instantaneously because there was a face looking at him from the balcony. His eyes blinked, and in that short moment the face had already moved to stick itself against the glass window. Blood slid down the glass window. The handle that led to the balcony started to turn on its own. Cao Fei grabbed his phone like it was his lifeline. His heart would not stop racing. His limbs were as cold as ice, but the oxygen around him appeared to have ignited. The balcony door that was locked from the inside was slowly opened. The temperature inside the room dropped drastically. Following the dripping sound, a man wearing a drenched red shirt appeared inside the dormitory room. The closer he got, the more twisted Cao Fei's expression became, but he found out that his body could not react at all. The blood slid down to the floor, and the stinging stench of blood rushed into his nostrils. The hair that was slick from water stuck on the man's face. Only an eye that had no pupils stared at Cao Fei through the gap in between the hair. "Why, I have already sent the cursed letter away. Why have you still appeared?" It felt as if a pair of hands had gripped Cao Fei's heart. His eyes were widened to its maximum. Following the sound of water dripping, a hoarse voice came out from behind the curtain of black hair. "Why do you always bully me?" Whenever Cao Fei blinked, the person would teleport 1 inch closer to him. "Why would you give me that letter?" The soaked body was standing next to him bed. The eye that was fully white stared closely at Cao Fei. "Why would you say bad things about my big sister? Why would you not let me lead a peaceful life? Why, what have I done to you? Why? His tone was getting more and more maddening. The red specter who was drenched leaned close to Cao Fei's face. The wet black hair lingered on Cao Fei's face. A death man's pale face stared deeply into Cao Fei's eyes. "Why did you want me dead?" "You are who Yuan?" His body was leaning tightly against the headboard. Cao Fei's body was frozen like ice. His pupils rolled upward. This scene was far beyond the threshold of horror that he could stomach. His body went limp on his bed, and the smell of ammonia later filled up the room. "When you bully those weaker than you, you are like a horrible ghost. But when you run into an actual ghost, you perform even worse than those bullied by you." The soaked red specter picked up Cao Fei's phone and looked at the messages on it. "What are you doing? How come you stopped answering my messages? Are you still worried about the cursed letter? As long as you have passed the letter on to another person, the curse will not come to harm you. Do not worry, the curse will only harm the latest unlucky B***starred. The two of us will be fine." Reading these messages, the red specters revealed a wicked grin. What? It was already 1 a.m. Her roommates were all asleep, but Zhang Lu kept the night lights beside her bed on. She crossed her legs on the table as she applied something on her nails and glanced at the phone screen. How come he has not replied? Zhang Lu's fingers glided on the phone screen and wrote, "Do not worry. The curse will only harm the latest unlucky B** starred. The two of us will be fine." The screen in the dark finally lit up. Cao Fei had finally replied to her message. "Where are you now?" Zhang Lu found this question weird, but she still replied, "I am in my dorms. Where else would I be? What's wrong?" "I'm coming over to you now." Now, Zhang Lu looked at the time on her phone and quickly typed back a few words. "Stop kidding. It is already 1 in the morning. I have already exited the male dormitory. Are you really coming over now? I have already reached the bottom of your building. But the doors to the female dormitory should be locked already. How are you going to get in? I have reached the first floor already." First floor? Zhang Lu looked at the messages that kept on coming. The frequency of the messages had suddenly increased. It made Zhang Lu feel very unsafe and uneasy. "Cao Fei, I am warning you, don't play such childish pranks on me. I have reached the 2nd floor already. I have reached the 3rd floor already. I have reached the door of your room." The messages on the phone gave off a very strange and scary feeling. Zhang Lu gripped her phone tightly. She had a sudden feeling that it was not Cao Fei who was messaging her. "When Cao Fei was chatting with me earlier, there was a long period when he did not reply to my messages. He claimed to have run into a ghost." The more Zhang Lu thought about it, the more scared she became. She planned to wake up all her other roommates, but no one responded. After about 10 seconds, there were no more new messages on her phone. Zhang Lu looked at the screen of her phone and silently slid to the door. She summoned all the courage that she had and slowly pushed the door open. In the dark corridor, other than the night breeze, there was nothing else. "I knew it was a prank." Zhang Lu bit on her lips. Her face had blanched from the fear, but that fear turned directly into anger. She fired a voice message to Cao Fei. "You sick B** starred, do you think it is fun to scare me like that? Where exactly are you now?" Moments later, Zhang Lu's phone got a new message. "Look behind you." Zhang Lu slowly turned around, and the face of a dead man suddenly appeared behind her. "Why would you want me dead?" "What?" Hanging up the phone, Wei Liji cursed under his breath before he entered the bathroom of his own apartment. "There are so many rich people in this world. How come I am the one who is so unlucky?" The man reeked of beer. He slumped down on the toilet and looked through the message history on his phone. "You can get much from threatening high schoolers anyway, and I still need to share the earnings with Cao Meng, F***CK. All he does is give me orders and stern faces. He really thinks he's the mafia boss. Just wait until I climb higher than him. I swear I will work him to death." At this point of his complaint, Wei Liji suddenly felt a pressure on the back of his neck. He lifted his head to look up in a blur, and he realized that there was a man in red shirt who was dripping wet standing at the top of his head. The blood leaked out from the shirt. Wei Liji blinked several times, and the alcohol dissipated from his bloodstream immediately. "Who gave you the cursed envelopes?" Cao Meng?" The man did not even take the time to put his pants on. He jumped up from the toilet and rammed into the bathroom door. He ran into the living room but was tripped by his own pants, which were tangled around his ankles. The sound of blood dripping echoed in his ears. He tried his best to crawl toward the door until his head bumped into something. Lifting his head to look, a fatty with an impossibly large body was reaching out to grab his head. Help him. What? Cao Meng, who was busy partying at the nightclub, suddenly got a call from Wei Liji. Due to the booming music, he could not hear what the man was saying. With great annoyance, he left the dance pool and entered the bathroom alone. "You'd better have something important to tell me to disturb me when I'm partying." He waited impatiently for a while. Just as he was about to hang up, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came from the other end of the line. "Why did you hand me that cursed envelope?" "What envelope? Why would you want me dead?" "Wei Liji, if you really want to know, the answer is that there is no reason. I just want you dead. So what are you going to do about it? Someone has got too big to work for me, is that it?" Cao Meng hung up the call directly. His mind was still on the girl that he had been dancing with earlier. Grabbing the door handle of the bathroom, Cao Meng was heading out when a pale hand suddenly appeared on the door handle, placing itself on his own hand. "What the F***CK? Cao Meng whipped his head around, but he did not see another person in the bathroom with him. "Have I had too much to drink tonight?" Just as he was confused, he heard a small voice from one of the cubicles. It sounded like the sound of a woman. He slowly approached the cubicle. Just as Cao Meng was about to reach the cubicle, the door slithered open, and a slender leg that was so white that it had no color to it extended out. "A woman has snuck into the male toilets in the nightclub. I should teach her what kind of danger she might run into doing something as reckless as that. Cao Ming's heart was palpitating from the dirty thoughts. With the buzz of alcohol clouding his mind, his eyes could not stray away from that leg that appeared to be inviting him. Just as his eyes were fixed on the leg, a breathtakingly beautiful head dropped down beside that leg. She was staring at Cao Ming with the most beautiful smile. Cao Ming's body stopped moving. In that moment, Cao Ming felt that even his own heart had stopped beating. His mind was drawing a blank as he collapsed to the ground. What? At 4:40 a.m., Lan Xiaochen had just finished giving a horrible review to a horror movie that he had not even seen. Naturally, that got a strong reaction from the fans of the movies. He happily starting to troll these people. This was the happiest moment of his everyday life. The pressure that he suffered during the day was released at that moment. He enjoyed eliciting anger from others, and felt a sense of satisfaction, because these people were unable to do anything to him due to his anonymity behind the screen. You guys should be thankful that I have spent the little precious time that I have to write a review for your beloved movie. What more do you want from me? He trolled the people for about 10 minutes until he was banned by the moderator. Lan Xiaochen slammed heavily on the keyboard. Such cowards, but never mind. He scoffed chillingly and opened a new sub-account to continue his trolling in the movie review segment. He used the worst language to curse all those people. How I wish my curses could turn into reality and ruin the things that this group of trash values so much. Lan Xiaochen stared at the ID of the moderator on screen and looked at all his sub-accounts as his comments were deleted. He took out an envelope from his drawer. There is only one last envelope left. I wonder if it will work on an internet ID. The time passed by second. When it was 4:44 a.m. on the clock, Lan Xiaochen stuffed the written letter into the envelope, but before he could even seal it, the lights in the room suddenly all went out. What's this, a power cut? The light from the streetlight filtered into the room. Through the dim lighting, Lan Xiaochen realized that a few shadowy figures were flickering inside his room. Chapter 11:45. From today onward, we are friends 2 in 1. Chapter 11:45. From today onward, we are friends 2 in 1. A heavy stench of blood permeated the air. The originally spacious room suddenly felt so incredibly crowded. The chilling, cold light from the screen lit up his surroundings. Lan Xiaochen stood before the computer table, holding the cursed envelope, and slowly turned around. Who's there? Come out and face me. The man who was normally so courageous and fearless shouted loudly in the direction of the living room. Unfortunately, all that replied to him was the static of electricity. Inside the empty living room, the television set was suddenly switched on, and the black and white static appeared on the screen like snowflakes. Lan Xiaochen picked up the badminton racket next to his computer table and slowly nudged step by step to the living room. Perhaps it was a psychological trick or something else, but he felt a sense of déjà vu regarding this whole situation. A barely discernible sound of crying came from a corner of the room. The computer suddenly started to play the horror movie that he had been watching earlier. The segment that Lan Xiaochen had critiqued as extremely cliched to the point of boring him was replayed again and again. The things that occurred to the main character inside the movie when he was watching a horror movie had replicated it perfectly now in his real life. The familiar conversation floated out from the speakers. The heavy breathing and the nervous tone kept on stimulating Lan Xiaochen's brain. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, he was really afraid at that moment. Come out now, or I will call the police. An overwhelming sense of helplessness overcame his body. Lan Xiaochen yelled at the living room as if raising his voice might increase his courage. He was facing away from the screen of the computer as he moved to the door between the living room and his bedroom. He noticed there was a bloody handprint left on his front door's handle, as if someone had opened the door from inside his house. At that moment, the horror movie playing in his computer reached its climax. The male main character realized that the ghost from the horror movie he was watching had escaped into his own home. He wanted to escape from his house, but he suddenly noticed that the door of his house was locked. Seeing the bloody handprint on the door handle, Lan Xiaochen suddenly realized that someone had entered his own house. This place was no longer safe. He moved very slowly, but as he approached the front door, he suddenly picked up speed. When both of his hands gripped the door handle, he realized, no matter how hard he tried, he could not turn the door open. Fear had completely swallowed up his sense of rationality. The man who thought he was so above other people, the man who spent his daily nights trolling fans of different horror movies, that man felt the prick of fear for the first time in his life. How come the door won't open? He shook the door as hard as he could, but the door refused to budge even an inch. However, blood started to leak from the edges of the door. The main character on screen was caught in the same conundrum. He took out his phone to call the female lead for help. In real life, Lan Xiaochen also took out his phone in a panic. However, this person had no close friends, so he was calling the police for help. The scene in the movie and the scene in real life had run parallel, and the result was surprisingly similar. The phone call was soon answered, and a stranger's voice came from the other side of the line. "You cannot escape." Trickles of blood and pale faces started to appear in the room. Shadowy figures wearing red outfits surrounded Lan Xiaochen, who was so scared that he had started to convulse. Lan Xiaochen, who was never afraid to voice his opinion, and who was always ready for a fight on the internet, was currently shivering with the corner of his mouth bubbling with white froth, calling his mother with tears in his eyes. A boy in a red shirt dragged Lan Xiaochen to his side. He opened the front door, and there was a young man carrying a backpack standing outside the door. "He is the source of the curse, not even a red specter." The young man entered the room and closed the front door behind him. "So I was getting excited for nothing." Sitting on the sofa, the young man took out a comic from his backpack, and he started to flip through it. A pail of blood splashed on the top of Lan Xiaochen's head. The man instantly waved his hands as if he was thrown inside an icy pool. His first instinct was to cry out for help. "Chenji, wouldn't it be much easier for you to have Zhang Yi look through his memories? Why waste time with this extra step?" Men Nan clamped his hand over the Lan Xiaochen's mouth. He looked at the sticky white stuff on his palm and felt disgusted. Zhang Yi's ability is to hide and remove part of one's memory. If this man's memory has already been tampered with, Zhang Yi will not be able to recognize it. To prevent us from being misdirected, I'd prefer hearing the truth from the horse's mouth first. We cannot afford to be too careful. Chenji was a very cautious person. He first wanted the young man to very carefully think over the things that he had done. "Hey, I will ask you a few questions now. I hope you will answer them honestly. If I find out you're lying, I will make you see how difficult living can be." With his brain slowly coming back online, Lan Xiaochen was half lying on the ground. He used the remaining energy in his body to force his head to nod. Just from the tone that he employed, Lan Xiaochen knew that the young man sitting before him was someone he could not afford to offend. Lan Xiaochen might not be afraid of anything or anyone on the internet, but in real life, he was even more cowardly than a mouse. "Who gave you the blank cursed letter?" "No one gave it to me. I stole it from an abandoned hospital." Lan Xiaochen placed the envelope on the ground with his trembling hands. "This is yours, right? I won't dare do this again. Please forgive me." "Someone like you dared to sneak into an abandoned hospital to steal something? You have to be kidding me." The incredulity was clear on Chen Ji's face. "I made a bet with someone on the internet that we would all go spend a night inside that hospital. I was just saying it for fun. Who knew they would really come to Xinhai in person? I could not hide from them, so I was dragged by them along to the hospital." "Where is the exact location of that hospital?" "The hospital was in Xinhai's countryside. The surrounding area has basically not been developed. It's a very desolate place." Lan Xiaochen was clearly at the point of crying already. There were 3 of them in total. They were all visitors from Jiujiang. Jiujiang must be a very incredible place because each of them was more courageous than the next. Who knows what kind of training they underwent daily. "They entered the hospital with you?" Chen Ji did not expect visitors from Jiujiang to appear in Xinhai. "I was the first to enter, but once I escaped from their line of sight, I instantly went into hiding. After they had all gone into the building, I ran out of it immediately." This proved how nefarious this Lan Xiaochen was. To put it more frankly, he was human scum, plain and simple. "Did the rest of the visitors come out from the hospital?" Chen Ji was more concerned about the safety of the visitors. "I have no clue. I have waited outside the hospital for half an hour, but there was noise at all coming from inside the hospital. It was as if the 3 of them had been eaten by something inside the hospital." Lan Xiaochen's voice was stammering. He was still very afraid of Chen Ji. "The place was very scary at night. I did not dare stay there for too long, so I ran home on my own. But I returned to the place the following afternoon. I found one of the visitors' wallets in a corner of the hospital lobby. All the identification documents inside the wallet had disappeared. Instead, all that was left were the 3 blank patient records and a paper note." "Did you call the police after that?" "No, I assumed they'd left on their own. This could not be counted as a disappearance, and there was no sign of any dead bodies, so I had no reason to report to the police, right?" It was unclear whether Lan Xiaochen was trying to convince Chen Ji or himself. "Where are the 3 blank patient records and the paper note now?" Chen Ji's face was dark as a storm, and the atmosphere inside the room was equally suffocating. "I have already used 2 of the patient records. The last one is inside this envelope." Lan Xiaochen shrunk his neck back like a turtle. Initially, I really did not know this patient record can curse someone. It was not until the day the neighbor's dog would not stop barking. I was just intending to give it a try, so I wrote down their name. Who would have thought the whole family would get sick and die? The dog was the last to perish. You said, other than the 3 patient records, there was also a paper note, right? Go and get it for me. I want to take a look at it. Lan Xiaochen initially wanted to use that paper note as a bargaining chip, but he realized that he did not have the courage to sit on the bargaining table with Chen Ji. The paper note is inside the locked drawer inside my bedroom. The key is inside my pocket. Men Nan took out the key and headed into the bedroom. Moments later, he handed the paper note to Chen Ji. Lan Xiaochen might call it a paper note, but it was actually a page that was torn out from a book. There was a dark stain of dry blood left on it, and once one looked closer, one would realize the blood stain was hiding a sentence. This is a sickened world. Why have you not discovered that fact? I swear to cure you. These simple words had a very special power. They would give the reader a strange feeling, as if the statement was meant for them. Sickened world, I think you'd better work on curing yourself first. Chen Ji used yin-yang vision to study the words on the page. The more he looked at them, the more confused he became. The black blood stain had a clear layering to it, as if people kept writing the same message on the same part of the page over and over again. This feels like a notice, but at the same time it could be some kind of hint. Could it have been left behind by the doctors of the cursed hospital? But why would this page be placed together with the 3 blank patient records? Chen Ji had fought with the cursed hospital several times already. This was the first time he had encountered a blank patient record. This was not something that someone could pick up randomly from the floor. I have already told you everything I know, Lan Xiaochen whispered. So can you. I can give you a quick release. Chen Ji waved his hand, and Zhang Yi directly crawled into Lan Xiaochen's brain. A person the size of an adult crawled into another person's body through his head. This kind of horrifying scene happened almost daily before Chen Ji. With regards to Lan Xiaochen, it was not that important anymore. After all, when Zhang Yi exited his body, some of his memory would be hidden away. 10 seconds later, Zhang Yi crawled out of Lan Xiaochen's body, and all the red specters in the room disappeared. The television screen switched off, and everything returned to normal, but the world had lost an internet troll and had gained a young man who had a renewed appreciation for life. Lan Xiaochen was not lying, but there was a part of his memory that was very blurry. Even I could not see through it clearly. Zhang Yi followed beside Chen Ji, walking in the shadows of the city. Which part? Be it the first time he entered the hospital or the time he returned to the hospital, the details about these 2 incidents were all very blurry. In fact, perhaps he had not actually entered the hospital, but he was made to believe that he had entered the hospital. Zhang Yi gestured with his hands. I believe the enemy have an entity that can control memory as well, and they are much more powerful than me. The cursed hospital also has someone who can control memories. Looks like I have to figure out a way to turn you into a red specter. Your current state as a half-red specter is no longer good enough to deal with the current dangerous situation. The specters who had more unique powers would have a harder time achieving a breakthrough. Chen Ji was very familiar with that fact. He wanted to cultivate Zhang Yi, but unfortunately he had not found sufficient food for him. He had befriended most of the specters in Jiujiang already. He could not bring himself to feed them to his employees, but the situation was completely different now that he had arrived in Xinhai. Do you think it is possible that Lan Xiaochen was a chess piece employed by the cursed hospital? Be it the cursed letter received by Xiao Dai's younger brother, or the supposed disappearance of the visitors from Jiujiang, these 2 incidents feel so premeditated. It's as if they're inciting me to speed my investigation up. Chen Ji's mind was moving quickly, contemplating various possibilities. I honestly have no idea. You'd better return to the comic to rest. Thank you for everything you have done tonight. Chen Ji pulled his employees back into the comic, and he strode down the street alone. I mustn't act too rashly. Both Zhang Yi and Yan Danian are extremely rare specters, so what I need to do now is train them to become red specters. Once these unique specters around me become red specter, they will become a force to be reckoned with. Chen Ji's mind was made up. Yan Danian, who was just a baleful specter, was already determined by the black phone as a lesser red specter, a specter most powerful among all the baleful specters. So if he turned into a red specter, would he not become a lesser demon god? I need to find a chance to sneak Xiao's son over first and then take it slow. We will see who exhausts the other first. At 5 a.m., Chen Ji returned to Destiny Avenue. He was about to return to Nightmare Academy when he saw someone walk out from the back door of Zai Li Xiang Eatery. The person looked similar to Kai Ren from behind. Carrying his backpack, Chenji quietly snuck over. The sun was just coming up. It was the time of the day when Destiny Avenue least crowded. The person who snuck out from the back door of Zili Xiang was pulling along a suitcase. He carefully looked up and down the road as if trying to hide from someone. Chenji slowly approached, his footsteps not making any noise. He stared at the man for a long time before finally matching the man to the picture of Kai Ren that he had seen on at the management center. "Have you been chased out by the boss?" Chenji's voice suddenly appeared beside the man's ear. It scared him so much that blood drained from his face. "Who are you?" "I am the new boss of the haunted house next door. If you have nowhere else to go, I'd be happy to take you on." Before Chenji even finished, the man made a very strange gesture. He closed his mouth with both of his hands. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Chenji used his body to block the road. The man shook his head quickly. Finally, he took out his phone and typed the following on it. "I do not want to harm you. Please go away." "Harm me?" Chenji used his yin-yang vision to stare at the man for a long time. After he ensured that he was indeed dealing with Kai Ren, he looked at the surrounding. They were at the back door of Zili Xiang Eatery, and there was no surveillance camera there. "You have trouble looking after your own safety, but you still care about harming an innocent passerby. Looks like you are indeed someone trustworthy." Chenji took out the comic. Blood vessels boiled behind him, and it swallowed up the light of the dawn. "Red Spectre," the veins popped on the man's face. He realized the presence of danger. He directly abandoned his luggage and turned to run. "Don't be afraid, I just want to help you." "I do not need your help. I never give the people a chance to say no when I feel like helping them." Chenji grabbed the man by his hand and forced him to stay where he was. "Be quiet. There are at least 5 red specters around us. Do you think you will be able to escape?" "FF5. Do not panic, maintain your breathing." Chenji helped the man reposition his cap. The rim of the cap was placed just right to cover half of the man's face. Walking down the street, Chenji led the man back to Nightmare Academy. After he locked the door, he grabbed the man and basically dragged him into the haunted house's headmaster's office. "Okay, you are safe now." Chenji and the man stood inside the office, along with Men Nan and the water ghost Red Spectre. The man did not dare say a word. He believed he had failed to escape. "Are you Kai Ren?" The man nodded carefully. "How did you know that?" "It was you who was responsible for guarding the storeroom at the old location of Xin Hai Hospital, right?" "Yes." "Did you give the note to Dr. Fang?" "Yes." Chenji took out a piece of paper. "Repeat the message one more time on this paper." 10 minutes later, Chenji finally confirmed that the man before him was Kai Ren. A few days ago, this man had tried to save Dr. Fang, but he had failed to do so. Why would you risk offending the cursed hospital to help Dr. Fang? Chenji wanted to know the answer to this. Dr. Fang is a very good person. Even though he is the best doctor in his field, he never had any sense of arrogance. He treated even us normal employees equally, and he has helped so many of his patients. He is the epitome of a good doctor, Kai Ren sighed. How could I watch such a kind person lose his life? Then do you still want to save Dr. Fang? Chenji was gradually coaxing the man. Of course. Kai Ren's eyes lit up, but soon the darkness dimmed them again. But now I can't even save myself. How am I supposed to save him? It'll be fine, I will help you. Chenji patted Kai Ren's shoulder with a smile. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so from today onward we are friends. Chapter 1146, 2 Demon Gods 2 in 1. Chapter 1146, 2 Demon Gods 2 in 1 Friend. Kai Ren looked at Chenji, and he could not control his eyes from wandering to stop on the 2 red specters. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. I do not have the qualifications to be your friend. We are people from 2 different worlds. We are living in the same world, and it is this world. The fact that I've survived to this day is due to the help of my friends. You are Dr. Fang's friend. I'm also Dr. Fang's friend, and we have the same target and the same friend, so that is more than enough to form the bond between us. Chenji was too lazy to waste more time on this topic. Let's not waste any more time dawdling on this. Please tell me everything you know about Dr. Fang to me now. Perhaps we still can save him if we make our move now. We will not be able to save him. He has already been chosen. Kai Ren shook his head. It is indeed impressive that you can order red specters around, but compared to them, you are still very weak. The difference in power level is too much. Who do you mean by them? They are a hospital. Dr. Fang is someone chosen by that hospital. They wanted Dr. Fang to become one of their day shift doctors. I do not know the actual reason. I believe it's because a lot of doctors have recently gone missing from that hospital, so they are currently seriously lacking staff. The information given by Kai Ren surprised Chenji. This could be considered extremely confidential information, but Kai Ren knew about it. What is your relationship with that hospital? Do not worry, everything that you say here will not be heard by anyone out of this room. To ensure Kai Ren's safety, Chenji even summoned out the red high heels. I wish I could tell you, but I cannot. The moment I reveal anything, I might die on the spot. Kai Ren undid the first button of his shirt. There was a deep black blood vein around his heart. It looked as if a thin black thread had been sewn into his flesh. Everyone related to that hospital will be cursed, and when the curse is triggered, this black capillary will continue to grow until it pierces your brain. What will happen if the curse is neutralized? Won't you be free to say anything without worry? Chenji stared at the black blood capillary. He appeared to hear crying coming out from the capillary itself. No one will be able to neutralize the curse, not even the most powerful red specter. Kai Ren shook his head. Just as he finished saying that, the surrounding temperature in the room suddenly dropped. A hand covered in bandages pressed lightly on his chest. The color of the black capillary started to fade until it stopped growing completely. You are not wrong that no one will be able to neutralize the curse, but this friend of mine can temporarily make it lose its power, and it will not trigger the alert of the person who laid down the curse. The temperature in the room slowly rose back to normal. Kai Ren stood there, stunned on the spot. It was as if the hand that had just pressed against his chest was a part of his imagination. Now you can tell me everything you know without worry. Chenji prompted for Kai Ren to continue with his story. After a moment of hesitation, Kai Ren took a deep breath. It was as if he had abandoned his life and sped through the following as if worried that death might strike him down at any moment. There is a monster that even red specters are fearful of in that hospital. It also has the surname Kai. The curses that we get are all related to it. After he finished speaking, Kai Ren's face was pale. He stared straightly at the black blood capillary on his chest. He waited for a long time, but there was nothing special that happened to that black blood capillary. He was still alive. The curse has really been temporarily suppressed. Relief washed over Kai Ren. It felt like the time bomb that was strapped to his body had just been removed. Wiping away the cold sweat that had slid down his face, Kai Ren's tone slowly returned to normal. There are 4 types of living humans at the hospital. The patients beyond number 100, the day shift doctors, the people with the surname Kai, and the non-smilers. Among them, the non-smilers are the hospital director's blood relatives, while the people with the surname Kai are the family created by that monster. The information revealed by Kai Ren to Chen Ji was very important. Other than the 1,000-faced demon god who had been killed by Zhang Ye, there were at least 2 more demon gods at the cursed hospital. One was the hospital director, and the other was the monster with the surname Kai. You are all family who were created? What do you mean by that? Chenji used his yin-yang vision to study Kai Ren. This was just a very normal middle-aged man. There was nothing particularly special about him. Chenji really did not understand why a demon god would choose him to become its family. To explain that, we will have to go back about 15 years. Back then, I have just arrived at Xinhai for work. I was young and ready for the world. A relative who already lived in Xinhai introduced me to a job guarding a morgue. It was not a taxing job, but I would need to work a lot of night shifts. At the time, I was too young to believe in supernatural and superstitious things. Kai Ren started to reveal his past to Chenji. I have not been to university and did not have any worthwhile skills. Just the fact that a relative was willing to help me find a job, I was already very thankful. Furthermore, the salary was quite lucrative. The hospital director told me that I would have to go on patrol at midnight, 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 3 times in total. The focus of the patrol was the few doors at the bottommost floor of the morgue. Once I noticed that the lock had loosened, I had to report to him about it no matter how late it was. But seriously think about it, who would go to the morgue to mess with the lock so late at night? It was a morgue. There was nothing valuable here. There were only dead bodies. Which idiot thieves would be so dumb to go to a place like that to steal stuff? Naturally, I thought that this order was very strange, but I did not dare question it because this was my new job, and I was not sure I could find anything better. Everything was fine on the first week. Back then, the mobile phone had not been invented yet, and it was quite boring guarding the place alone. Furthermore, the morgue was very cool and comfortable at night. There was not even a mosquito, so I started to think about stealing time off work. Instead of patrolling 3 times, I patrolled only the first time and then went to sleep inside the morgue. The place was particularly cool. That was understandable due to the air conditioning, so sometimes I even brought a blanket with me. About 2 weeks after that, I started to have nightmares, the kind that felt incredibly real. I dreamt that after I had fallen asleep, there was a group of people standing around me looking at me. I even dreamt that I was treated as a carcass being pushed into the crematorium to be burnt. Those were not even the worst of the nightmares. The worst came on the third week when I dreamt about a child. The child's face did not have any eyes or a nose. It only had a mouth. He stood beside my bed and asked me to tell him some stories. I was so afraid, but I did not dare refuse, so I told him some of the ghost stories I'd heard back home. He seemed to greatly enjoy himself, and he started to appear in my dreams every night. Eventually, I ran out of stories, but the child with only a mouth still refused to let me go. From then on, it not only appeared in my dreams, it started to show up in real life as well. When I felt like I was going crazy, when my mind was breaking down, a monster whose face was dominated by mouths appeared, hugging that child. He asked me whether I was willing to become his family member or not. I did not dare refuse. Kai Ren had a pained expression. He appeared to be looking for his family members, but he had no luck finding them. After I became that monster's family, he left. Then I found this black blood capillary grown around my heart. I had to follow his requests and orders to go and do certain things. No matter how unwilling I was, the moment I dared go against his will would be the moment I died. After Kai Ren finished his story, he turned to look at Chen Ji. You are the first person whom I have encountered that has the power to suppress his curse. Controlling a demon god's curse was very difficult. The Red High Heels was a specter that had an extremely rare talent related to curses. Combined with the fact that she had consumed and inherited everything that belonged to a demon god, the ghost fetus, she was basically a top red specter already. It was because she had fulfilled these impossible conditions that she had managed to suppress the curse of this monster with the surname Kai. How is the relationship between the hospital director and the monster with the surname Kai? Chenji wanted to see if he could get the two biggest bosses to go against each other. After all, Zhangya could only hold back one demon god, and during that period, the other demon god could easily kill all of Chen Ji's employees. They have a very good relationship. Sometimes we even feel like they are the same person. Once the curse was brought under control, Kai Ren started to gain his confidence. He had been keeping his words inside his heart for a long time already, and now, finally, he had a chance to voice them out loud. Wait, you said we? Yes, there are more who have the surname Kai in Xinhai. Even the boss of Zili Xiang has the surname Kai. We are all victims of the cursed hospital, and we are forced to spend the rest of our lives under the shadow of the curse. We do not dare reveal any secrets, and we also need to satisfy their requests. Kai Ren gritted his teeth like something horrible had just occurred to him. Some of the requests are plain inhumane. The boss of Zili Xiang was force-fed a kind of meat due to one of the incidents and was punished. One person went into the hospital in search of his daughter, but in the end, he failed to find his daughter but had his memory changed and was turned into a soulless puppet controlled by the cursed hospital. With green veins popping on his forehead, Kai Ren sighed with heavy regret. Yes, we are all monsters. As long as you still have that glow of humanity in you, you are still human. Chenji comforted Kai Ren, but in his mind he was thinking about something else. The hospital director had a very good relationship with the monster that had the surname Kai, so close that other people felt like they could be one person, so Chenji's plan of turning them against each other was impossible. If Chenji had to go against them, he would have to obtain the help from two more demon gods. That would only give him the qualification to face the cursed hospital. The cursed hospital had existed for more than 20 years. Just how many demon gods they had in their midst was truly a mystery in and of itself. Even a victim at the most outer fringe like Kai Ren knew of the existence of two demon gods, so the actual number of the demon gods inside that cursed hospital was probably much higher than Chenji previously predicted. Zhangya is a demon god. The Red High Heels is a top red specter. Xiaobu can unleash the power of a top red specter in Liwan City, but her power will be slightly weaker than a top red specter behind other doors. These three were the most powerful specters that Chenji's haunted house had. The Red High Heels and Xiaobu were also the specters most likely to become demon gods in the immediate future. The difference in power is too big. I still need to gather more strength. Three names instantly surfaced in Chenji's mind: Dr. Gao, the painter, and Chang Wenyu. Dr. Gao destroyed the door at Coffin Village. He can move freely through the Red City. Perhaps he has already become a demon god. The relationship between us is very complicated. We are both members of the Ghost Stories Society, and with the favor that he left me regarding Gao Ruzu, perhaps I will be able to convince him. The painter himself already possesses power close to a demon god, and he has many red specters following him. Due to the presence of Fan Yu, we are not really enemies. Even though Chang Wenyu once used me, she desperately needs me to help her recover her soul. Of the three people, she is the easiest specter for me to befriend. Chenji knew that he would not be much of a threat to the cursed hospital based on his own power, so he decided to contact all his friends. If I see it from that perspective, I still have the chance at winning this. After speaking with Kai Ren, Chenji decided to help fulfill Chang Wenyu's demand that night. The earlier he helped Chang Wenyu recover, the better it would be for him. With the current employees that I have, if the cursed hospital comes to hunt me at their full potential, I will definitely not survive. The haunted house had many Red Spectre's employees, but the boss, Chenji, was just a normal person. The cursed hospital would not have too much trouble murdering a living human. The whole plan will have to be moved forward. I cannot give the cursed hospital too much time. Chenji turned back to Kai Ren. Since becoming a member of the Kai family, have you run into any doctors or patients who were sent out of the hospital? Yes, I did. They will naturally run into danger when they are out completing missions away from the protection of the hospital. So did they come to you guys for help? Chenji asked patiently. After all of you are related to the cursed hospital, and all of you carry the curse on your bodies. We with the surname Kai are normal humans who are spread over the city. To be honest, we are nothing but disposable chess pieces to the cursed hospital. Be it the patients or the doctors, once they sense the presence of the curse on us, they will order us to do something for them, and normally we have to agree without the chance to bargain. Kai Ren looked pained, because we do not have the power to reject them. In other words, the people with the surname Kai are the bottom feeders at the cursed hospital. Chenji had a brave idea surfacing in his mind. You can put it that way, yes. You can stay here for now. I can guarantee you that as long as you do not leave this place, you will not run into any danger. Chenji had not slept a wink the entire night, but he did not feel drowsy at all. If anything, his eyes were glowing with excitement. Are you going to leave already? By the way, I still do not know what your name is. Kai Ren was still rather confused at this moment. Both the cursed hospital and Chenji were existences that he could afford to offend. But in comparison, Chenji appeared to be kinder and more reliable. There's food and beer that I bought yesterday on the table. The bathroom is just next door. If you are tired, feel free to rest. Before I return, do not leave this building. Chenji left the two Red Specters behind. He ran to one of the scenarios on the first floor and summoned Zio-san. How far have your studies come along? Chenji looked at Zio-san with anticipation. I really did not expect that even after death, I would still need to study like I am going to sit a university entrance exam. Zio-san appeared much thinner than before, and his body was more transparent. I have studied everything that I need to, and I've memorized everything that was given to me. Now, even if patient 101 comes back to life, I will be a much more convincing patient 101 than he would ever be. Very good, I need you to be as prepared as possible. I will send you into the cursed hospital in a few days. So soon, the blood drained from Zio-san's face immediately. Listen to my plan first. Chenji planned to make use of someone with the surname Kai to send Zio-san into the cursed hospital. He shared his plan with Zio-san and then brought Zio-san out to the city to scout out the target. It took a whole morning before they locked onto a person with the surname Kai in Zin Hai's countryside. We will familiarize ourselves with the environment around here first before we make our move tonight. At around 1 p.m., when Chenji returned to Nightmare Academy, he realized that Zhang Jingjiu and Changlin had already arrived. From today onward, Zhang Jingjiu will be the branch manager, Changlin will be the main designer for the props and sets, and Zio Dai, you will be the staff manager. There were only 3 living employees at the haunted house, and Chenji had given each of them a very impressive sounding post. I need everyone to help clear away the damaged and unused props and clean up the old scenarios. Depending on the situation, we might reopen for business in 3 days. After assigning the jobs, Chenji asked Zio Dai some more questions about her younger brother and then picked up his backpack, heading to Zin Hai First High. That was because Zin Hai First High, where Zio Dai's brother attended, was the school where Chang Wenyu had left her shattered soul. That was where the girl whom Chang Wenyu had asked Chenji to find studied as well. Chapter 1147, Ghost Stories Reviewer Chenji 2-in-1. Chapter 1147, Ghost Stories Reviewer Chenji 2-in-1. Did you hear? There are rumors that a ghost visited the male dormitory last night. There was a student who always bullied his roommate found dazed in his bed. Both pee and poop were found staining his shorts. How come I heard it was the female dormitory that had a problem last night? The surveillance camera was covered by a black shadow, but the manager said she saw many different human faces flutter into the dormitory through the blurry camera. There was a female student who was found in the corridor. She was incognizant. People said she was sleepwalking. Yes, yes. This morning I saw someone was sent to the hospital. The ambulance stopped for a while before the female dormitory. Now, everyone is talking about how the students who often bully their classmates are being cursed. This is karma rearing her ugly head. A few girls were standing together, whispering and gossiping among themselves. The most beautiful among them did not say anything. She just looked at the rest of them with derision in her eyes. Chen Wen, you'd better take this as a warning. If you continue to go cause trouble, be careful. You might also run into a ghost at night. A female student with a coarse voice and a rather unisexual appearance turned to warn the student who had not spoken. You think I'll believe these ridiculous stories? Chen Wen crossed her arms. She guarded at the back door of the class like she was waiting for someone. The bell for class rang. Most of the students returned to their seats, and at that moment a female student who was very casually dressed stepped into the class. She was wearing clothes that were bought at the market. She did not know how to dress herself. Her eyes darted everywhere but her deskmate, Chen Wen. The first class of the day was over. The girl did not dare leave her seat even though she wanted to go to the toilet. She kept herself glued to her seat, as if the moment she left the classroom, something bad would happen to her. You seem to have some issues with me, huh? Chen Wen moved her chair to the girl's side. If one was not close enough to hear the content of her voice and the tone of her voice, just looking at them, one might think they were very close friends. No, the girl held her pen and kept flipping through her notes. Where are your manners? I am talking to you. Look at me. Look at me. Chen Wen's arm landed on the girl's shoulder. How about we go to play together after school? Don't be such a good two-shoes. You've been wanting to make friends, right? After this afternoon, we will be friends. But I have something to do. Okay, so that is a promise. If you dare skip out on me, there will be hell to pay. I will see you later. Chen Wen let go of her arm and took out her phone to start chatting with someone. Her deskmate gripped the pen in her hand tightly. She was very afraid, but she did not know who to share her problem with. She did not know what Chen Wen wanted from her, but she was sure it was nothing good. Without any actual evidence, even if she went to the teacher, the school would not intervene to deal with Chen Wen. Furthermore, even if the teacher did choose to believe her, all the school could do was leave Chen Wen a warning. As long as they did not kick her out of school, Chen Wen and her friends would only make it their mission to make the girl's school life more miserable. This was the saddest point about the victims of school bullies. They were the victims, but they were the ones being ostracized, and sometimes they might even suffer secondary damage from their family and the school. Her head was filled with what Chen Wen had said. The girl could not even pay attention in class. She did not dare speak up, so she stared at her textbook quietly. During the physical education class, the girl requested a break from the teacher with the excuse that she was not feeling well. She returned to the classroom to rest on her own. Should I tell the teacher? The girl's being targeted by Chen Wen either become her friend or transfer from this school. She appears to come from a very powerful family. The girl's family had just moved to Xinhai not that long ago. She had the feeling of self-deprecation of a newcomer. I cannot create more trouble for my parents anymore, but what should I do? Chang Wenwen. The girl suddenly heard someone calling her name. She turned her head to the source of the voice. There was a young man standing at the classroom window with a smile. The sun created a halo around the young man, and the young man's smile was as warm as the sun. That should be her. Quick, pull me back into the comic. My body is about to dissolve under the sun already. There was a shadow behind the young man who was struggling and pleading, but of course, the girl could not see that. Pulling Chang Gu back into the comic, Chen Ji pushed open the back door of the classroom. Please do not be afraid. I am completing a request for a friend, and I am here because I need a favor from you. The girl was utterly confused. She had no idea what Chen Ji was talking about at all. Have you ever had this dream before? Chen Ji stood at the back door and softly spoke. You dreamed about a blood-red door. Inside the door there was a school that only had its classes at night. All the students and teachers at the school were ghosts. When you were lost and in despair, a female senior appeared to help you. The words jogged the girl's memory, and her face was overwhelmed by surprise. How do you know about that? Do you still remember what kind of promise you made that female senior? Chen Ji followed what Chang Gu said, and was slowly leading the girl step by step. She would help me escape from the nightmare, and in exchange, I would help her look after something. The female student was very innocent, and she did not even consider hiding any information from Chen Ji. I am that female senior's friend. She asked me to come to you to reclaim that item. Chen Ji did not look like a bad person. After a moment's hesitation, the female student undid the first button of her blouse and took out something that looked like a pouch from around her neck. All this time, I have been wondering whether that was a dream or not. If it was not a dream, how come I cannot remember more details about it? If it was a dream, how I do explain this thing that appeared in my grasp after I woke up that night. The girl opened the pouch. Inside was a red stone, and in the middle of the stone was a strand of hair that had been balled up. This should be the thing. Chenji accepted the stone. The several red specters inside the comic gave him warnings at the same time as if this thing was extremely dangerous. Thank you, I shall take this with me. From now on, your luck will slowly become better. Before the school security arrived, carrying the stone, Chenji hurriedly left the grounds of Xin Hai First High. Changgu, I have already obtained the object. What should I do next? Chenji carried his backpack to the shadows of a large tree. It was as if he was talking to himself. A shadow behind Chenji opened his lips to say, "That strand of hair is the last lingering spirit of my little sister. The red stone is formed from the blood of her heart, the most important drop of blood for a top red specter. Are you not afraid that I'll have the other red specters consume her by revealing to me such an important information?" "Naturally, I am afraid of that, but there is nothing I can do about it," Changgu said with a bitter smile. "Even if I hid that information from you, your other red specters' employees would notice it. Don't worry, I will fulfill the promise that I have made. I just hope that you siblings will do the same for me." Chenji tossed the blood stone lightly into the air, and that caused Changgu to get immensely worried. "With just this lingering spirit and blood stone, your younger sister can come back to life. She still needs to consume some specters first, but I have no idea the exact number of ghosts that she needs to consume." Changgu lowered his head. He did not dare look at Chenji. "In other words, you two plan to rope me into the role of her nanny, huh? I think I finally understand Chang Wenyu's plan now. Her enemies are all in Jiujiang, so she chose a girl who just moved to Xin Hai and left her last shred of lingering spirit with her. After she awakens, she can consume the ghosts in Xin Hai to recover her power, and when she is at her full strength again, she can easily return to Jiujiang." Chang Wenyu was indeed very clever, but she had seriously underestimated Zhang Ya. She had failed to anticipate that Chen Ji would have a demon god with him. "Boss, we were indeed in the wrong at the School of the Afterlife. I hope you will help her one more time." Chang Gu was basically begging Chen Ji. During this period when they were together, his opinion of Chen Ji had kept improving. He felt like Chen Ji was someone trustworthy. "Don't worry." Chen Ji put away the blood stone and creased his brows. "To awaken Chang Wenyu, she needs to feed on ghosts. To improve my employees' abilities, I also need ghosts and specters." After giving it some thought, Chen Ji took out his phone and started to search for ghost stories related to Xin Hai. He created a throwaway account and snuck into a local supernatural forum. Inside a pinned thread, he found the thing that he was looking for. The collection thread for the ghost stories in Xin Hai. Come and review and vote your top 10 scariest ghost stories from Xin Hai. Chenji surveyed the thread post by post. His pupils slowly narrowed as he silently recorded all the information. Chang Gu, who stood next to him, did not dare speak. When his boss looked through these ghost stories, it was like a customer looking over the menu at the restaurant. The serious expression on the man's face caused his heart to shiver with fear. "This thread is still updating. The latest post was posted about 2 minutes ago. Looks like I have come across a treasure of a thread." Chenji bookmarked the page. He had already memorized the addresses of some of the ghost stories, and he planned to visit them that night. Returning to the Nightmare Academy, Chenji did not have time to greet his employees, but directly rushed back into the headmaster's office. He asked Kai Ren some questions again, and confirmed some information about Dr. Fang and people with the surname Kai before he left. Failure to plan is planning to fail, but sometimes luck plays a huge part of it as well. "Zio-san, you will run into many kinds of danger on this journey of yours, but I believe in you because you are different from the others." Chenji personally inspected the final result of Zio-san's special training and taught Zio-san a few more tricks. Once the sky darkened, Chenji, who was all prepared, carried the heavily injured Zio-san to the countryside of Xin Hai. The secret of the people with the surname Kai was only known to the people with the surname Kai, and this secret was one that they could not share. Due to the curse of the demon god, once the person revealed the secret, not only would they die, the demon god would be apprised of the situation there almost immediately. The cursed hospital did not expect the red high heels to inherit everything that belonged to the ghost fetus and become a top red specter, and Chen Ji was currently making use of this. Chen Ji created an accident so that the people with the surname Kai who lived at the countryside very coincidentally run into patient 101 Zio-san, who was about to dissipate. After using some words and actions to convince the man, Chenji watched the man carry Zio-san out of Xinhai with his own eyes. The place that they were heading to was the border between Xinhai and Jiujiang. There were many ghost buildings and barren lands there. It had been abandoned for many years already. God will smile on the faithful. Hopefully, Zio-san will make something of himself at the cursed hospital. For some unknown reason, after sending Zio-san away, Chenji unconsciously sighed in great relief. What I need to do next is improve my employees' ability as fast as I can and try to get the red high heels to become a demon god. It was extremely difficult for a red specter become a demon god, but Chenji had no other choice. Only by having the red high heels become the demon god would he have the right to fight the cursed hospital. Logging back into the Supernatural forum, Chenji noticed that the thread was still updating. The forum users had gotten into an argument about the ranking of the ghost stories. No party wished to back down. In the end, some of them even swore that they would go to the locations of the ghost stories to record a video to show the other users how scary the place was. Ultimately, the place is a big city. The people are always busy. Jiujiang had similar forums, but the number of active users was pitiably small. The populations of both cities were not on the same level. The place with more people will have more despair and thus more ghost stories. Theoretically, that should be the case, but it appears like Jiujiang is an exception to the rule. Chenji had also noticed that the number of ghost stories in Jiujiang was abnormally high. If he was to relate a city to a person, then Jiujiang was like Sun Ziojian. It had the love of 1,000 specters. It has been quite a few days since I arrived in Xinhai. It is about time I go pay them a visit. Chenji hailed a cab to head to his destinations. Sir, please drive faster. I am in a hurry. I have to visit a few places tonight. By 11 p.m. of the top 10 Xinhai ghost stories, Chenji had already visited 3 of them, but unfortunately, he was not rewarded. He also slowly realized that the ghost stories with great word of mouth in reality would have a very low chance of actually hiding a red specter. If an actual red specter with great resentment was behind these ghost stories, there would not be any survivors to spread the ghost stories. Without any survivors, there naturally would not be any witnesses, and the ghost story would not even be known. With a spirit of not wanting to miss anything, Chenji had recorded all the ghost stories on the pinned thread. Among them, he had found a few special ghost stories. The descriptions were not that detailed, but he could pick out specific terms like bloody clothes and red. Xinhai ghost stories ranked 27. A crying well in a developing part of the city. It was supposed to be an abandoned well, but there was a crying sound coming from inside it. And there were witnesses claiming they saw bloody hair crawling out from inside the well. This sounds promising. It is worth a visit. Placing his phone on his knee, Chenji used his pen and some paper to help with his note-making. Those who did not know better probably thought he was really reviewing these places. 10 minutes later, Chenji arrived at a developing construction site. Due to many reasons, the construction progress was halted, and the well was at the foot of the hill behind the construction site. Walking through the bushes and trees, Chenji finally found the well. The well was made from stone, and not far away from the well were a few old and abandoned houses. This should be the place. Before Chenji even got near, he could hear a wispy crying sound. It's coming from inside the well. There was a magical power about the crying. Chenji appeared to lose control of his body as he slowly moved to the mouth of the well. The pale moonlight shone on the surface of the water. Chenji looked into the well. There was endless black hair floating on the surface of the water. Without any attempt at communication, the black hair gathered together and tried to grab Chenji around his neck, intending to drag him into the well. You asked for it? His palm flipped through the comic. The moon turned red as blood flushed right into the well. Moments later, the water ghost reappeared beside Chenji holding Chang Wenyiu's bloodstone. There was a half-red specter inside the well, but it appeared to have been cursed. It cannot be rationally communicated with. It did not even seem to realize it was a ghost. It was cursed. Whenever Chenji heard the term curse, he was immediately reminded of the cursed hospital. After swallowing the half-red specter, the bloodstone has deepened in color. I predict it will need to swallow at least 2 more red specters before she can awaken. Other than that, there's something else at the bottom of the well. I think you'd better go and look at it yourself. The water ghost and Su Yin led Chenji into the old well. At the bottom of the well, they encountered a tomb. Inside the tomb was a set of well-preserved clothing, and among the folds of the clothes there was a patient record. On the back of the patient record was written, "This is a sickened world. Why have you not discovered that fact? I vow to cure you." This statement again? Chen-ji had once seen this sentence before at Lan Xiaochen's home. "This is a sickened world. Why have you not discovered that fact? I have a feeling that question is meant for me." Putting away the patient record, Chen-ji crawled out from the old well. "It's pointless to think about it now. We should hurry to the next location of ghost stories instead." Chapter 1148, The Awakened Top Red Spectre 2-in-1. Xinhai Ghost Stories ranked 19, Midnight Delivery. There was a horrible homicide that occurred at Xinyue Tower's room 444. When the murderer was dealing with the dead body, the food delivery ordered by the victim arrived. The deliveryman had no idea what had just transpired inside the room. He was just hoping to complete his job and get a good review from the customer. The room door creaked open, and the deliveryman was pulled into the room to face his death. From then on, as long as someone ordered food from Xinyue Towers after midnight, one would have a chance of running into that poor food deliveryman. After reading the information on the phone, Chen-ji gently shook the door handle of Xinyue Tower's room 444. To his surprise, the door was not locked. He entered it directly and took out his own phone to order some beer and food. Probably because the address that he filled in was Xinyue Tower's room 444, even after the eatery had finished his order, there was no deliveryman who was willing to pick up his order. He waited for half an hour, but the food still had not departed from the eatery when suddenly footsteps came from the corridor outside room. Chen-ji peered through the peephole. There was a man standing outside the door of room 444. He was carrying a red box that appeared to be overflowing with blood. Chen-ji took out the comic and flipped through it while he shouted at the door, "I am sorry, but did you get the wrong address? My delivery app shows that the food is still at the eatery. No deliveryman has gone to collect it." "There is no mistake. This is the address that I was given." The man outside the door had his head lowered, and his body leaned very close to the door. "Then it appears like there is something wrong with the app on my phone." Chen-ji appeared to convince himself. He opened the door and looked at the man with a smile. At that same time, the three red specters behind Chen-ji also turned to look at the deliveryman. When the door opened, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of the man's lips, but soon, the smile froze on his face. The red box that he was carrying suddenly appeared to weigh a lot more. His Adam's apple quivered slightly as he took a subconscious step backward. "I am so sorry. It appears like you were right. I've probably got the wrong address. This isn't what you ordered." Hugging the red box, the man turned and attempted to run, but was stopped by the water ghost. "The address is not wrong. The delivery that we have been waiting for is you." With the red specters surrounding him, the delivery man had nowhere to run, but Chen-ji did not feed him to Chang Wenyu. This baleful specter was very conscious of his actions. There was no trace of a curse on his body. Chen-ji also did not discover any information related to the cursed hospital on the man. He is not even a half-red specter. It would be a waste to feed him to Chang Wenyu. Furthermore, he looks quite clever, and he even knows how to make deliveries. I suppose you can consider that a unique talent. Chen-ji pulled the delivery man into the comic, and had him stay together with Men Nan. The ability of the delivery man was worse than the crying ghost in the well, but the atmosphere of horror he created was much stronger than the crying well. I'm struggling to make a decision. For now, this ghost story should be ranked lower than the weeping well. After leaving Xinyue Tower's room 444, Chen-ji hurried without pause to the next ghost story. He had already visited 7 ghost stories that night, and of the 7, 3 of them were fake. There was no presence of ghosts. From the remaining 4, only the half-red specter inside the crying well was made into food. The other 3 ghost stories had only normal lingering spirits and baleful specters. There was no point in consuming them. Xinhai is so large, there is not even one wild red specter. Looking through his phone, Chen-ji arrived at a place situated in the old part of Xinhai known as Card's Archway. This used to be the most raucous location in Xinhai's old city, but due to a big fire, the place was abandoned directly. A development company bought the land at a very low price, but not long after that, for some unknown reason, the construction to bring this part of the city back to the life did not start. Thus, the place continued to be abandoned to the wilds just like that. The street was surrounded by cement walls. After Chen-ji leaped over the wall, he immediately sensed that something was not right. The world inside and outside the cement wall could be said to be 2 completely different worlds. There was a scent of decay in the air, and the air pressed heavily on Chen-ji's lungs. There is no sense of human spirit in this place at all. Just how long has this place been abandoned? Oftentimes when a place in a big city was abandoned, it would soon become a paradise for squatters, but Card's Archway appeared to be an exception. With the training from the black phone, whenever Chen-ji entered a place, without even checking it too closely, purely based on the lingering presence in the air, He could tell whether the place was truly haunted or not. He had experienced so much that this had become one of his habits. He had mastered techniques that most people would not even dare to imagine. Flipping through the comic and switching on the recorder, Chenji approached the nearby building whose entrance was burned to a crisp and entered the interior. Why is there a scent of blood in the air? Chenji titled his head back to take in a big breath, using his spirit sniff talent. It drifts out from the interior of the building. Walking through a corridor filled with old cards, tables, and wooden cards, Chenji noticed something was wrong just as he turned the corner. Following the sound of ticking, he saw someone hanging at the end of the corridor inside the lobby. The horrible smell and the stench of blood radiated from this person, and just as Chenji discovered that person, the dead carcass, which had many fatal wounds on it, suddenly opened its eyes. Not good. Chenji wasted no time in summoning his employees. Before the dead body managed to get close to Chenji, the water ghost and Su Yin appeared to guard him. Black and red blood leaked out from the body's wounds, and black insects that looked like centipedes dropped down from the dead body. It did not know fear and pain. Even facing the two red specters, it did not evade or run, instead charging headfirst at them. The water ghost easily blocked the dead body, but just as he touched the body, the fresh blood that leaked out silently behind the body morphed into a red shadow to gnaw at Chenji's face. Su Yin, the sound of static echoed in his ears, and a pale arm pierced through the blood shadow. A shrill wail echoed inside the lobby, but soon something even scarier happened. The floor in the lobby started to crack, and a face peeked through the gap. Black worms crawled out from the gap, and the floor not far from Chenji started to budge, as if something huge was moving rapidly underground. About 1 second later, a face filled with wounds appeared next to Chenji's shoes. There's another one. The face was about to burst through the ground, but was stomped back underground by the boy with the stench. The stench with the giant body morphed into black mist and used his own body to envelope Chenji. The sound of wailing multiplied in the lobby. The paint on the ceiling started to flake like skin, exposing the many black and white pictures that covered the ceiling. The many faces stared closely at Chenji. Their faces were twisted in resentment and anger. It was as if they had been given some kind of order. An endless stream of evil spirits rushed out from the pictures, and they all surged at Chenji like the latter owed them their lives. Su Yin, who had torn open the red shadow, appeared again. He made easy work of the evil spirits that attempted to get close to Chenji. While Su Yin was occupied by the wave of evil spirits, a tight web of blood appeared on the ground. Black-red shadow whose body was charred ran out from the innermost part of the building. Its target was very clear, Chenji. If Chenji only had the protection of two red specters, then he would have been dead already. The ghost inside the building was very cunning. It waited until all the red specters around Chenji were preoccupied before it showed itself. But unfortunately, it had seriously underestimated the number of red specter that Chenji had with him. After the red specter with the burnt body appeared, Chenji stopped hiding his true strength. He summoned out the rest of the red specters. Then, something very strange happened. The red specter whose body was burnt to a crisp appeared to lose his mind, and he started to fight several red specters like he had gone mad. Is he cursed as well? For the sake of security, Chenji summoned out the red high heels. Once the top red specter showed up, the whole building started to shake. The ground split open to reveal many charred bodies that were buried deep around. The battle was over once the red high heels showed up. The black and red shadow revealed its true appearance. It was an amalgamation of many vengeful spirits. When the archway was caught in the big fire, many people had failed to escape. The resentment from before they died was deeply buried underground, and they collectively formed a monster that was stronger than a normal red specter. This monster itself felt deep resentment toward everything, and it was a victim of a curse. It would indiscriminately attack anyone that entered the card's archway at night. It was extremely dangerous. It could be said that Chenji had helped Xin Hai deal with a dangerous criminal. The collaboration of several red specters murdered the black and red shadow and fed all the resentment of Chang Wenyu's blood stone. It was a mystery how many people had died in the big fire. There was no actual report, and Chenji could not find much more information on it. As the blood stone continued to feed on the resentment, the black and white photos on the ceiling started to peel. The pictures yellowed and faded away, and the human faces became ever more blurry. Many cracks appeared on the ground, and even the outside wall of the building started to break. This old building that had survived for decades appeared to be on its last legs. Over the course of 15 minutes, Chang Wenyu's blood stone finally swallowed all of the monster inside the card's archway. The stone had doubled in size, and it kept on pulsing like the beating heart of a living person. Let's prepare to leave. This place is about to crumble. Chenji was about to leave when the red high heels jumped into the mass grave where the victims were buried. Moments later, she returned with two objects from inside the mass grave, an envelope that was half burnt and an earring. Initially, Chen Ji did not care much for this discovery, but after he gave the items a closer look, his expression changed immediately. The earring, he was sure, belonged to his mother. Putting the earring into the compartment of his backpack, Chen Ji tore open the envelope. His brows were then heavily creased together. The letter was half burnt, so only a few words were still visible. This is a sickened world. The handwriting is very similar to my dad's. Did someone copy his handwriting? But why would someone do that? And why would my mom's earring be found inside the mass grave? Chen Ji had encountered the sentence in the letter before, so even though the latter half of the sentence was burned away, he knew what the full sentence was. This is a sickened world. Why have you not discovered that fact? I swear to cure you. Is this a message that my dad tried to leave me, or is this a hint for me? Chen Ji looked at the familiar handwriting on the letter and contemplated the meaning behind it for a while. His finger touched the edge of the letter that was scorched. Then he pulled out the patient record that had the same statement on the back of it. No, wait, the letter might be written by my father, but the message might not be the same. The handwriting on the patient record is different from the handwriting on this letter. They were written by different people. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Ji compared the handwriting of the full sentence on the patient record and the half sentence on the letter. Someone is purposely trying to mislead me, hoping for me to fall into some kind of misunderstanding. He placed everything inside the compartment of his backpack, but he did not share his thoughts with anyone else. The person behind this managed to acquire my father's handwritten letter and my mother's earring, so the chance of them being related to the cursed hospital is very high. A sense of desperation arose in his heart. Chen Ji summoned back all his employees and left the card's archway. It's time to move to the next location. He had brought his habit that he had cultivated at Jiujiang to Xinhai. He would not sit down and rest until the sun came up. At 3:55 a.m., Chen Ji arrived at an abandoned school in Xinhai's countryside. Inside the school, he found a cursed red specter. After feeding the red specter to the bloodstone, the hibernating Chang Wenyu finally awakened. The beating bloodstone was actually half of this top red specter's heart. In the school of the afterlife, she did not go after the painter with full force because she had kept half of her power in this stone as insurance. When the blood-red heart started to beat again, all the animals and insects around the abandoned school became quiet. This place appeared to have become a zone of the dead. The single eye opened, a sea of blood hidden within. With a twisted smile on her face, Chang Wenyu's bloody dress started to spread around her. She took slow and deliberate steps toward Chen Ji until she was stopped by the red high heels. I know you are very happy that you have come back to life, but I hope that you will rein in your power a little bit, or else I will feed you to the other red specters. Chen Ji had encountered many big events in his life. You tricked me and used me, but I have repaid it with kindness. I not only did not take revenge on you, but I even brought you back to life. Aren't you supposed to give me something in return? That does not sound like something an honorable person would say, Chang Gu whispered softly behind Chen Ji. After he saw his little sister, he was very excited. Chang Wenyu slowly calmed down. Her remaining eyes studied Chen Ji and her bloody lips slowly opened. I once saw your phone at the innermost part of the Red City. Only I know about that place. I can take you there. When he was doing the mission at the School of the Afterlife, Chang Wenyu had stolen Chen Ji's black phone. Because of that, the black phone had purposely given a mission related to Chang Wenyu. Is that it? That's all you can offer? Chen Ji was not satisfied. He had his employees surround Chang Wenyu. For you, I have purposely come to Xinhai and accidentally offended the scariest cursed hospital in Xinhai. The hospital has at least 2 demon gods. After I have paid so much for you, what you have in return for me is a single sentence. Her single eye blinked. Chang Wenyu had just woken up. She had no idea whether Chen Ji was telling the truth or not, but she did know that she was at her weakest. What do you want from me then? Until the cursed hospital is leveled to the ground, I need you to become an employee at my haunted house and listen to my orders. Chen Ji gave his request. You just said it was you who accidentally offended the cursed hospital, so why would you want to level them? What have they done to you? Since the offense has been made, the only reasonable step now is to vanquish the enemy to remove a possible threat. Being surrounded by multiple red specters, whenever Chang Wenyu's single eye blinked, the madness and cruelty in her eye would increase. But at the final moment, she decided to bend the knee. Okay, I promise. I swear this will be the best decision you have made in your life. Chen Ji had the red high heels leave an imprint on Chang Wenyu, and he then untied the hair around the headless woman's wrist and tied Zhang Ye's hair around Chang Wenyiu's wrist instead. Through the whole process, Chang Wenyiu did not resist. After Chen Ji ensured that everything was fine, Chang Wenyiu spoke. "I still have some of my own things to do. I will give you an eyeball. Whenever you need my help, just squeeze it until it breaks and I will appear." The blood sea in the single eye boiled. The aura around Chang Wenyiu was as reddened as the rising sun. She took out a bloody eyeball from inside her dress and handed it over to Chen Ji. Then, she dissolved into a blood mist and disappeared. Looking at the bloody eyeball sitting in his palm, Chen Ji's face was twitching. Chang Wenyiu was an actual red specter. She was surrounded by resentment and was at the edge of lashing out at any given moment. She was not afraid of anything, and the parting gift that she gave was a bloody eyeball. The false red specters often bullied the weak and would run whenever they encountered red specters of the same level. They would not dare kill a chicken, much less harm a person. "Where shall I put this eyeball? If I shove it inside the backpack, it might accidentally get crushed. If I put it inside my pocket, it might be discovered. People will treat me as a madman. It will only become worse if they call the police." Chapter 1149, Innocent Citizen, Mr. Chen 2-in-1. Chapter 1149, Innocent Citizen, Mr. Chen 2-in-1. Chen Ji did not know where to put the eyeball given to him by Chang Wenyiu. It did not feel like it was appropriate to keep it anywhere. After much deliberation, Chen Ji decided to hand the eyeball over to Men Nan. Of all the red specters, Men Nan had the highest IQ and EQ. In fact, Chen Ji would sometimes have him go off on some individual tasks. Therefore, he was not worried at all with Men Nan temporarily holding onto the eyeball. Now is the most vulnerable moment for Chang Wenyiu. She does not dare stay too long around me, and she left the moment she found the opportunity to do so. Looks like she still has a problem trusting me. She is worried that I might really feed her to the other red specters. Rome was not built in a day. Trust was the same. Chen Ji believed that with enough time he would definitely be able to win Chang Wenyu's trust. The sky was already slowly brightening, but Chen Ji did not hurry to leave. He continued to wander about inside the abandoned school. The red specter at this abandoned school and the red specter at Card's Archway are so much more powerful than normal red specters, but neither of their hiding places have the presence of a door. Is it because their despair is not strong enough for a door to appear? There was no absolute connection between red specters and the doors. A door pusher would always be a red specter, but not every red specter would possess their own door. Chen Ji did not think too much about it initially, but now that he stopped to consider it, he suddenly realized things did not add up. Could the doors be unique to Jiujiang? Entering the classroom where the red specter at the abandoned school first showed up, Chen Ji found that familiar statement on the table occupied by the red specter. "This is a sickened world. Why have you not discovered that fact? I swear to cure you." The words were carved unevenly on the table. It was like a kind of psychological hint, and it kept appearing before Chen Ji's eyes. Eventually, even without realizing it, Chen Ji had already memorized the statement in his mind. The sentence is always the same, but the handwriting's completely different, so they were probably left behind by different people. But why would these people that seemingly had no connection with each other all write or carve down those same words? He really could not come up with a reasonable answer. Chen Ji summoned back all his haunted house employees, hailed a cab, and returned to Nightmare Academy. "I will go for a nap. You guys find something to do, be prepared for business." Chen Ji greeted his employees before entering the headmaster's office. Kai Ren had been staying inside the room and out of boredom. He was building a paper tower from a deck of cards. "In a few days, you will be safe." Chen Ji entered the inner room, hugged his backpack, and entered his dreams. Without the need to worry about the operation of the haunted house and the safety of the visitors, he had the first relaxing sleep in a very long time. At 12 noon, Chen Ji woke up and went out to purchase food for himself and his living employees. After lunch, he left the haunted house again. Xinhai was, to him, an unexplored treasure trove. How he wished he could capture all the baleful specters and red specters at once. "After I deal with the cursed hospital, should I go on a train ride all over the country to spread this kindness to different cities?" Of course, that was just a thought. Chen Ji used the daytime to arrange his clues and information while preparing to visit the different locations to conduct his investigation at night. Before he had a full-on conflict with the cursed hospital, he needed to do everything he could to increase his own power. At around 6 p.m., the employees were still discussing the plan for the Nightmare Academy, but as the boss, Chen Ji had already escaped to Xinhai's countryside. It was yet another sleepless night. Chen Ji's plan was to feed all the red specters that he found to the red high heels to help her become a demon god, but she rejected Chen Ji's kindness. As a top red specter who had a special talent in curses, consuming other red specters would not help her in her breakthrough to become a demon god. Only by consuming greater and more evil despair would her power improve. In other words, the Red High Heels herself knew very well that the key for her to become a demon god would be at the cursed hospital. The Red High Heels did not need to consume red specters, so Chen Ji turned his attention to Xiao Bu. Xiao Bu, who could unleash the power of a top red specter, had a very powerful innate talent. She was the shadow selected by Chen Ji's parents and was a door pusher valued by the ghost fetus. After consuming a red specter, Xiao Bu went into hibernation. With her ability, she would awaken after one night. When Xiao Bu was hibernating, Chen Ji pushed the rest of the red specters that he found to Su Yin. Su Yin was weaker than the spider in the tunnel, and he was not the strongest among Chen Ji's red specters, but Su Yin's heart was very special. Every time it beat, his heart would gain little more of the black pattern. That pattern appeared to be the branding of memories. It contained some kind of unspeakable power. The hearts of the other red specters were the source of their power, but Su Yin's heart was more like a germinating seed. After consuming one red specter, the black pattern on Su Yin's heart grew to his chest. But to Chen Ji's surprise, even after Su Yin had consumed a red specter almost as powerful as he was, he did not go into hibernation. Whenever Chen Ji pressed the play button on the recorder, Su Yin still showed up. After Xiao Bu and Zhang Ye consumed red specters of the same level, they went into hibernation. How come it is so special when it comes to Su Yin? Chen Ji tried to ask the young man directly for the reason, but all he got in return was silence. It was as if Su Yin himself did not know the reason. By 3 a.m., Chen Ji had already investigated 11 ghost stories. He had collected the information in the day and come up with the best route to visit all of them. Just as he was about to go to visit the 12th ghost story, the sky over the horizon of Xinhai's countryside was curiously dyed red, as if a bloody hole had been torn open in the night sky. Initially, Chen Ji did not think much of this paranormal activity, but when he used the wedding ring on his ring and realized that Xiao Sun's current location was right under that bloody tear, he started to get a little bit panicked. Brother Sun has already made his move. I only sent him in there 2 days ago. Will he be exposed doing something so obvious? Xiao Sun was moving too fast. Chen Ji was still training and preparing, but something had already happened at the cursed hospital. There's no use in me worrying about this. I'd better focus on the things that I have to do. Xinhai's population was several times greater than Jiujiang's, so there were a lot of ghost stories, but most of them were just smoke without fire. Only a very small portion of them really had actual ghosts behind them. For a professional like Chen Ji, he could sometimes tell the authenticity of a ghost story just from the description, but even so, Chen Ji was still tricked multiple times. In 2 nights, he had investigated 25 ghost stories in total, and among them, 8 were fake. Of the remaining 17 ghost stories, however, there were 5 red specters. This probability was rather scary. But the thing that worried Chen Ji the most was that all the red specters that he encountered were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Every single one of them had a curse on them, and the statement about the sickened world could be found without fail at the location that they haunted. Now Chen Ji felt that perhaps the statement itself was a curse. Every red specter, normal specter, and human being who was given the statement would eventually lose their mind. After working hard for 2 nights, Chen Ji was quite satisfied with his haul. Of the 5 cursed, maddened red specters, 2 were used to awaken Chang Wenyu, 1 was fed to Xiao Bu, and the last 2 were fed to Su Yin. As he fed on more red specters, the changes to Su Yin became more obvious. The black pattern growing from his heart stuck on his body like a second layer of skin. It gave him a very dangerous feeling. Of all the employees other than Su Yin, there was another employee that underwent a huge change, and that was Zhang Yi. As a specter that possessed a very unique power like him, if he became a red specter by consuming other red specters, it would seriously impact his natural talent. That would be more of a loss than a gain. Therefore, Chen Ji did not have Zhang Yi feed on any red specters but provided him with the half-red specters that they encountered. Before consuming 2 half-red specters, Zhang Yi asked Chen Ji to call Fang Yu, and then he talked on the phone for a very long time with Fang Yu. This was the first time he had actively called Fang Yu. It was a call that traversed death and life, memory and the past. Chen Ji had no idea what the content of the conversation between Zhang Yi and Fang Yu was. He did, however, manage to see Zhang Yi's body slowly becoming more transparent. Just as the man's body was about to fade away, a drop of blood appeared at the middle of his heart. Zhang Yi's power was deleting memories, but he could not recover deleted memories. Luckily, even though Fang Yu had already forgotten all the memories related to Zhang Yi, she had not forgotten the sense of presence of the man who had been protecting her. She had stubbornly waited at the garden for 10 years and tattooed Fang Yu's name all over her body. She had tried everything so that she would never forget until she eventually met the person that she had been waiting for. 10 years ago, Zhang Yi had saved Fang Yu, and 10 years later, Fang Yu had become Zhang Yi's salvation. After consuming 2 half-red specters, Zhang Yi sank into a slumber. The drop of blood inside his heart continued to spread until it formed a name, and it was seared at the bottom of his heart. Fang Yu tattooed a name all over her body while Zhang Yi branded a name at the bottom of his heart. It crossed the distance between life and death. They had chosen this method to remember each other. After Zhang Yi wakes up, he should be a red specter. His talent will improve again. Perhaps he will even gain a new power. Zhang Yi had a very powerful talent, and Chen Ji had high expectations for him. With this in mind, he turned to glance at the comic with helplessness in his eyes. Danian was still hiding inside the empty page. His ears were closed to the world outside his comic, and he only had his attention on completing his work. After Chen Ji detained the cursed half-red specter, the first person that he thought of was Yan Danian. He had the red high heels comprehend the half-red specter and then sent the half-red specter into the same page as Yan Danian. Then something that no one expected happened. Both parties shied away from each other as far as they could. One was hiding in the corner and the other was facing the wall. The image looked curiously harmonious. After Yan Danian passed away, he had never harmed anyone, and he had never considered consuming other specters. In fact, he was very reluctant to do things like that. Chen Ji had tried very hard to persuade him to overcome that mental block, but Yan Danian still unable to make that first step. In the end, Chen Ji had no choice but to give up. After the old headmaster at Mu Yang High School passed away, he had not consumed a single specter, but he had managed to become a half-red specter. From that, one could see that there were many ways for a specter to increase their power. It was not limited to the consumption of other specters. In comparison to other methods, however, consuming specters was the most effective way. Actually, Chen Ji had realized in the few months prior, the presence radiating off Yan Danian had been getting stronger. But because Yan Danian had too low confidence in himself and would never leave the comic, very few people noticed this about him. Chen Ji suspected that the change in Yan Danian was probably due to the fact that he had been sending multiple red specters into Danian's comic. Even for a normal object, if it was housing more than 10 red specters every day, it would definitely change. The comic was originally Yan Danian's item of possession. Now, every single page was filled with various specters. Inevitably, that was also going to improve Yan Danian's own power. Chen Ji could sense that Yan Danian's power was increasing, but the speed was too slow. He had to face the cursed hospital soon, and he had to turn Yan Danian into a real red specter as soon as possible. He had very high expectations for Yan Danian. After all, when he was in the school of the afterlife, even the painter had said that Yan Danian's talent was above his own. After comparing the painter who had managed to build a heaven behind the door with his own power, and then Yan Danian who cowered in the corner inside his own comic, Chen Ji did not know what to do. "Danian, if you are ever hungry, please tell me." Pulling all the employees into the comic, Chen Ji waited until sunrise before he returned to Nightmare Academy. He did not sleep a wink throughout the night. He was just about to go and rest, but once he opened the front door of the Nightmare Academy, he saw all of his living employees waiting for him inside the lobby. "Are you guys waiting for me?" Chen Ji soon noticed that something was wrong. Other than his employees, there were a few other police officers present. He had met one of them before when he first came to Xin Hai. He believed the officer's surname was Kai. "Mr. Chen, do not worry. We just have some questions that we wish to ask you." The leading officer walked toward Chen Ji. "The night before last, the card's archway at the old city collapsed. We saw you on camera at the street right outside the area. I'm just very curious as to why you would appear at that location during that time." With the presence of so many police officers, Chen Ji instantly realized that the mass grave inside the card's archway had been found by the Xin Hai police. "Even if you did not come to me, I was planning on going to you." Chen Ji's expression was even more serious than the police officers. "There are some words that are not so convenient for us to discuss here. How about we go to the station to slowly talk this over?" "You want to follow us to the station?" The leading officer shared a look with his colleagues next to him. They were just there to ask some questions, but the man had voluntarily requested to follow them to the police station. What was the motive behind this? "Trust me, I really have something very important that I need to tell you." Chen Ji stressed this again. The few officers finally decided to bring Chen Ji with them back to the station. Seeing Chen Ji leave with the police, Zhang Jingju signaled for Changlin and Xiao Dai to return to their work. "Don't just stand there. Go and do what you are supposed to do. Brother Jiu, the boss has just been apprehended by the police. Why are you so calm? Xiao Dai was very worried. Would something happen to the boss? There is no need for you to worry. It can't change anything either way. We have to believe in our boss. Eventually, you will get used to it. After he got into the police car, Chen Ji's expression became even more serious. He sat on the backseat next to the two other police officers, and his demeanor made the two other officers quite uncomfortable. Okay, the night before last, why would you show up around the card's archway? Captain Kai was curious, and he desperately wanted to know the answer. Other than the card's archway in the old city, I went to an abandoned skyscraper in the new city, a construction site in the countryside, and some barren land near the border. Chen Ji had taken a cab between these places. The police would be able to trace his route easily, so he offered this information to prove his innocence. Why would you go to so many different places that night? Not only that night, the night before last, I spent the whole night moving around the old city of Xinhai and its countryside. I have barely slept for the past 2 nights. Chen Ji was forceful. He was the one being interrogated, but he was extremely assertive, so it felt like it was him interrogating the police officers. You still have not answered my question. Why would you go to these many different places? I am investigating the disappearance of a doctor. His surname is Fang. Chen Ji grabbed Captain Kai's hand. Things are more serious than I thought. I might need your help. Chapter 1150. Chen Ji, victim from 20 years ago 2 in 1. Chapter 1150. Chen Ji, victim from 20 years ago 2 in 1. There was no evidence that directly linked Chen Ji to the case at the card's archway. If anything, the only thing that they had was some surveillance footage that showed that Chen Ji was around the crime scene 2 nights ago. That barely amounted to anything. The police were just running through the motions by asking him in for questioning, but what Chen Ji said had gone wildly beyond their expectations. Mr. Chen, so you are saying that you went to these places just to investigate the disappearance of Dr. Fang? Yes. Okay, let's just put that aside for now. Did you go to the card's archway last night? Captain Kai was more concerned about the case at the Cards Avenue. When the place collapsed the night before last, it had exposed the mass grave that was previously hidden underground. Most of the dead bodies were from a very long time ago, but 2 of the bodies were fresh kills. Their time of death was only several months ago. After the police's investigation, they found that the victims were all homeless squatters. They were most likely killed when they went to the Cards Archway to rest at night. Based on the profiler's analysis, there was no conflict of interest or any beneficial relationship tying the victims and the killers. In other words, the killer was someone who was committing murder for the sake of it. Such a dangerous person had to be arrested as soon as possible, or else it was certain that he would repeat the crime again. I only visited the place the night before last. I saw some things there as well. If you wish to solve the case at the Cards Avenue, then you cannot ignore the disappearance of Dr. Fang. Chen Ji leaned against the cushion of the backseat. Before Dr. Fang disappeared, his mental health was seriously affected. His colleagues said that he was not acting like his usual self. He spent the entire day in a daze, and he kept mumbling about some horrendous ghost stories. Chen Ji took out the notebook that he had been using to record all these details from the inner compartment of his backpack. For the past 2 nights, I have checked about 20 ghost stories throughout Xinhai in an attempt to find any connection between them and Dr. Fang's disappearance, and I really came up with something. Chen Ji then proceeded to pull out several paper notes from the compartment and showed them to Captain Kai. I found these at some of the locations for the ghost stories. Seeing the strange statement on the paper, the young officers next to the Chen Ji were slightly confused, but Captain Kai's reaction was very strange. He said subconsciously, "This statement again." You have seen this statement before? Chen Ji wanted to borrow the power of the law enforcement, but it was not easy to persuade the police to help him. After all, this was not Jiujiang. They had not cooperated in the past before, and they had no reason to put their trust in him. But Chen Ji did not expect Captain Kai to have seen the note before. With that, they had some basis to continue this conversation. About half a year ago, there were 2 homicides in Xinhai. The victim's state of death was extremely strange. We found the same notes with the same statement after canvassing the crime scenes. Captain Kai put on a pair of gloves and took the notes from Chen Ji. Even though the cases have been successfully solved, how shall I put this? When we got to the killer had already gone mad. Plenty of evidence pointed toward the madman as the killer, so at the time the case was quickly solved and closed. This note with the same sentence appeared more than half a year ago. Chen Ji calculated the time. That would be around the time when his own parents disappeared. Since the same notes have appeared again, is it possible that it could mean there was more than one killer behind those cases? Chen Ji was giving plenty of face to the police at Xinhai. He did not point out directly that the Xinhai law enforcement had missed the real culprit, but used a roundabout way to point out that there might be more than one killer. From the killer's lack of motive and the grisly method of killing, the possibility of that is high. Captain Kai became the most serious he had ever been. "Mr. Chen, you have provided us with a very important clue." About 10 minutes later, the 3 police officers brought Chen Ji into Xinhai police station. Since it involved many murders, Captain Kai valued Chen Ji's opinion a lot, so he was directly brought into the police station's conference room. Pushing the door open, Captain Kai was surprised to find other people inside the conference room. A middle-aged police officer was seated at the side of the table with a serious expression. Opposite him stood a male lecturer who had the air of a cultivated scholar. It was clear that they had been arguing from the redness that covered both of their faces. "Captain Yang." "Mr. Wang." Captain Kai and Chen Ji spoke at the same time, and the people in the room looked at each other. "Who is this young man?" The middle-aged police officer known as Captain Yang looked at Chen Ji. "All Kai, how could you bring a normal citizen into the internal conference room?" "The night before last, the card's archway collapsed, and thus we found the dead bodies of 2 homeless people. The cause of death was determined as a sudden heart attack due to extreme pressure. It's clear that they were both homicides. During our investigation, we encountered Mr. Chen, and he has provided us with a very important clue." Captain Kai pulled out the paper note. There might be more than one killer for the case of the 2 horrible murders that happened about half a year ago. The murder of these 2 homeless people was very similar to the previous cases. They might have been committed by the same gang of people. So the killers who are responsible for the death of the homeless people at the card's archway and the people responsible for the horrible murders that happened half a year ago could be the same, huh? Captain Yang sank into quiet contemplation. Moments later, he turned to Mr. Wang. "All Wang, it is not that I don't want to help you, but you can see for yourself that Xinhai is not so peacefully. Our hands are full with all these sudden cases. We cannot spare any police officers for a case where the killer died 20 years ago. I hope you can understand our difficulty." Mr. Wang appeared to have expected this result before he came, so his expression did not change much when he was told such things. "I shall be going then. I do not want to interrupt your investigation." He did not appear to be in a good mood. When he walked past Chen Ji, he dropped his voice to a whisper and said, "Boss Chen, when you leave this police station, please do remember to reach out to me." Me? Chen Ji had no idea why Mr. Wang would suddenly reach out to him, but he still nodded. After all, they had both come from Jiujiang, so they should be helping each other. After Mr. Wang left, Captain Kai closed the door of the conference room and started to ask Chen Ji some questions in more detail. At Jiujiang Police Station, Chen Ji had accumulated a wealth of investigative experience, so he was very familiar with the procedure of the entire major crimes investigation. Initially, it was the 2 captains who were asking him questions, but eventually, Chen Ji slowly took over the discussion. He picked up the marker and started to draw and list out all the clues that they had found on the board. Those who did not know might assume that he was a professional lecturer hired by the police station. His mind was clear, and his logic was in place. Chen Ji used the simplest and most common words to complete wash the suspicion away from himself, and then he proceeded to compile all the information related to the 2 murders. The cases that spanned half a year were connected together, and the string that connected them was the paper notes with the strange statement found at the various crime scenes. The real killer is not crazy, or rather, perhaps they are a team. They knew that they would not be able to escape from your investigation, so they dropped a sacrifice and pushed out a madman to take the fall as the scapegoat. When Chen Ji said that, he closely watched the facial expression on the 2 officers. Where there was light, there was darkness. To reopen a case that had already been closed about half a year ago, this was not a result that would be easily accepted by everyone. With reputation and many other things on the line, some people might choose to turn a blind eye or purposely work around it. But thankfully, Captain Kai and Captain Yang were not such people. After they had confirmed that the 2 cases were related and knew that the real killer was still beyond the reach of the law, they immediately came up with a plan. Before Chen Ji, they summoned the entire major crimes unit at Xinhai into the room. The police were about to conduct a special meeting, but there was an additional stranger in the room. The young police officers that entered the room could not hide their surprise, but Chen Ji was completely at ease. He even found himself a seat in the corner and planted himself there. "Mr. Chen, we still need to discuss some internal details about some of these cases. Based on the rules, this cannot be observed by normal citizens, so I will have to request you to wait outside for a while." Seeing that Chen Ji was ready to sit in on their meeting, Captain Kai showed a helpless smile on his face. Yue Jai, why don't you show Mr. Chen to the break room and make sure that he is comfortable there? A female officer with a baby face walked over. Chen Ji rather unwillingly left the conference room. Looks like they do not trust me fully yet. Then again, I cannot blame them. I'm only a stranger who's just arrived from Jiujiang. Chen Ji stretched lazily. But it does not matter. Trust can be slowly built. After all, I have a feeling we will have a lot more interaction in the future. He had not slept the whole night. So when he entered the break room, he pulled the few chairs together to form a line, and then with his backpack as the pillow, he lay on them and fell asleep. During the whole process, the female officer stood at the side, watching Chen Ji move the furniture around inside the room, and then she watched him go to sleep just like that. He purposely came to the police station to have a nap. What kind of strange behavior is this? Yue Jai did not dare violate the order given to her by her superior. She even suspected that the man before her might be some important suspect, and she had been given the task of watching over him. Without anything else to do, Yue Jai leaned against the table and kept staring at Chen Ji, who had fallen deeply into his slumber. About 1 hour later, Chen Ji was shaken awake. When he opened his eyes, Yue Jai and Captain Kai were standing beside him. Have you finished the meeting already? Yes, we have decided to investigate both the cases from 2 nights ago and the case from half a year ago together. Captain Kai poured a glass of water for Chen Ji. Other than that, do you mind if we temporarily keep the notes? After the cases are solved, we will return them to you. There is no need for that. You can keep the paper notes as evidence, but I advise your people not to spend too much time staring at the words on the paper. Those paper notes were nothing good. If the police were willing to take custody of them, Chen Ji naturally would not reject them. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Chen. Captain Kai handed the water in the paper cup over to Chen Ji. During this period, we might need to summon you again for your help, so I hope that you will not leave Xinhai for the time being. In that case, how about we exchange contact numbers? If you need any help from me, just call me directly. I'm also very worried about Dr. Fang's safety, and I wish to hear any first-hand information about him. Chen Ji took out his own phone. Captain Kai could not find any reason to reject him, so he did end up exchanging numbers with Chen Ji. These cases are not as simple as you might imagine. The killers behind them might be a huge group. They are extremely dangerous. You must be very careful during your investigation. The purpose of Chen Ji coming to Xinhai police station had been achieved. He had formed a link with the police force and had pointed the law enforcement toward the direction of the cursed hospital. Next, he would need to slowly gain the trust of the police, and then he would gain support for his own objective. Okay, we will be extra careful. Look at you, you must be tired. You'd better go back and rest. See you tomorrow. Seeing Chen Ji depart from the station, Yue Jai was filled with confusion. In the end, she could not help herself but ask, Captain Kai, who is this person? This is the first time I've seen you treat someone so kindly and respectfully. His name is Chen Ji. He's the only normal citizen who has received the Public Security Honorary Badge in Jiujiang. He has been personally involved in more than 10 major crimes and has helped more than 20 victims gain their justice. Captain Kai's gaze was heavy. Li Zhang at Jiujiang's Major Crimes Unit is my former classmates. I've already heard many things about this man from him. I just did not expect that he would come to Xinhai so soon. Could it be some exaggerated rumors? He is involved in more than 10 heavy crimes and more than 20 human lives. Is he Conan? Yue Jai's interest in Chen Ji was piqued. She kept staring at his back. Regardless, time to get back to work. Things are going to get rocky in Xinhai very soon. Once Chen Ji walked out from the police station, Mr. Wang, who had been waiting for him at the roadside, walked over. Mr. Wang, you have been waiting for me? Chen Ji had good impression of Mr. Wang, or to be more precise, he had good impression of everyone from Jiujiang Medical University. Yes, Mr. Wang hesitated. He stared at Chen Ji for a very long time before he finally said, I hear from Zhu Han that you are a legend. To search for your own missing parents, you practically flipped the whole of Jiujiang upside down and solved several important cases along the way. I was just extremely lucky. To be able to encounter so many murders one after another, I would not call that lucky. If anything, I would say you are probably the unluckiest person in the world. Mr. Wang sighed. Death, despair, pain, and struggle. Behind every murder there is hidden humanity's sin. During this peaceful era, we are the people closest to these sins. Mr. Wang was being very serious, and this caused Chen Ji to treat him very seriously as well. Sir, why exactly did you wait for me? What do you need from me? About 20 years ago, there was a serial killer in Jiujiang. At that time, public surveillance was not as comprehensive as it is now. Combined with the fact that all the murders were committed in the countryside, this seriously hampered the investigation. Mr. Wang looked at the cars moving up and down the road. It felt like he was talking to him. To avoid increased public panic, all the information related to the case was blocked off. The higher-ups even gave an order that the police needed to capture the murderer within a week. In the end, we indeed caught the killer on the 7th day, but at the time, we suspected that there was more than one killer. Mr. Wang sighed lightly. The captured killer could not even finish a full sentence. He was made to be killer simply because all the evidence pointed toward him. Since all the evidence pointed toward him, doesn't that mean that the police got the right person? Chen Ji had a feeling that he knew what Mr. Wang was getting at. But what if the evidence was purposely set up by the real killer? Mr. Wang squeezed his hands together. The killer is very cunning. He probably already came up with the solution to shake the blame off him when he committed the first murder. The atmosphere slowly became heavy. Both parties were silent for a while before Mr. Wang finally continued. That case has become a thorn in my heart. I'm always reminded of the victim's face, his open eyes, how he was struggling for help from me in his last moments. When Mr. Wang said these things, he kept his eyes glued on Chen Ji. Do you know who the last victim was during that killing spree? Who was it? Chen Ji, that child had the same name as you. Mr. Wang took a deep breath. Perhaps it's because of that Captain Yan was particularly partial toward you. I know you two cannot be the same person, but you two have the same gaze. His name was also Chen Ji. Chen Ji was startled. Mr. Wang, do you mind me about this case from 20 years ago in more detail? The first victim was a tourist from another state. He accidentally captured the killer in the process of murdering a child on his camera. The killer was wearing a white doctor's coat, and the child was only about 5. The case that Mr. Wang described gave Chen Ji an eerie sense of familiarity. After the tourist died, we started our investigation. We slowly discovered how cruel and mad the killer was. He used different methods to kill children of varying ages but of the same body size. Even though we failed to find the bodies of these children, there were witnesses and surveillance footage. Then, what happened next was inexplicable. 2 witnesses were brutally murdered, and the murderer in the white coat even somehow managed to tamper with most of the physical evidence.